Hello, this is a guy who likes fanfiction and is too lazy to read, so here is Last Child of Krypton, Redux in audio form. Check the description for the links to the author. Chapter 11, and his name was Wormwood. Ritsuko. She awoke with a start, and in sitting up, realized that a sheet of paper had been plastered to her face by drool. She quickly snatched it and pressed it flat on the desk, trying desperately to smooth out the wrinkles. When Ritsuko realized it was smudged, she touched her cheek and drew away a grayish smear of wet ink. Maya coughed, pulled a handkerchief from her pocket, and gave it to her. As Ritsuko dabbed the ink away, Maya sat down. Before she could see it, Ritsuko hastily covered the report on Superman's genetic material and slipped it onto the other side of her keyboard, then pinched at the bridge of her nose, yawning. What is it? Folded against Maya's chest was a report. She handed it over, and Ritsuko flipped through it. Clipped to one page was what looked like an ultrasound of a fetus. She pulled the image free and turned it in her fingers, studying it. There was something off about it, but she couldn't quite put her finger on it. Maya looked at her feet, fidgeting in her seat. Who's pregnant? Said Ritsuko. Maya blinked. Ritsuko. What? Did you report? That's side-scanning sonar from Mount Asama. What? Ritsuko took a swing of cold coffee, realized she'd put a cigarette out in it, and spat the cold, acid liquid back into the mug, coughing. She brushed her lips with the back of her hand, not caring that her lipstick smeared, and flipped back to the front of the folder. Touching her fingernail to the page, she skimmed down the abstract, and then flipped over to the first page, and started rapidly flipping through it, looking for the numbers. Tell me this hasn't gotten out into the wild. Maya shook her head. Yashida's men have the scientists in custody and all of their equipment on lockdown. The Magi picked up that report and prevented the university from receiving it. That's the only paper copy. Good, Ritsuko said absently. She pressed the folder closed and tossed it into a place of prominence atop the mountain of paperwork that spread around her in a vast semicircle, coating every open space in her lab with great slabs of printouts. She leaned on her hands and scrubbed her fingers through her hair, and let out a ragged sigh that was part yawn. When was the last time you slept? Last week, I think. My back is killing me. Maya stood up and moved behind her, and Ritsuko watched from the corner of her eye, confused for a moment, as Maya settled in behind her. She sucked in a breath and tensed up as her assistant's fingers touched lightly to her shoulders, and started to massage. She relaxed, and her eyes closed involuntarily. This is extremely exciting, said Ritsuko. Yes it is, said Maya. The angel, I mean. I know. Ritsuko sighed and leaned against the back of her chair. A high back office chair with actual arms was one of the perks of being the head of the entire Evangelion project. I didn't say stop. Oh, said Maya, squeezing the sore spaces around her neck. Okay. I'm going to have let Miss Atto in on this. She'll have some harebrained scheme to deal with it, I'm sure. So we're going to kill it, right? Ritsuko bit her lip. That would be the logical thing to do. Oh, said Maya. It seems to be in an immature state, said Ritsuko, studying the photograph in her hands. It's remarkable how human-like it is. If I didn't know what I was looking for, I might not even recognize it. I wonder. What? Said Maya. It's stupid, said Ritsuko. That feels great, by the way. Maya smiled broadly. Thank you. My back is still killing me, though. You want to, Maya said nervously, turn around. Ritsuko looked up at her with open eye, stood up, and turned around so that she leaned forward onto the back of the chair, and kicked her feet to spin it around. Maya gently started working the muscles of her upper back while Ritsuko rested her chin on the top of the chair and closed her eyes. We could capture it, she said. Is that a good idea? No, it's a terrible idea, but imagine what we could learn from it. Maya giggled. When they say that in movies, something bad always happens. Ritsuko opened one eye. Was Maya flirting with her? I suppose so. If I start cackling, you may have to restrain me. Maya turned beet red, her shoulders climbing up to her ears. Ritsuko looked back at her and laughed quietly to herself. My back still hurts, she said. Okay, said Maya. Here's what I want you to do, Ritsuko said as Maya started in on her back again. I want you to get a team out there monitoring all of that seismic detection equipment. Keep the area on lockdown, that's good. If this thing starts moving or shows any signs of activity, I want to know 10 minutes before it happens. Yes, keep doing that, she said as Maya moved lower, towards the painfully tender small of her back. I want you to call Misato and tell her I need her in here to go over this stuff in 2 hours. What happens in 2 hours? I wake up, hopefully. I'm going to find a cot in the barracks and get some sleep. Okay, said Maya. I'll do that. Is there anything else? Next time we're not on alert, and our schedules match up, I want you to go out to dinner and see a movie with me. Okay, what? You heard me. I liked our little coffee date. Just us. No shop talk. Oh, said Maya, excitedly. I know, there's this American movie opening next week. It's about this girl that has a magic hammer. That's fine, Ritsuko mused. Now go get started. Yes, ma'am, said Maya, standing up. And stop calling me that. Shinji stopped in his tracks and groaned when he saw them. Toji and Kensuke were standing on either side of the front steps of the school. Each had on a blue cotton t-shirt with his emblem on it. Hikari stood next to Toji in a pink version, the symbol outlined in silver with tiny sparkly buttons sewn to it. A crowd of students were milling around, exchanging money for identical t-shirts and some sort of pamphlet. He didn't have to imagine Asuka, who stood next to him, grinding her teeth. He could hear it, plain as day. What, she growled, are you doing? Selling memberships to the Superman fan club, said Toji. The Superman fan club is a service organization dedicated to Superman's ideals of truth and justice, said Kensuke. It's in the pamphlet, said Hikari. You're in on this, said Asuka. Hikari shrugged. I like the shirt. I designed it, said Kensuke, proudly. What are you doing with the money? Said Shinji. We're donating it to charity, said Kensuke. Said Shinji. Minus our expenses, said Hikari. And a small salary for ourselves, said Kensuke. Only about 20 purse dash. Toji batted him up the side of his head. Kensuke frowned, but brightened when another boy pushed past Shinji with a sheaf of bills in hand. Asuka and Shinji both stared in shock as Kensuke added the money to a growing roll he kept in a bag around his waist and handed out a shrink-wrapped shirt. I don't know whether I'm annoyed, said Asuka, or furious. You're always furious, said Toji. Hikari gave him a withering look. It's for a good cause. We're giving money to the hospital. I suppose it is a good cause, Asuka shrugged. Toji grinned, and lifted a shirt from his box. He held it out to Asuka. On the house. What? Said Asuka. If we give it to the hottest girl in school, besides Hikari, and you wear it around, it'll be dash. I am not wearing that, said Asuka, crossing her arms. Not now, not ever. Toji sighed, and shoved the shirt at Shinji instead. I don't think I'd look very good in it, said Shinji. Just take it, man, said Toji. See if you can get her to wear it. Shinji sighed, wearily, and took the shirt. He left it in the wrap and stuffed it into his bag, between his books and on top of the secret compartment he'd sewn into the pack, where he concealed a much better-looking version that he'd made himself. He shrugged his bag back on, and then turned to see Rei riding up to the school on a motorcycle. It wasn't a motorcycle, to be exact, more of a scooter, and she was a little shaky coming to a stop in front of the building. She fumbled with the controls for a moment before she succeeded in killing the engine, and had to look to find the kickstand. She dismounted a smooth motion that drew the attention of a distant knot of boys who were watching her, and pulled a pair of sunglasses off of her face and hung them between the buttons on her shirt, by the earpiece. What the hell are you doing? Said Asuka. I bought a motorcycle. You're not old enough to drive, said Hikari. Rei glanced back at the motorcycle. The salesman also argued that point until I displayed my nerve badge. Why do you have a motorcycle? Said Asuka. Captain Kat's Misato suggested it, said Rei. And the glasses?" said Shinji. "The salesman informed me that they are cool. I have also purchased an extended warranty and service plan, for additional coolness." Asuka groaned, and pinched the bridge of her nose. "Can we go inside now, before any more of the signs of the apocalypse happen?" "The revelation of St. John does not mention motorcycles," said Rei. "Let's go already," said Asuka, turning. Shinji sighed, and followed her. "You want me to what?" said Misato. The rudiments of what Ritsuko said were clear in her mind. The specifics, though, made absolutely no sense. She was looking at a fuzzy, distorted image of something that looked like a curled-up lizard with an oversized eye and tiny little arms, and Ritsuko was telling her that it was an angel inhabiting a flow of molten rock under a volcano. "You want to capture it," said Misato. "Are you serious?" "Completely," said Ritsuko. Misato leaned back in her chair. "You look like shit, by the way. I think you need to get laid." Ritsuko puffed on her cigarette, glancing contemptuously at the break room sign that thanked her for not smoking. She blew out a tall column of smoke and offered to Misato, who waved her off. Ritsuko took another drag and stubbed it out in her ashtray, which dislodged several more butts onto the table. "I know," she sighed, "and I'm working on it." "Oh," said Misato. "Someone I know." Ritsuko actually blushed. "Maybe. It might be me," Kaji said amiably, sauntering in the room with a cup of coffee in one hand and the other thrust into his pocket. An unlit cigarette, damp and crumpled, hung from the corner of his mouth. "I highly doubt that," said Ritsuko. Misato casually, or so she thought, flipped the folder closed as she picked up her own coffee. Kaji had already had an eyeful, though. He turned a chair around and sat down, sighing as he leaned forward on the chair back. "Nobody offer me any coffee or anything." "We can handle that," said Ritsuko. Kaji pouted, mockingly. "Oh, why the cold shoulder, Ritz? Maybe we could pick up where we left off." "If you're looking for a gutter," Ritsuko said, "there's plenty outside." Kaji smiled. "I see the cat still has claws." "As long and sharp as yours," said Ritsuko. "Did you want something?" Kaji shrugged. "I was taking a break from work, you know. I thought I'd get out of the office. To spy." "What work? You don't do anything." Kaji grinned. "Yes, I do. I'm a liaison. I liaise. You should be glad, Catus Raggi. If it weren't for me, the Secretary General of the United Nations would be camping outside your office." "I'll bet," said Misato. "What did she want?" "Oh, you know, to know what the hell is going on. She seems quite insistent that you know Superman's true identity." Misato shook her head. "I have no idea. He doesn't wear a mask, and far as I'm concerned, that's the end of it." Kaji glanced at Ritsuko. Misato could see it, some mental calculus unfurling behind his eyes. Ritsuko noticed his attention and clasped her hands around her coffee cup to stop them from shaking. She licked her lip, but said nothing. Misato leaned forward and swept the folder towards her chest. "So, did you want something, or are you just here to ogle us?" Kaji smirked. "Oh, but there is so much to ogle. I have to say, Ritz, I like the new look. I almost didn't recognize you, but you're world-famous A-dash." "Kaji," Misato said, very primly, "get out, or I will shoot you." He nodded and grinned a wolfish grin and jumped up, turning the chair easily in one hand, and slid it back in place. He bowed mockingly and retreated, glancing over his shoulder at Misato. She stuck her tongue out at him. "You okay?" said Misato. "Fine," said Ritsuko. "He is such a pig, I swear." "Tell me about it," said Misato. "I'd really rather not. I still feel bad about fobbing him off on you." "Huh. Back when we were in school," said Ritsuko. "I sort of set you up with him to get him off my back. He was writing me love letters like a teenage boy." "Huh," said Misato. "He never wrote me any stupid letters." Ritsuko shrugged. "I have no idea." At that moment, Makoto Hyuga decided to come running into the room, a stack of printouts clutched in his hands. He skidded to a stop, his polished uniform shoes sliding across the tile floor. He very nearly doubled over the table in this excitement. He stood up, panting, and adjusted his glasses. "Captain, Dr. Akage, there's an emergency. We've detected an angel. The Magi have confirmed." "We know," said Ritsuko. "We've already seen the reports on the volcano, I sent dash." "What?" said Hyuga. "What volcano?" "This thing is in outer space." NORAD picked it up on their dash. Misato jumped to her feet, scooping the folder under her arm. "Let's go. Start filling me in." They passed Kaji on the way out, fumbling at one of the vending machines. He turned an ear, but Misato ignored him. He'd find out sooner or later. As I said, NORAD picked it up on their deep space monitoring system dash. "Why does NORAD have a deep space monitoring system?" Ritsuko made a tiny crazy head motion with her finger. "Anyway," said Hyuga, walking beside her down the hall. "They picked it up an hour ago, and forwarded it to us. I had to do some hacking to get the seniors to pick up something that far out, but it's a definite blue pattern. We don't have a visual yet, but I have some radar images." He handed Misato a blurry blue splotch on a black background, marked at regular intervals with a grid of white lines. He pointed to the outer perimeter of the splotch. "It's about 500 meters across." Ritsuko stopped dead in her tracks. "What did you say?" 500 meters across, we have no way of guessing the mass, but the Magi are dash. 500 meters, said Ritsuko, taking the image from Misato's hands. "What are these?" She was pointing to a series of smaller blotches, trailing behind the big one. "We don't know yet," said Hyuga. The Magi suggested that the main mass may be trailing smaller ones in behind it, intending to dash. "Drop them," said Misato. "Like bombs. It'll send pieces of itself down from orbit and..." They both started running. Shinji watched Asuka and Rei get in the staff car, and started working his way towards the shelter. What he meant to do, of course, was peel off and find a convenient, secluded spot behind the school to stash his civilian clothes and take off. He needed to get a handle on the situation. He couldn't hear or see anything, even taking a few bounding steps that didn't quite connect with the ground. Usually, he had some kind of warning of his own before the alarm went off. He was so intent on looking around that he almost didn't notice Kaji's car, parked down the road from the school. The man himself met his gaze from behind the wheel. Shinji shouldered his bag and jogged down the street, looking around for someone that might see him, or security cameras. When he got to the car, he leaned down by the driver's side. Kaji rolled the window down. He looked around, pointedly focusing on a few spots, and quick glances showed video cameras cleverly hidden behind wall alcoves and trees. Shinji swallowed. It had only been pure luck that he hadn't run by them before, hopping out of his shoes with his uniform half on. "Hop in," said Kaji, loudly enough to be heard. "Katsure sent me to pick you up." Shinji darted around to the other side and slid in, holding his bag on his lap. Kaji threw the car in gear and gunned the engine loudly. "Katsuragi didn't send me." "I figured," said Shinji. "What's going on?" Kaji pulled a computer printout from beside his seat and handed it to Shinji. He took it, but could make neither head nor tail of it. It looked like a black blotch with some kind of grid over it. "That's an angel," said Kaji, "that just showed up in low Earth orbit. It's 500 meters wide, probably heavy enough that when it lands it's going to turn this entire province into a smoking crater, and it's pulling pieces of itself behind it that are probably going to detach and start hitting the Earth's surface in about half an hour. The Magi have the first one coming in somewhere in the mid-Atlantic. What's their plan? They can't possibly get the Evis dash." "No," said Kaji, "they can't. One of these things is going to hit the Atlantic Ocean not far from the European coast. They're ready for a tsunami, but not something like this. It'll go right over the sea walls." Shinji nodded. "So you're telling me NERV has no plan to help these people?" "That's right," said Kaji. "NERV's first and only priority is to prevent an angelic incursion into the Jia front." "Then pull over," said Shinji. "This looks like a job for Superman." Kaji pulled the car into a no doubt carefully chosen parking lot. Shinji didn't wait for an invitation. He jumped out, leaving the door hanging wide. Kaji's movements slowed to a crawl, the sound waves traveling from his lips visible as ripples in the air as Shinji stripped off his shirt, unbelted his pants and threw them in the car, and started pulling on his uniform. A split second later, a very confused Kaji was staring at him rifling through his bag in full uniform, tucking his glasses away in a side compartment as he folded his clothes and put them in the main pouch. "Watch out for this," said Shinji. "It's got my homework in it." "I'll drop it off at your place," said Kaji, but he was already gone. Misato stood over the Magi results with Ritsuko. "Okay," she said, "here it is. Based on these projections, the Angel is going to enter low Earth orbit in 1 hour. Assuming it starts dropping those things, they will come down here, here, and here." She pointed to spots on the map. Asuka craned over the map. "What are we going to do about that?" "Nothing," she sighed. "Pray, I don't know. There's nothing we can do. We couldn't hope to relocate you that fast, and even if we could, we can't let it breach the Jia front." "Then what?" said Asuka. "If these projections are right," said Ritsuko, "it's coming in very fast, at a very steep angle. There will be a lot of heat and a massive pressure wave." "I've already sent out the evacuation orders," said Misato. "We need to clear the entire province." "That may not be enough," Ritsuko said, quietly. "At this speed, I don't know we're going to stop it, and it gets worse." "Great," said Misato. "If these projections are wrong, and it course corrects, it could use the Earth's gravity in a slingshot effect, the way the Americans did to send their space vehicles to the moon. It'll build up even more speed. If it made 3 or 4 revolutions, well, I had the Magi run the numbers." Misato stood up, and ran her hands through her hair. "And the impact energy would be about 2.35 gigatons." Asuka blinked. Even REI looked worried. "Did you say dash?" "Gigatons," said Ritsuko. "The explosion itself will be half the size of China. The mushroom cloud will reach the moon, and the flash will be visible from Mars. This is an extinction-level event. All life on Earth will be exterminated." A complete silence fell across the room. "I'm against that," said Asuka. "So how the hell do we stop it?" said Misato. Ritsuko shook her head. "I have no idea." "The ET field," said REI. "What?" said Misato. "A sufficiently powerful ET field is effectively impenetrable." "You can't just catch something going that fast," said Ritsuko. "It'll smash right through even the strongest field, the same way the positron cannon punched through the 6th Angel's field." "Wait," said Misato, "you're a genius. We could shut down the power grid again, channel everything through the EVIS dash." "It still wouldn't be enough," said Ritsuko. "It would go right through the field." "If it struck it head-on," said REI. "May I make a suggestion?" Ritsuko looked at her, an odd look of approval in her eyes. Even Asuka seemed to notice it, her gaze flickering between the two. Misato coughed. REI moved to the table and picked up a pencil. "You are taking a flawed approach." She underlined the Angel's projected speed. "Even at the minimum speed you have calculated, the Angel will be exceeding escape velocity by a considerable degree." "Go on," said Ritsuko. "It faces the same danger as any object attempting to re-entry. If it is deflected dash." Ritsuko's jaw dropped. "Brilliant, REI. It'll go skipping off into space, and no amount of energy will allow it to turn back around again." "Won't it just come back?" Ritsuko shook her head. "The stresses will probably tear it apart, and if not, it would take a huge amount of energy to perform that type of maneuver." "I have an idea, too," said Asuka, leaning forward. She snatched up a pencil of her own and jotted out a quick equation on the table. "We're thinking about energy weapons, because that's how our sniper rifle works." "And?" said Misato. "If it's going that fast, we can use its own energy against it. If we fire any solid projectile into the core, the Angel's own momentum will make it incredibly deadly. So," said Misato, "we let it come down, deflect it with your AT fields." "AT field," REI corrected. Channeling the energy through one Evangelion will be much more efficient, and will generate a stronger field than two could together. Due to the conversion loss, yes, said Ritsuko. Brilliant, both of you. Asuka grinned. So one of us projects a field, while the other fires a solid shell straight into the core. Misato nodded. Here's what we'll do. We jury-rig the scope and aiming system from the positron rifle onto a pallet gun. REI, get down to the cages. I'll send Maya and Hyaga down there to get started on modifying the gun. We'll need to calibrate the aiming system. Asuka, you're going to be our catcher. Unit 1 is going to pump out the strongest possible field it can, and redirect this goddamn thing into space. I'll start working on a guidance program, said Ritsuko. We're going to have a very narrow angle for the field, here. Let's go, said Misato. I need to find Kaji, so he can actually do his job. We need to get some kind of warning out about the secondary impacts. Hyaga knocked on the door frame and leaned over. I think we have that covered, Captain. A man-sized object just crossed the Sea of Japan at Mach 12. Paolo heard the commotion on the deck of the Ave Maria and turned from the wheelhouse. His crew, 3 hardened men with years at sea, aboard the Maria and other fishing boats, were standing on his deck ignoring their tasks and staring up at the sky. He opened his mouth to hurl an invective at them and order them back to work when he happened to glance upwards, and he, too, craned his neck to the sky. A second moon had appeared in the heavens, a bright flaming sphere that trailed behind it rich black smoke, as from a coal fire. It was moving across the sky at astonishing speed, coming from a sharp angle to the horizon. He felt something, a pressure in his chest, and saw a long, wide white cap sweep away from the shore, past the Maria's prow and out to sea. The boat rocked, and a larger, stronger wave pushed away from land and swept under his little boat, lifting it. Instinctively, he put his hand on the rail and clamped down, hard. He shouted at the men, but the sound was lost in the sudden rush of air. It didn't matter, as they clung to the gunnels themselves, and turned just in time to see something red, blue, and silent flash over their heads without a sound. For a moment, he thought it was some kind of UFO, a flying saucer from television. The sonic boom cracked the windows, and nearly made him fall. He could see the path of the small object clearly, from the trail of steam that followed it and the wave that formed on the sea surface as it passed. Que fue-eso? Fue un avión. Paolo called. Es Superman. Part of what made flying at ultrasonic speeds difficult was, other than the flapping of his own eardrums, the complete absence of sound. He could still see perfectly well, though, and what he saw was a perfectly smooth white sphere the size of a city bus, heading down through the atmosphere at a sharp angle, quick enough to superheat the air around it into plasma. He had no real choice, other than to slow it down enough to prevent it from hitting the water. Once it struck the ocean, it would dump all of its energy into the water, creating a massive pressure wave that he simply would not be able to stop, as it would spread too far, too wide, too quickly. Not even he could hold back the ocean. He could feel the heat pouring off the projectile as he approached. It was coming in at a steep angle, rolling over itself in flight, a curled mass of hardened fibers. A wave of turbulence hit him as he drew closer, buffeting him back until he fell into its trail. He reached out, putting his head down to keep the smoke out of his nostrils, until he felt his fingers dig into the fibrous surface, crushing under his fingers like wound-up hairs. When he had a grip on it, Shinji pulled himself onto the surface and planted his feet, and started to crawl along the surface. He tried pulling it first, but the top layer of the object broke off with a loud crunch and tumbled off into the air behind him. Remembering the airplane, he thought better of that and moved around the other side, crawling on all fours, until he was in front of it. When he pushed against it, he could feel it starting to crack under the pressure. The ocean was perilously close, now, and he only had a few seconds. If he let it break up, the impact would still send a massive wave rippling out. He could feel the ocean spray as he turned it, redirecting its momentum back up, towards the sky. He let himself roll around until he was behind it again, put his hands on it, and gave it a gentle push. The water tilted lazily as it fell away beneath him, and the sky darkened as the atmosphere thinned and the stars winked into being. A trail of cloud surged up behind him, and at last, he had an answer to that question that had so plagued him. He released the great tumorous chunk of angel stuff and watched it from the edge of vacuum as it drifted off into space, and turned. He could see the great mass of the angel itself high overhead, almost imperceptibly moving towards the edge of the atmosphere even as it rapidly orbited, moving so fast through the vacuum that he doubted he could catch it. In any case, it didn't matter. Another piece of angel flesh had detached and was not so much drifting as powering downwards at a steep angle, and as he watched, he saw the bright glow of superheated air forming around it. "That's great," said Misato, putting the handset in the lab down. She picked up her folder and headed out of Ritsuko's empty lab, where she'd just looked over the cobbled-together specifications for the new sniper variant of the standard pallet rifle. In the hallway, she nearly ran into Kaji. She tried to duck to the side to get around him, but he grabbed her arm. "What?" she snapped, harder than she meant to. "Look," he said. "I dash." "What?" "You know there's a pretty good chance dash. We're all going to die?" "Yes, Kaji, I'm aware of that." "I don't think we are." She stopped. "What?" "I don't have time for this." He let go of her arm. "I just wanted to say." "What?" "What did you just want to say?" He leaned over and kissed her on the cheek. "I'm sorry. If we die, I want to die knowing I said I dash." "I get it," she snapped, pushing him away. She didn't need this now, and she didn't need to be blinking tears out of her eyes. "You're usually smoother than this." "I'm having a rough day." Who was on the phone? "The bridge," said Misato. The object headed for the Atlantic was diverted back into space. "We're tracking Superman, he's somewhere in France right now." "We might actually make it," said Kaji. "It doesn't matter if we don't stop the main mass." "Please, I have work to do." "Yeah," said Kaji, "me too." As he passed, she hurried down the hall, darted into the open elevator, and slapped the button. She leaned against the back and took in a deep breath, shuddering. What the hell was she doing this to herself for? She hit the button for the cages and waited, arms folded across her chest. She did her best to straighten herself when the doors opened and she stepped out, the cold air of the cage unfolding over her. She was surprised to find Asuka lurking in an alcove, dressed in her plug suit, her hair folded over one shoulder. She had her phone out and was staring at it looking by turns infuriated and worried. "What's wrong?" "Shinji doesn't answer his phone," Asuka said quietly. "He's not on base." Misato ducked in beside her, resting a hand on her shoulder. "Oh," she said, "I'm sure he'll be fine. He's probably in the shelter with all of your classmates." Asuka nodded, a stuttering unsure gesture, as if she was afraid moving her head too hard might shake tears out. "You're right, it's just." "You're scared," said Misato. "I know. I am too. You don't show it." Misato blinked. "It's going to be okay. We'll make it." "What if we don't?" said Asuka, staring at the phone. "I've never really told him, you know, how I feel." Misato swallowed. "You will. When you're out there, just remember how important it is that as you come back. I know this is hard, Asuka, but everyone in the whole world is counting on you, right now. Everyone." Asuka straightened. "I can do this." She looked around the corner at Unit 1. "We can do this." "Come on," said Misato, "I have to run you through the control program that Ritsuko made up for your outfield." Shinji was in trouble. There were too many, and they were coming down too fast. He wasn't sure where he was, somewhere over Germany or Austria maybe, and he was trailing behind the next incoming projectile as he chased after it. There was no sound but the rushing of his own blood in his ears, and the air had sucked all the tears out of his eyes. The immense pressure of hypersonic flight was crushing his arms to his sides like a straitjacket. He was afraid for a moment that he wasn't going to make it. The bright, smoky trail of the incoming object was ahead of him now, and he was beginning to feel actual fatigue, a welling tiredness behind his eyes that was so alien it took him a moment to remember what it was to be tired. He wasn't going to be grabbing all of these things and shoving them back out into space this time. He'd need to come up with something else. He saw glittering lights on the horizon and realized what the angel was aiming for. He thought he saw signs in Russian, but he was going so fast he had to close his eyes for a moment. When he opened them, he saw the coiled mass of the angel's weapon screaming in on the target, lighting the trees afire from its passage. He swept off to the side, hoping that if he couldn't redirect it into space, he could at least divert it. He put his head down and pushed, willed himself to go faster and faster, and he wasn't sure if he was screaming or not anymore. He wheeled, he turned, and he rammed it. He felt the impact. He thought he put his arms out, but it didn't seem to matter. The pressure wave cascaded over him, crushing him, rolling down every part of his body at once until it felt like his eyeballs were trying to force themselves out through his ears. He had a vague sense of falling through space, of the world turning and upending on itself, and the return of sound as he slowed and the cold slap of wet grass under his face until he skidded to a stop. He opened his eyes, to find a thin man in coveralls staring down at him. He groaned, clutching his head as he sat up. What? He tried to think. Russian? No, Ukrainian maybe. He looked up at the sky, and his vision fuzzed a little. The night sky had gone bright, lit by 1,000 spreading embers, a wave of flaming debris that spread out from the bursting point. He'd succeeded in finding a way to take them down quickly, it seemed. I'm sorry, I have to go. The thin man in the overalls shrugged. 2 more of them are down, said Maya, as she walked into the lab. Great, Ritsuko said absently. She was busy going over the 2 new programs she'd written with a fine-toothed comb, making sure there were no mistakes. Even a tiny error would doom them all, and the angling of the shield Asuka projected had to be flawless. She stopped and took in a deep breath. There was nothing else to do, it was now or never. She typed in the command to load the program and stood up, ready to head up to the control room above the cages to monitor everything personally. Maya was standing in her way. Ritsuko. Ritsuko sighed. What is it? Before we go, I know that well, if things go wrong, we dash. Ritsuko stared at her, and her breath formed into a lump in her throat. She felt it all, the weight of about 4 hours of sleep in 2 days, the pressure of designing a program for a function no one had ever imagined for the most complicated weapons system on Earth, the stress of figuring out how to mash together 2 completely different artillery pieces into something functional that wouldn't blow up in REI's face and kill them all. On top of that, there was the folder full of data on her desk and the consequences if Gendo ever learned she'd been reducing the dosages on REI's medications. A tiny voice whispered. You're better than you think you are. Fuck it, said Ritsuko. Excuse MMMPH. Maya's chirping confusion was cut off as Ritsuko stepped in, batted the folder she held out of the way, and kissed her. Maya went stone still for a moment and then melted against her, dipping slightly under her taller mentor to slid her arms around Ritsuko's waist. Ritsuko pulled back. When this is over we'll take it nice and slow. I just wanted to make my intentions clear. Consider them clarified, Maya said, breathily. We should, downstairs, the Evis and things are dash. Right, said Ritsuko, scooping up a cold cup of coffee to gulp the rest of it down. Let's go. REI walked Unit 0 into position, carefully threading her umbilical behind her so that, if she was forced to move, she could quickly cover ground without getting tangled up and losing her power supply. Mounted in the armaments building was her new weapon, a hastily assembled combination of pallet rifle and positron sniper cannon, the body of the latter with the targeting system for the other. The entire program had to be rewritten to compensate for the ballistic characteristics of the projectile, and she would only have one shot. Her target would be moving so fast that she'd be dead by the time she realized she missed. Captain Katsuragi appeared in her vision. By the icon at the bottom of her image, she knew that Asuka, kneeling in Unit 1 at the other end of the city at the limit of her cable, could see the captain as well. She looked haggard, distracted, her eyes darkened by black circles and reddened. REI remained silent. We have good news. The Angel dropped 5 projectiles, over the Atlantic, the Ukraine, the Ural Mountains, Mongolia, and the Sea of Japan. They're all down. The Angel has entered its final approach. It's looped around the Earth, caught the gravity well, and will arrive here in 20 minutes. I need you both in position and committed. Asuka appeared in front of REI. I'm ready. I am in position, said REI. I am testing my reticle now. She brought the gun up, aimed it into space, and waited for the heads-up display to appear. She didn't actually have to look through the scope, only bring it up for the Magi to begin calculating the trajectory that the shot would take. Dr. Akagi appeared on her screen. "REI, I'm running the test now. This may feel a little weird. It's a little different from the normal program, but you'll adjust. Just stay quiet and focused." REI blinked. Why would Akagi instruct her to remain quiet? She did not normally. She jerked forward in her seat, and the gun dipped. She felt something, reaching for her through the EVA. She felt her synchronization fuzz as a moment of panic seized her in a cold grip, terrified she was going to lose control of the EVA again. Instead, she realized what she was feeling was a third presence huge and powerful, a mind utterly unlike the EVA, like three disparate voices crying out to each other. As she felt herself synchronizing with it, the voices quieted, and somehow, united, and then there was only REI again. She felt much larger. "REI? How is it?" "Processing," said REI, without quite understanding why she chose that word. "I am compensating. Yes, I am ready." She lifted the gun, and she knew where the reticle would be. Actually seeing it projected on her vision almost seemed superfluous. The feeling was profound, heady, she began to lose herself in it. "How do you feel?" "Whole," REI whispered. Kinsuk huddled against the cold wall of the shelter, breathing into his chest. He had his stupid Superman shirt on, just like Toji told him to, but he didn't feel brave. As a matter of fact, he was scared shitless and felt embarrassed to be sitting next to the other boy, who leaned against the wall and stared off, sort of vacantly. Hikari was sitting next to him, pressing up against him. "I heard it's bad this time," she said, softly. "Tomo says there's some kind of meteor or something coming down on us." "Superman will save us," said Toji, his quiet conviction so absolute that Kinsuk actually believed him for a second. Hikari swallowed. "What if he doesn't?" "He will," said Toji, almost angrily. "I know he will. Superman can do anything." Hikari nodded, but Kinsuk could see tears welling up around her eyes. If he doesn't, if we don't make it," she started, gasping for breath. Toji put his arm around her shoulder, and their fingers intertwined. "Will you go out with me?" She nodded heavily, and pushed her head into his chest. "I hope my sisters are okay." "They'll be fine," said Toji. Kinsuk sniffed a little and slid away from them, against the wall. He leaned his head against the cold stone and closed his eyes to force the tears back. He tried to call his dad, but he was probably at work at Nerve and didn't answer. He pulled out his phone and glanced at it, anyway. Reception was always touch and go down here, and he'd be lucky to get a text out. He ran his thumb down the smooth side of his phone. When it buzzed, he almost dropped it. He had a text message. There was something wrong with the number. He didn't recognize it. He realized that some of the numbers weren't supposed to be read as numbers, but as letters. BR41 and 14C. "Are you there?" it said. He typed yes and hit reply. "I am your friend." Confused, he typed yes. "Everything will be alright." What he typed, but there was no reply. Asuka stood up. Unit 1 took up a position on the other side of a low rise, feet buried in the ground as if she were about to sprint. Akagi's program projected the oncoming path of the angel, though she couldn't see it yet. She could see a view of the bridge, where Misato was pacing back and forth. Mentally, she moved the view to the corner of her eye to better focus on her target, and leaned back into her seat. "We're shutting down the power grid in 5 minutes, said Misato. "We're going to lose all but basic communications." "Roger," said REI. "Yeah," said Asuka. "The program dash. We're keeping those systems up and connected. It's all on you too." Asuka felt a pressure behind her eyes. "Misato." "Yes, Asuka. It's been an honor." Misato blinked. Thank you." "Do you?" "Superman. Do you know where he is?" "We lost him on radar a while back," Misato said absently, looking around. "He stopped the one from coming down on the Chinese mainland and he just sort of disappeared." She said, "I need to know." Misato looked down and confused. What the hell? What is it? Your sync ratio just topped 80%, Asuka. Yeah, said Asuka, thickly, I'm thrilled. How much time do we have? Blackout in 3 minutes. I wish I could make a phone call from an Eva, said Asuka. I can arrange that, Rei said, softly. Asuka blinked. She realized it was on a private channel Misato couldn't hear. Can you cut me off from the bridge for a minute? I need some privacy before the blackout. Okay, said Misato. You've got about 2.5 minutes, and she vanished. Rei, said Asuka. Do it. She was shocked to hear a phone ringing. It seemed to come from everywhere. It rang twice, and went over to the voicemail. Hello, this is Shinji Ikari. You can leave a message for me at the tone. Asuka sucked in a breath. How much time did she have? Listen, Shinji, I can't believe I'm doing this, but, this is stupid, I can't do this, he won't even hear me if dash. Rei's voice was very calm, and very quiet. It is not stupid. Asuka took a deep breath of LCL, ignoring the taste. You make me happy, Shinji Ikari. I think I. She took another breath to force it out. I love you. The blackout is beginning, said Rei. Asuka barely heard her. The Evangelion jerked, and she felt something curious in her chest, like her heartbeat had suddenly doubled, her own heart followed by some kind of echo, bigger and more powerful. It came again, the whole Eva shuddering with it, a thunderous sound, and she felt more in tune with than ever. She was beginning to forget where her own body began and the Eva's ended. When she looked up at the sky, she just saw it. She had to concentrate to remember that the controls and the walls of the plug were there at all. A second sun appeared in her sight. The reticle unfolded. Unfolding at field, she said, to no one in particular. Shinji flew. It was easier to move at speed through the thinner air of the upper atmosphere, so he chased the angel there. Chased it wasn't precisely the right word, as he was moving so quickly that he had no choice but to intercept it, move perpendicular to it and try to guess its path. Through the superheated plasma envelope that swirled around it, he could see its form, a great writhing mass, the central core buried deep within. As it moved, it unfolded, the back extending off into space, writhing and shaping itself into some new form. He turned his head and saw Unit 1 far below. Rei was in Unit 0 far behind her, positioned with her rifle propped up. She had a new gun, he saw, but it looked like a pallet rifle with a scope on it, whatever that meant. He turned, feeling the air warp and twist around him. He had to get in front of it, it was going too fast. His suit was ripped in a dozen places and his cape was hanging off by one shoulder, and his head was pounding. Rei fired. He watched the slug, actually a trail of 3 slugs, zip over Asuka's head, red hot from their own speed. They moved with agonizing slowness compared to the angel itself. He bit his lip and would have crossed his fingers as he watched the projectiles move towards the incredible bulk of the angel, moving in a slight arc. They hit, and he refocused his gaze to see through the creature's body, watching as they tumbled end over end through it. 2 of them missed, but the third struck true, split the core, and shattered it. By then, it was too late. Just as the third projectile was about to strike, the core lit like a tin star and pumped a massive plume of energy from the rear of the angel's body. It lurched in the air as accelerated further, the superheated air around its forward face so hot that it was blazing white, almost ready for the trace hydrogen in the air to begin fusing. He didn't have a choice. He was going to have to catch it. He dove for it. He put himself in the angel's path, hooked his feet in the air, and got ready. The heat washed over him in a wave that ripped the air out of his lungs and brought out an instant coating of sweat from his skin, which in turn evaporated so fast it may as well never have been there at all, chilling him. His cape ignited, turned to dust, and blew away on the wind as the layer of modified plug suit over his chest divided and opened up. All he felt was it hitting him. The angel's bulk smashed him out of his position, turned him around backwards, and plastered him to the surface. It was dead, the core was shattered, but physics had taken over, and there was no stopping it now. He saw Unit 1 standing fast, and the biggest atfield he'd ever seen unfolded before her, so strong it was visible, a series of interlocking hexagons of solid orange light, layered one over another in a column that extended up miles into the sky. He could see the Eva straining, fists clenched, to produce the field, and there was smoke rising from the umbilical. He saw the angle of the shield she was making, and realized what they were trying to do, but it was too fast. He was going to have to bleed off some speed. He tried to turn but couldn't, the air pressure was too much. So he pitched his head forward until he could kick his legs out, balancing the gigantic mass on his shoulders. He put his arms up and buried his hands in the fleshy shell of the angel, and pushed as he had never pushed before. The air under him warped, bent somehow as he pushed against it, and he clenched his teeth only long enough to start screaming with fury. Imperceptibly, impossibly, the angel's dead form started to slow. He could feel it, just barely at first, and then more and more. With no life in it, it had no way of pushing back against him. Tiny white points floated in his vision. He was starting to slide across the surface, and he began to realize he wasn't slowing it anymore. For a bare second, the world went black, and when he opened his eyes again, he was tumbling through the air over Japan. He thought he saw the impact, but he might have imagined it. The angel's body hit the first pane of Asuka's field, seemed to roll a little, and simply crashed through it. She adjusted, somehow, and extended her field, making it not long but wide, forming it into a sort of track. The angel didn't stop but deflected, and as he closed his eyes, its roiling mass was surging back up into the atmosphere, back out towards space. He closed his eyes as the concrete roof of a building rushed up to meet him. Misato stood on the bridge, dumbstruck. She had an awareness of what she'd just seen, but the realization of it, the full weight of what she'd just watched through the EVIS gun cameras, the only source of a feed during the blackout, took a moment to sink in. She wasn't alone. The entire room was hushed. It was the return of the lights, the heavy thunk as the power came back up to the secondary systems and climate control and lights that did it. She'd never heard so much cheering in her life. Hayaga and Aoba jumped up and hugged each other, and then quietly sat down, looking terrible embarrassed. When she looked over her shoulder, she saw Fuyutsuki leaning over the commander's desk, looking as if he was about to throw up. Even the commander had leaned back in his seat, visible relief on his face. "Hey!" Hayaga cried over the din. Misato raised her arms and motioned for quiet. She had an unease building in gut, a creeping coldness that had moved to her spine and was working its way up. "What now?" Hayaga swallowed, hard. "We have a problem. The seismographs picked up movement around Mount Asama and, the Magi have confirmed another blue pattern. It's tunneling towards us right now." Misato took a deep breath. "Get me a map, and do it now. Put the pilots on." Asuka and Rei appeared on screen. Rei was calm, almost dreamy. Asuka had the most precious, grinning look of triumph on her face. It sank into a frown when she saw Misato's look and registered it. "What is it? What happened?" "There's another angel." "Yes," said Rei. "From Mount Asama." Misato blinked. "How did she?" "That's right. It appears to be burrowing underground." "Projections are coming up now," said Hayaga. "It's about 70 or 80 meters underground, skimming along the bedrock. When it gets here, it's going to emerge from the inner wall of the Gia front." "Okay," said Misato. "We don't have time to come up with a way to force it to surface. I want you both to get to the elevators and get back down here so we can set up a defensive position." "Captain," said Aoba, "there's more. If this project path is correct, it's going to go through 2 of the shelters." Misato paled. "Oh my god, how many dash?" 2,000, including the kids from the high school." "Oh my god," said Misato, "get them on the line now, tell them we need to evacuate." Rei was apparently still listening. "That will not be fast enough. We will need help." "What?" said Misato. Shinji opened his eyes, but lazily. His whole body hurt, especially his hands. When he held them in front of his eyes, they were raw and bleeding, and he realized what he was feeling was pain. The sensation was so unfamiliar it took him a moment to realize that pain really hurt. A lot. He groaned. Something huge pushed against his side, and he sat up. Unit 0 was standing in the street, crouched over the building where he'd landed, that is, made a crater of the roof, nudging him with one gigantic finger. Ari's voice boomed through the external speakers. "There is another angel approaching." "What?" he said, blearily. "You gotta be kidding me. I must return to the geofront. It is tunneling towards the city now, and will breach some of the shelters." He stood up, stumbling a bit. "Where?" "Near the high school." "Thank you," he said. He ran to the edge of the roof, took off, and very nearly clipped the roof of the next building before he strained back up into the air. He felt like there were iron weights dragging him down, pulling him back to earth by his feet. He could see the high school, and willed himself towards it, fighting to remain steady. His vision was beginning to spin as he landed, and he took a moment to stand up and just soak in the sun through his exposed skin, breathing deep as he did. He could hear the angel coming, a deep rumbling under the ground, and he felt it pouring up his legs through the soles of his feet. He ran alongside the school to the shelter doors, tore them up, and dashed down the stairs. The main blast door was down. He wedged his fingers under it, grunted, and forced it back up. He heard a sudden surge of panic behind the door as he stumbled inside. Superman. It was Toji. Shinji blinked. He had to keep his head, remember not to give anything away. He was so tired. "Get out," he said, "everybody out, there's an angel dash." "But the shelter," said Hikari, "we dash." "Underground," he panted, "break the walls, have to get out." Toji worked himself under Shinji's arm and helped him stand. "No," said Shinji. "I have to warn the others dash." "You're not going by yourself," said Toji. "We've got your back." Hikari turned around. "Come on, everybody out. Out now. Let's go." "Not north or south," said Shinji. "East or west, hurry." Toji and Kinsuke held him under the arms until he was back out in daylight again. He leaned on his knees and breathed in, and every breath hurt. He touched his side, and a sudden lance of pain ran up his body, forcing a gasp from his throat. "You need to rest or something, man," said Toji. "I can't," was all he managed. He sank to his knees again. More boys crowded around him, and he felt arms around his legs, working under his sides. They were picking him up. Toji was barking orders at people in blue t-shirts, while Hikari had gathered a group of girls in pink ones, pointing and gesturing them as they nodded vigorously. Shinji's eyes drooped closed. He forced them open again, and gestured for them to put him down. "Come on, man," said Toji. "You're falling apart." "I have to," he said as they lowered him onto his feet. He did feel his strength returning, surging back, it seemed through his skin. He forced himself to stand up. He turned, and though it was blurry, he could see the angel moving through the earth, dragging itself forward with great sweeping motions of mandible-like arms, great and furry like a tick's leg. Each one of them was burning its way through the ground itself, melting it into a trail of molten rock that ran behind it. That was important, somehow, he just didn't know why, not yet. He had to think, but everything was fuzzy, spinning. His head hurt. He realized he was walking, and he wasn't alone. He stumbled, and Toji moved to hold him up, but he shook loose and did it on his own. He could see the entrance to the other shelter he had to clear, and started towards it. Toji stopped him with a hand on his chest. "Go, we've got this." Shinji shook his head and started jogging. He knew he could run if he pushed it, but he didn't try. He made it down the steps to the shelter, yanked the blast door up with a grunt that was more from pain than exertion, and stumbled inside. He was greeted by frightened faces. "We have to go," he said, his voice booming through the shelter. "We have to go, now." "The shelters," Asuka demanded, staring into Misato's two-dimensional face projected before her. "Shinji's there, he dash." "Superman is there," said Misato, standing up from her console. "He's evacuating them." Asuka relaxed in her seat, and for a moment feared she would slip out of it, before she shook her head to clear the cobwebs. She had to focus. "How much time do we have?" "I don't know," said Misato. Asuka stomped across the floor of the geofront, feeling oddly dwarfed by the great shape of the pyramid and the blast shield that rose up around it. REI was leaning rocket launchers against the armored wall, and had set up 4 pallet rifles in a pile of the huge magazines in neat stacks. Asuka picked up a pair of the rifles and slung them under her arms, working Unit 1's armored hands around the grips until she was sure they were secure. "Set up a defensive position behind the shield wall," said Misato. "What's the plan?" said Asuka. "Shoot it," said Misato. "Shoot it," said Asuka, closing her eyes. "That's your whole plan. Shoot it. Look, I'm tapped out. You want to hop out of there and calculus up a plan, knock yourself out." "What is the ETA?" said REI. "We've got maybe 10 minutes, said Misato. "It's going to hit the shelters any minute." REI dutifully continued stacking weapons while Asuka held up her rifles and scanned the walls of the Jia front, expecting a breach through the vast curvatures of smoothly cut rock at any moment. The city over their heads was in full alert mode, dangling down beneath the mirror system. Asuka closed her eyes, and though she wanted to feel tired, she couldn't. "What's my sync ratio?" "Really?" said Misato. "You're asking me this now? Tell me." Misato sighed. "Don't let this go to your head. Currently reading 8-9. Currently. Can we talk about this later?" Asuka sighed, and pressed her eyes closed again. She was about to ask how much longer she would have to wait when she felt it, or rather, the Eva felt it, and passed it on to her. A deep rumbling shook the ground beneath her feet, and she felt it running up the Eva's shins. She readied herself, and REI picked up the now scopeless positron rifle, working a fuse into the bolt. "What are you going to do with that?" "I believe the term is eyeball it," said REI. "Get ready," said Misato. It began as a great ripping sound. The glittering tram lines that ringed the interior of the cavern fell away, twisting and bending in the air like ribbons as they tore free of their moorings and tumbled down. A mound of earth pushed in, cracking the inner surface of the rock, and a torrent of loose mud flowed in, spreading quickly across the forested floor of the cavern. Behind it, moving like thick clay, came a rolling fountain of dull red rock. The angel moved within the great mass, reaching out with long feelers studded with thin hairs that held clumps of still hot rock to it, like an armored shell. It dragged its main body out into the open and Asuka felt her stomach turned. It gathered the most disgusting features of a spider, a roach, and some sort of deep-sea arthropod. It slid out of the wall, pulling itself forward with its great feelers while thousands of tiny legs worked along its back, scratching feebly at the ground. "Shoot it," Asuka shouted, "shoot it." REI opened up, firing a blast from her sniper rifle that rolled her upper body back. Her shot schemed along the angel's back, digging a deep furrow in its armored body, and she leaned into the gun as she worked the bolt. Asuka readied both of her rifles and opened up on it, firing controlled bursts that gouged out enormous craters on its back. It began dragging itself forward, ignoring their fire, and folded its head under its body as it did, obscuring its beady black eyes. Asuka's guns were tapped out. She dropped one, dropped the mag from the other, and mechanically knelt to pick up the next magazine. When it ran dry, she picked up another. When REI's sniper rifle ran out of fuses, she knelt down and took Asuka's other rifle, keeping up the fire. When Asuka dropped her mag, she put the gun down and picked up one of the rocket launchers. It interfaced with the Eva's systems and a reticle appeared in her view. Fires were spreading around the angel's body, the trees going up as flames licked at their needles and leaves, turning them into blackened sticks as it moved itself along, gradually building speed as it drug itself. Its body was beginning to sink into the ground, and the huge feelers were as much digging as they were dragging. "You have to destroy it before it starts to burrow again," said Misato. "Once it gets underground, we have no way to dig it out." She pulled the switch and the rocket pushed of the launch tube, rolling her back as step. It screamed across the Jia front at the tip of a thin streamer of smoke, and when it hit, the detonation was deafening in the confined space. The angel screamed and fell, pressing into the ground, and a great molten wound opened on its back. "It's not bleeding," Asuka said absently. "What?" said Misato. "We're not hurting it. It's making itself a body out of rock, somehow. We're not going to do enough damage this way. So what do we dash?" A blue streak passed her head. Unit 1 focused on it. Asuka's heart leapt into her throat. She'd never seen him look that banged up anymore. He looked at the angel as he hung in the air in front of her face, glancing between her and Rei. Asuka thumbed the switch for her external speakers. It's rebuilding with rock. We're not going to damage it enough to keep it from burrowing into dogma. He looked at her, looked at the angel, and then spun in a lazy circle. He bobbed in the air, as if he was having a hard time keeping aloft. Without a word, he turned and headed for the underground lake. What the hell is he dash? Hovering maybe 50 feet over the lake, he reared up, and breathed. For a moment she thought it was her imagination, but she saw the trees, even the burnt ones, leaning in towards the center of the cavern as air rolled over the grass and agricultural fields in waves. With a heavy whomp, the fires went out, their oxygen extinguished. Finally, he closed his mouth, chest proud, and all in motion, bent down and blew it back out. The lake rushed away from him, a great wave rising from where he hovered over it, but the water couldn't escape the cold from the super-compressed air. It went solid, great crystal spears of ice rising over the edges of the lake. Asuka's eyes widened. "Rei, come on," she shouted, dropping the launch tube. "I see your plan," said Rei, following her. The angel ignored them, continuing to burrow into the ground. It had sunk halfway in, and red-hot glow surrounded it where the earth melted and formed into a single solid, soft mass. Asuka looked down at the ice, and back at the angel. "Unfold your field under it. We need to pick it up." "This is insane," said Misato. "It beats shoot it," said Asuka. Asuka relaxed, and let the field unfold in front of her. She slid Unit 1's arms under the ice, which was already cracking and starting to melt. She looked across the lake at Rei. The fields they unfolded wouldn't cover the entire surface area, but a long chunk of ice started to lift up. Asuka urged the Eva forward and Rei did the same, until they were under it. The middle of the ice sheet began to buckle, until Superman pushed himself under it, pressing his back into it to keep it from falling. "Okay," said Asuka, "on 3, run over and dump this thing on it." Rei nodded, and Asuka counted down. "On 3. She charged, Rei falling just a split second behind. She could feel the ice cracking, hear it singing in a voice made of rumbling, tearing sounds. She pushed, grunted, and lifted the ice up as high as she could before bringing the whole mass down on top of the angel. There was a scream, but it wasn't the creature, it was the sudden onrush of steam rolling over her. The temperature in the plug surged, and she felt pinpricks of sweat forming on her forehead, then dissolving into the LCL. She shook her head and reached up to draw her prog knife. The angel became a screaming, shuddering mass of solidified, shrunken rock. As it moved, she could see that most of its body was mere facade, cold and now unmoving. Only the feelers moved, blackened shards of stone crumbling from the hairy fibers as it feebly crawled at her. She stomped forward, yelped as her foot sunk into hot rock, and grabbed the feelers. Rei moved beside her, took a grip, and together they pulled. The angel tore free, much smaller than it had originally appeared. A fleshy body, radiating such heat that it made the air shimmer, tore loose from the rock body, streaming thick orange streamers of melted rock like mucus behind it. Asuka pulled it free and twisted, lifting it and slamming it into the ground. She saw the core exposed on its underbelly, flecked with cooling bits of rock. It gave a keening wail, and she reached and drew her prog knife. She took it in an overhand grip, lifted it in both hands, and brought it down with a satisfying crunch into the angel's core. It wailed, flailing its feelers feebly, and almost instantly cooled, streamers of smoke and steam rising from its limbs. "I need a shower," Asuka groaned. Misato regretted the decision to drive home. She made it official when she left she wasn't coming back until the next day. The dimmed reports could wait. She was so tired she thought she could just lie back and fall asleep right behind the wheel, and the docile handling of the rental car didn't help. She really needed to buy a new car, but she was going to need a raise for that. She half expected Asuka to fall asleep, but the girl was awake, leaning on the door, and furious staring at her phone. She'd called Shinji 3 times, and there was still no answer. "You really did silence me before the blackout, right?" "Yes," said Misato. "No one heard you swear your undying love, I promise." "Good, hey, wait." Misato grinned a Cheshire cat grin. I'm not stupid. I just want to know how the hell REI figured out how to use the EVIS to make a phone call. Don't worry, no one eavesdropped on you. One of good things going was the lack of traffic. Misato ignored half of the red lights, slowing to make sure no one was coming before powering on through the intersections. She needed a shower, and she needed some sleep. It took a minute to dawn on her that she would have added beer to that list not long ago, but it didn't come naturally anymore. She almost had to remind herself. Asuka lifted her phone and dialed again, holding it to her ear. Misato could see the tension in her face, but said nothing. Asuka bit her lip, and then started tugging at her lip with her finger while she waited. Misato heard it click over to the voicemail, and Asuka nearly threw her phone down onto the floor. Why doesn't he answer? Maybe something happened to his phone during the evacuation, said Misato. I checked, no one was hurt in the shelters. Misato made the turn towards the apartment complex. There was a light on in the apartment. See, said Misato, he dropped his phone or lost it in the commotion or something. He's fine. Asuka still looked tense, and Misato couldn't blame her. For all she might say otherwise, Misato was worried, too. It was unlike him not to just show up at headquarters after the fight, or call, or something. He was probably up there apologetically cooking dinner for them. Misato yawned as she rolled into the parking lot. The balcony door is open, said Asuka. There's something on the door. Misato threw the car into park, wrenched the key out of the ignition, and half fell out the door, Asuka moving in the same rush. Misato chased after her. The security detail hadn't caught up yet, it was dangerous to just go running into the building. Misato caught another glimpse of the balcony as she ran up the stairs. The mark on the door looked a lot like a smear of blood. Asuka stopped at the door, pounding on it with her fists. Misato ran her card through the reader and Asuka almost fell through it. Misato tried to steady her, but the girl wrenched out of her grip, ignored the elevator, and ran for the stairs. Misato kicked off her heels and followed, huffing and puffing as she chased her up the 3 flights. The outer door to the apartment was undisturbed, and in the hallway, nothing was amiss. Asuka typed in the code and the door slid open, and she ran inside, or tried to. Misato finally got her arms around her and pulled her back. Let me go. Asuka shouted, flailing. She went quiet when Misato drew her pistol. Asuka followed quietly behind her. Misato ducked to check the hall closet, kept her gun on the corners as she moved into the living room, watching the kitchen. She stopped at the edge of the living room carpet. The door was hanging open, and there was a smear of red along the floor. The couch had been spun around, as if something heavy had hit it, leaving deep scuffs in the carpeting. Misato swallowed as she saw Shinji's backpack resting against the wall, the contents spilled, and lowered her gun. She walked around the couch, and Asuka followed. When she saw, a cold ball formed in her stomach. It took a moment to process what she was seeing. He'd opened the door, fallen to his knees, and dumped his stuff. Shinji crawled to the couch and hit it so hard it spun it around as he flopped on it. He lay there still, breathing shallowly, eyes closed, his head resting on the arm. A dull understanding fell over Misato, and she dropped her gun to the floor. Shinji was lying on the couch, stripped to the waist. It looked like he'd torn the scraps of the upper part of his uniform off, but it was unmistakable. The emblem, even torn to shreds, was unmistakable, as it lay on the floor. Part of her did not want to understand, but when she saw his glasses hanging feebly from one hand, she gave in to it. She didn't remember falling to her knees. Asuka crawled up to him and put her hand on his cheek, then on his neck, feeling for a pulse. "Oh God," she said, over and over again, until her voice faded to a whisper. "Oh God, nicht sterben. Bit nicht sterben. Ich brauch dich. Bit." His breathing got a little deeper, his chest heaving from effort. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Chapter 12, The Conversation. Ritsuko awoke with a start, so attuned to the buzzing of her silenced phone that she felt it through the bed. She'd simply collapsed there, not even bothering to fold the sheets down, in her clothes, her lab coat piled at her feet. She let the phone ring and started to drift back off to sleep, so tired that the effort of keeping her eyes open alone was enough to make her yawn. Just when she was drifting out of consciousness, it started buzzing again. Without rising, she put it to her ear. "What?" "Ritsuko," Misato said, her voice high and strained. "It's me, listen, I need you to come over." "Why?" she groaned, slapping her hand over her eyes. "I can't say over the phone. It's really important. Please." Ritsuko lifted her head from the pillow. It felt like her skull was full of cement. "Huh. Please," Misato said again, and hung up. With great effort, she got up on her elbows, blew out a breath, and fell back down again. She ran her fingers through her close-cropped hair, and it felt like she'd smeared Crisco in it before going to sleep. She managed to sort of half-roll to the side of the bed, her legs slid off the edge, and the jolt was enough to wake her up sufficiently to get on her feet, albeit shakily. She leaned on the wall for a minute and glanced at the clock by the bed. She'd been asleep for less than 2 hours. "Damn it," she muttered. Whatever Misato wanted, it sounded important, and she was already dressed, so she skipped the shower. She swirled some mouthwash, spat it in the kitchen sink, and headed out the door in a pair of slippers, not trusting herself on heels. She downed a can of coffee to wake herself up as she jogged down the stairs. When she stepped outside into the warm evening air, she felt a distinct chill that turned into a prickle on the back of her neck, as from being watched. She looked around, saw no one, and slid into her car. She had to keep her head off the headrest, or the sinking feeling of near slumber would overwhelm her and drag her eyelids down. The streets were still mostly deserted following the lockdown, so it was a quick trip across town to Misato's building. She pulled into the lot, threw her door open, and stood up, still feeling out of sorts. She happened to glance up at Misato's balcony, and a shiver ran up her spine. It looked like there was blood on the door. The glass parted, and Asuka ran out, leaning over the balcony, and waved at her. When Ritsuko got to the door, it buzzed open and she pushed the button for the elevator, thought better of it, and headed for the stairs. Asuka was standing in the hallway when Ritsuko hit the landing. The chill she felt became a creeping sense of unease, twisting at her shoulders. The girl looked like she'd been crying. Her eyes were red and bloodshot and her cheeks were raw, and she was biting her lower lip furiously. She looked around and rubbed her arms, as if against a chill. "What's wrong?" Asuka didn't respond. She grabbed Ritsuko's hand and half-dragged her into the apartment. In her dulled state, brought on by fatigue and the after-effects of 8 hours of stress and caffeine binging, it took her a moment to process what she was seeing. It was him. She pulled out of Asuka's grasp and ran around to the side of the couch, crouching beside the boy's neck. She checked his pulse first. It was weak, but it was there. His breathing was shallow, and even though unconscious, he seemed to wince every few breaths as he struggled to take in a deeper gasp of air. Livid bruises had formed around his eyes, and his hands were raw. He had a dozen small cuts across his chest and sides, and from the tenderness, he probably had a broken rib. "Why did he come here?" said Ritsuko. Misato, trembling at the foot of the couch, looked down. Ritsuko followed her gaze until she saw the pair of glasses that had dropped out of his left hand. Shinji is Superman. Misato just worked her mouth silently. She was shaking, hugging herself, and her cheeks glittered with tears. "Misato, get a grip," said Ritsuko. "I need to get him off the couch. We need to lay him out flat. You have to help me." Misato nodded and stood up. Ritsuko worked her arms under his shoulders, carefully supporting his head against her own, while Misato took his legs. Together, they brought him to rest on a sheet spread out on the carpet. Misato darted off and came back with a pillow, and slid it under his head. He mumbled something, but didn't open his eyes. Ritsuko gently probed his side. He definitely had a broken rib. "Help me get his pants off. I need to see if he has any other injuries. Do you have a first aid kit?" Silently, Misato ran to the bathroom and came back with a white box and a pair of scissors. Ritsuko took the scissors, worked them under the fabric of his uniform, and tried to cut, but the blades simply slid against the fabric. She grunted and pulled on it until it was a bit further from his skin, and suddenly it cut easily, dividing simply from being pulled. "What the hell?" said Misato. He must generate some kind of protective field around his body, Ritsuko said, absently. Once the separation started, it was easy to get him stripped to his underwear. She went over his legs carefully. He was bruised, but he didn't seem to have any broken bones. Now that he was lying flat, he seemed to breathe a little easier. He shook his head slightly and whispered something. "Shinji," said Ritsuko. "Can you hear me?" He didn't respond. He might have a concussion, or worse. "What do we do?" said Misato, her voice high and tight like a little girl's. "Should we go to a hospital?" Ritsuko frowned. "Probably not. He's not human. I'm probably the only doctor in the world that knows anything about his physiology." Misato didn't ask how, thankfully. "What do we do?" "Grab the sides of the sheet and help me get him as close to the window as possible. He needs sunlight." Misato looked at her in confusion, but didn't argue. Together, they moved him to where the last fading patch of sunlight fell on the carpet. He shifted slightly, but still didn't wake, and his eyes were too swollen to open, anyway. Misato sat down beside him and ran her fingers through his hair. "I still can't believe it. That it was him all this time. That I didn't see it before." Ritsuko sighed. "We need to disinfect and bandage these cuts. His immune system should be incredible, but I don't want to take any risks. We could use a third pair of hands." "Asuka," Misato called, "Asuka, come, here." "Shit," Ritsuko said under her breath. Asuka ran. The pavement stung her bare feet, but she ran anyway, arms flailing at her sides, her eyes stinging and blurred so that she feared she might fall. She didn't even know where she was running, only that she had to get away, to get out, to escape that stifling apartment where icy fear seized her and hot rage boiled in her stomach by turns. As fast as she ran, the inescapable thought was just behind her, peering over her shoulder, daring her to go faster. It boomed in her head and thundered in her veins with every pulse of her heart, like an electric fire in her chest that spread to her fingertips. "He lied to me." When she finally stopped, she leaned against the wall of a flower shop and looked around. The city was still mostly deserted, the great exodus from the shelters still underway. She glanced at the street sign and took a moment to get her bearings, and then started running for the residential district near the school. Her feet were bundles of agony, but she pressed on, swinging her arms in wild arcs as if the momentum would keep her moving. Hikari's house was a small thing, an artifact of the post-impact world where space was no longer at a premium. She ran up the sidewalk and around the back steps, to the door that led into the kitchen, and hit it so hard she almost fell back down. She pounded on the door with her balled fists, in between wiping at her face with the back of her arm, making her skin sticky with sweat, tears, and snot. "Hikari!" she screamed, yanking on the doorknob. "Hikari, answer me!" Of course, she wasn't home yet. The house was dark and silent as a grave. She trotted down the steps and turned around in Hikari's little backyard, transfixed by the little sand pit where her sister played and the quintet of bicycles bound to the fence. All around her were empty houses like mausoleums in an ancient lich yard, and between them silence rolled like thunder announcing a hard rain, and in the silence, a tiny voice whispered, "Die with me, Asuka." She started running again, without direction, running just for the sake of it, so the jarring pounding of her feet against the pavement and the wind rushing in her ears and her own pulse throbbing in her throat would ease the silence and chase the voices back into oblivion where they belonged, and yet still they chased her, the falling weight of it dragging on her shoulders and making her stumble. She stopped in the middle of the street and a sob, white-hot and thick, erupted from her throat. Tears stung her cheeks like the strike of a whip, and she let out a long, blubbering wail for Shinji and the promise he broke and the promises she was breaking right now. She scrubbed her face, cleaned and ground her teeth and willed herself to stop crying, but the tears flowed on until they dripped from her chin and patted softly on the front of her dress. She got up and she kept moving, though she had to walk, now. Her chest burned and she was shivering despite the evening heat. She veered from the road back up onto the sidewalk. On the hill above, she saw the school, and started walking there. Hikari. She needed to find Hikari. Hikari was kind. She would know what to do. As Kaji keyed the door to his small flat, his phone rang. He pushed the door open, checked the screen, and put it to his ear. Katsuragi? What dash? It's Asuka, Ritsuko said sharply, she's missing. What? Why? I can't say over the phone. Look, something happened. It's complicated. We need to find her and we need to find her now. Nerve can't know about this. What happened? Ritsuko sucked in a breath. Something happened to Shinji. Kaji hung up and darted into the apartment, pushing the door behind him closed with his foot. He ran to the closet, threw the door back, and shoved aside a rack of dress shirts. He felt along the back wall until he found the niche, worked his fingers into it, and pulled. The wall came loose with a low thump, and he pulled it free and set it up against the closet door. From within the compartment, he drew a long, low metal case secured with a series of latches, and opened it out onto the floor. His shirt came off, and he drew out the black compression polypropylene shirt from the case and pulled it on. The rest of his gear was on a heavy belt supported by shoulder straps. He shrugged into it and clipped it around his waist, then pulled the shirt back on, letting it hang loosely around him like a jacket. He picked up the silenced pistol he kept in the case, loaded it, checked the safety, and stuck it in a waistband holster at the small of his back, and artlessly shoved the case back into the cubby hole and ran out the door, fumbling to lock it behind him while he buttoned his dress shirt back up with his other hand. He took the steps down to the parking lot 2 at a time, ran across the asphalt, and jumped in the car. As fired up the Lotus and backed out of his space, he dialed Miss Ato's number, set the phone to speaker, and threw it on the seat beside him. It rang twice, and Ritsuko answered. You hung up on me dash. Be mad later, said Kaji. Tell me where she would go. I have no idea, Ritsuko growled, look, we're in trouble here, I dash. Put Katsuragi on. I'm not sure that's a good idea. Do it, damn it. He heard a muffled conversation and Miss Ato came on. What, she said, thickly. Katsuragi, I need to know where Asuka would go if she ran away. I don't know, Miss Ato wailed, I don't know what to do. I can't, I dash. Shut up, Kaji said, sharply. You can handle an angel falling out of the sky, you can handle this. Tell me where she would go. Her friend, maybe, said Miss Ato, after clearing her throat roughly. Hikari. Horiki, I think it is, I dash. Good, said Kaji, I'll check there first. But you don't dash. He hit the button to end the call, reached over, and pulled down the glove box. Inside, he flicked the switch on his cobbled-together computer system, tapped the voice search icon, and recited the girl's name. The computer spat back out an address and started giving him directions. Fuyatsuki buttoned his coat, slid the drawer containing his bottle of whiskey closed, and headed for the door of his office. As he stepped outside, he was nearly bowled over by Goro Yashida. The big man started to nudge him out of the way before Fuyatsuki clapped a hand on his shoulder. What's going on? Not your concern, said Yashida, shrugging out of his grip. I am the second in command of this organization. It is my concern. Has there been a security breach? Yashida stopped in the hallway without turning around. The second child slipped her security detail and has gone missing. I'm going over to that worthless Katsuragi woman's apartment and find out what happened. You will do no such thing, Fuyatsuki said quietly. I have my orders. Your orders are to dedicate all your efforts to the search. Pointing fingers will only waste time. I will take care of the situation at the apartment myself. Yashida eyed him. Whatever, he waved a hand, and stormed down the hall. Fuyatsuki wanted desperately to slump against the wall. Instead, he pushed back into his office, kicked the door shut with his heel, and opened his drawer, feeling the underside for the secret compartment. Not long after he'd cast away his old .45, he realized what a mistake he may have made and quietly took a sleek modern pistol from the armory and started keeping it in his office. He pulled it out, checked it, and slipped it in his pocket. Among its many virtues was a polymer frame that made it easier to carry on his person. He made sure his drawers were locked and quickly headed out from his office. The halls of Nerve were surprisingly deserted. After the intensity of the combat action, the world had gone quiet, and a skeleton crew now oversaw the operations of the base while most of the day crew was sleeping off the excitement. No one stopped the elevator, and he was in the parking garage in a few minutes. He walked past the row of staff cars, dismissing the drivers with a wave of his hand, and took one of the smaller, more discreet vehicles for himself, taking the key from a pegboard hanging near the exit. Thankfully, the streets were mostly deserted. He took shortcuts, cut corners, and drove up a few one-way streets until Katsuragi's block was in sight. No one seemed to notice him pulling into the lot, and he looked around carefully as he exited the car, awkwardly slipping his hand in his pocket to grasp his gun. He rushed to the door, moved to buzz the apartment, and thought better of it. Instead, he entered his personal override, and the door popped open. His knees protested as he took the stairs, disdaining the elevator. The hallway was deathly quiet, as it would be. Katsuragi had the entire floor to herself. He knocked on the door, waited, and knocked again. It slid open just a touch, and the captain regarded him with a bloodshot eye. "Sir," she said. "Can I, help you? I'm here to see Shinji." She blinked. He's not here, he's out." Fuyatsuki sighed and raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "How badly is he hurt?" Katsuragi trembled. Gently, Fuyatsuki slid the door open himself and stepped inside, respectfully slipping out of his shoes. To his surprise, Akage was there, leaning over the boy. He was heavily bandaged and she'd wrapped his ribs. His eyes were swollen shut and he was just lying there, breathing heavily. Akage looked up at him, opened her mouth, and then closed it silently again without speaking. "How long has he been out?" "He said something to Asuka when we got home," said Misato. "He's been unresponsive since then," said Akage. "I don't know what I'm doing here. He's burning up." Fuyatsuki knelt and touched Shinji's forehead with the back of his hand. He was indeed quite warm. "What's his temperature?" "It was 101 for a while, but it went down. I check it every 15 minutes. If it goes over 101, we're taking him to a hospital." Fuyatsuki nodded. "He hasn't responded at all. I didn't want to check his pupils with his eyes like that. This is beyond me. We should take him somewhere." "We can't," said Katsuragi, half falling onto the couch. "They'll experiment on him or dissect him or something." Fuyatsuki and Akage both stared at her. Akage sighed and sat down on the floor. "You know, she's right. We can't risk letting Seal get their hands on him," said Akage. "Who?" said Misato. Fuyatsuki sighed and sat down beside her. "It isn't safe to talk here." "This apartment isn't bugged," said Akage. "I'd know." Fuyatsuki shook his head. "I wouldn't risk it." "Will you stay here?" said Katsuragi. "I have to go out and look for her." "Watch out for Yoshida and his men," said Fuyatsuki. "They know she's missing and they're out looking for her." Katsuragi headed for the door. "I have to find her first." The school groaned. Asuka could see why. There was a great gouge in the earth, a low place where the angel pad passed underground and the soil above had collapsed into it. The shelter was demolished, the wall open and moaning in the high winds. There was a storm in the distance now, like a layer of grey stone hanging in the sky. The entire building creaked and groaned, and the section built over the shelter had simply fallen in. She headed inside. The doors were unlocked, and swung open easily. The cold tile floor stung her feet, and made her quicken her pace. She walked down the hall and took the turn to the classroom she shared with Rei and Hikari and Toji and his goofus friend, and Shinji. She stopped at the door, put her hand on the doorframe, and stared inside. The room was gone. She was standing on the edge of the rubble where the building had collapsed into the shelter. She leaned against the frame and just stood there for a while, staring out into the graying night. She turned and walked out of the school. It was dark and she stood on the front steps, feet bleeding, wild-haired, tears running down her red cheeks like some ancient banshee. She almost stumbled a few times as she descended the steps, and finally sat down at the bottom, sniffing and hugging herself. It was rapidly getting dark, and there were no lights around the school. The power was probably out. Asuka. She looked up to find Toji and Kensuke standing near the foot of the steps, staring at her. She shifted away from them, hugging her arms around her shoulders. "What do you want? Are you okay?" said Toji. What are you doing out here? Asuka said nothing. She turned her gaze to the cracked sidewalk and willed them to go away. Just leave me alone, she mumbled, leaning on her knees. Toji squared himself up. We can't do that. Superman would dash. Superman! Asuka screamed. Let me tell you about Superman. Superman is a showboating, lying, self-centered jackass. I hate Superman. He ruins everything. Do you hear me? He ruins everything. Toji's jaw dropped. She didn't want for him to reply. She got up, and she ran, pumping her legs as hard as she could without looking back. She heard them half-heartedly run after him, then trot to a stop. Of course they would, they didn't care about her. No one really cared about her at all. Kaji pulled up to the Horiki house in a screech, his Lotus bucking forward on its front tires as he pushed the brake pedal to the floor and yanked the emergency brake into place. He jumped out of the car and ran up to the front door of the house, leaving the car door yawning after him. He darted up the front steps and pounded on the door with his fist. A heavy-set man opened the door, looking bewildered behind round glasses. Who are you? Kaji flashed his identification badge. Is this the Horiki residence? Inspector. The man said, peering at the badge. Is there some kind of a problem? Is this the Horiki residence? Kaji repeated, clenching his jaw. Yes, what do you dash? Is Hikari here? Yes, of course, we just came home from the evacuation, and dash. I need to see her. Now. The man, her father, presumably, blinked, and called for her. The girl trotted down the stairs in, believe it or not, pink footy pajamas covered with unicorns. She came up to the door, looking at Kaji in confusion through the screen. Kaji put his hands on his hips. Are you Mr. Kaji? Said the girl. Asuka talked about you, she dash. Have you seen her? Hikari shook her head. Wouldn't she be at nerve or something? Kaji sighed. Look, she's gone missing. I need you to call me right away if she comes here, even if she asks you not to. Can you do that for me? Hikari nodded, and he handed her his business card as she opened the screen door. Will she be okay? If I have anything to do with it, said Kaji, turning to run back down the path to his car. As he reached the sidewalk, he saw a caravan of nerve SUVs rounding the corner, emergency lights flashing, and cursed himself. Asuka's relationship with Horiki must have been noted in her profile. He turned and half-jogged up the steps. Hikari, he shouted at her, tell them the truth. Don't try to hide anything, they'll arrest you. Her father reappeared at the door. What's going on? Why is this happening to us? I'm sorry, said Kaji. I'll do everything I can for you, but I have to find her first. Yoshida, the nerve security chief, personally lumbered out of the first of the vans and started barreling towards Kaji as he made for his car. He undid the last two buttons of his shirt as the big man approached, just to be sure. Yoshida loomed over him. You're not going anywhere. You're under arrest. Kaji looked him right in the eye. I'm not under your jurisdiction. Yoshida grabbed his arm. You're coming with me? That's one, said Kaji, shrugging out of his grasp. He turned to leave. Yoshida yanked his collar and turned him around. I think I'll bring you up on charges for that concealed weapon. Kaji brushed Yoshida's hand away. That's two. You listen here, you little shit, Yoshida grabbed his collar. I dash. 3, said Kaji. He swept his arms up between Yoshida's as he executed a small jump, giving himself some momentum. He brought his knee up into Yoshida's broad gut and flicked his calf out, hitting the bigger man's knee with a shin kick that knocked his feet out from under him. Yoshida scrambled forward, half falling, trying to grab at Kaji's arms, but he whirled out of the way and let him fall. Don't get up, said Kaji, and ducked into his car. He started the engine and threw the car into gear, then roared into the street, rapidly working the shifter. He yanked the e-brake to scream around the first curve, dropped into a lower gear, and floored it. One of the clumsy SUVs was lumbering after him, but by the second turn, he lost it. He glanced at his phone, and saw a missing text. It was from Hikari, and there was one word. School. It's been too long, said Fuyatsuki. Akage put a cloth soaked in cool water on Shinji's forehead. He didn't seem to notice. He was feverish, mumbling, his head moving from side to side. Neither of them could make out what he was saying, only that he seemed agitated. He should be waking up, said Akage. I don't understand this. There's that, but I meant the girl. Oh, said Akage. I know. This is bad, isn't it? When Gendo gets wind of this, there will be trouble. Is there anything you can do? I have about as much authority as my stapler, Fuyatsuki said quietly. No, there's nothing I can do for her, or Katsuragi. I wish there was. Asuka, Shinji groaned, his chest jerking. Akage craned over him, touching his neck for his pulse. I think he might be coming around. I don't know. We need to find her before he wakes up, said Fuyatsuki. Is there anything you can do? I could do? What could I do? There must be something, Fuyatsuki pressed. A favor you could call in, a resource you are not exploiting. Can we remotely access the Magi from here? Akage blinked. No, she said, quietly. But I know someone who can. She stood up and walked to the other side of the room, pulling her phone from her pocket. Fuyatsuki slid off the couch, cursing his old knees, and sat down beside the boy. He was twitching, now, silently mouthing words, and Fuyatsuki suddenly realized he was afraid. If Shinji went into some kind of fugue and started tearing the building apart, there would be nothing he could do to stop him. Akage hung up and walked back over, and sat down beside him. I did everything I could, said Akage. I just hope I'm not making a terrible mistake. Rei sat before her computers. She put her phone down, moved the three mice to bring them all to a waking state, and took in a breath. One by one, she opened the Magi terminal on each one, connecting her to the three individual minds that made up the system. She carefully ensured that her connection was encrypted and her location obfuscated by the proxy servers she had set up, but once she was logged into the system, it would no longer matter. She started to type. Her hands flew from keyboard to keyboard, her fingers danced over the keys, and the system spoke to her. The interface was clumsy and slow, and annoyed her. As her fingers moved faster and faster, the screens flashed as they accepted her commands. After a time, she could no longer tell where the screens ended and her eyes began, as if the exchange of information was taking place inside her mind. The system agreed with her and began dividing up the video feeds from around the city. She flicked through them one by one, looking for Asuka. When she did not immediately appear, she began playing back the feeds, first 1, then 3, then 10, then all of them. She realized she was no longer touching the keys. Curious. The feeling of her body began to fade. She felt like a passenger as she stood up, slipped into her shoes, and walked out the door. She stopped before she reached the bottom floor where her security detail waited to begin trailing her, aware of their movements from the cameras in the apartment they occupied. Instead, she turned and pushed open the door to one of the empty apartments on the second floor, walked to the balcony, and began climbing down the fire escape. She dropped the last few feet and landed neatly in a gymnast's dismount, and began walking. The cameras lost her at the school. She watched the playback in her mind's eye. Toji and Kensuke had spoken to her, but she ran away. The microphones on the cameras were not sensitive enough to hear what she said. Rei stopped in her tracks. She watched the taller boy take out his cell phone, and make a call. She felt a sort of dizziness as she heard the boy speaking in agitated tones to Hikari, telling her what he'd seen. She closed her eyes, and the recording from the school camera erased, along with all records of the cell phone call. There was another, a text message. She traced that, eyes closed, her vision filled with a luminous network of connections and meaning. It was intoxicating. She could see Mr. Kaji in his car, looking up at him from where his phone rested on the passenger's seat. "Excuse me," said Rei. Kaji jerked, and she heard the car swerve and the tires squeal. He picked up the phone and stared at it. "What the hell?" "This is Ayanami," said Rei. "You will meet me and pick me up. I will help you find her." "How are you accessing my phone?" I don't have video chat dash. Irrelevant. Pick me up. Now. She closed the connection, and willed open a similar one to Miss Atto. Captain. Miss Atto pulled her phone out of her pocket, yelped, and nearly dropped it. REI? What? How are you dash? Listen carefully, said REI, I must give you directions. There are not enough seats in Kaji's car. Asuka sat down on the curb. Her feet hurt too much to go on. She didn't know where she was, only that it was dark and deserted, and that suited her just fine. She was in some kind of construction zone. The building she was sitting in front of was just a skeleton, a great lurking collection of struts and shadows that felt like it wanted lean over and crush her. She looked up at it and wished it would. They'd find her, soon. She was leaving bloody footprints on the road. What would happen then? Where would she go? She heard footsteps, and looked up. She reeled back with a start, falling onto her hands. The pavement stung them. Ghostly pale and glowing in the street lamps, REI approached her in silence, then sat down beside her, primly folding her hands in her lap. Are you hurt? Asuka opened her mouth and worked her jaws silently, but no sound come out. She felt her stomach clench. She wouldn't start blubbering in front of REI, she wouldn't do that. She sat up, crossed her arms, and stared into the pavement. Leave me alone. I am sorry, but no. Asuka glared at her. What do you want? I am concerned for your safety. She snorted. REI didn't look at her. I have directed Kaji and Miss Atto here. They will arrive soon. What do they want with me? They have been searching for you. They are also concerned for your safety. No they aren't, said Asuka, sniffling. They're afraid I won't pilot their stupid machine anymore. You are upset, said REI. No shit, said Asuka. How did you come to that brilliant conclusion? REI didn't rise to her challenge. Why are you upset? You were not like this after the battle. Well, said Asuka, things change. I see, said REI. No you don't, Asuka snapped, you don't understand at all. You have discovered that Shinji is Superman. Is he hurt? Dr. Akage did not mention dash. What? Asuka shrieked, how did you know? Did he tell you? He told you and not me. No, REI said. He did not tell me. I deduced it. Oh, said Asuka, so I'm just an idiot now. I get it, the super smart Wonder Girl robot figured it out while stupid airheaded Asuka couldn't. Well, fine, you can have him. I'm leaving. Asuka jumped to her feet and started walking away, wincing. She could no longer run. To her dismay, REI stood up and started following her, keeping pace with her and walking by her side. Asuka eyed her but said nothing, and the one good thing about REI was that she kept her mouth shut without prompting. Why are you following me? REI looked around. This area is dangerous. So what? What are you going to do, stare them to death? REI shook her head. I will ensure your safety. You are unique. If I die, I can be replaced. Bile rose in Asuka's throat, and before she knew what she was doing, she slapped REI, screaming incoherently. The girl just took it, just stood there while Asuka grabbed her shoulders and shook her violently. Don't say that. She screamed, don't ever say that. Don't talk about dying. Don't talk about dying. She sank to her knees. Shock blew the breath from her lungs as REI followed her to the ground and feebly, awkwardly embraced her, folding her pale arms around Asuka's shoulders. The tears came again, unbidden, and unwanted. Asuka shook and shuddered, and trying to hold in the sobs only made them louder. I don't want to, Asuka moaned into REI's shoulder, I don't want to. Do not want to what? REI whispered. I don't want to hate him, she moaned, he's going to die and I'm not going to be there and I'll never see him again and he didn't get my message. He didn't answer the phone. Why didn't he answer his fucking phone? REI's grip tightened. He was busy. Too busy for me, Asuka moaned. Nobody wants me, she sobbed, not knowing why she was dumping this on REI's shoulder, and not caring. I should just die. That is not true, said Rei. They began looking for you as soon as you left. Mr. Kaji and Misato are both looking for you. Toji called Hikari to tell her where you were and she helped Mr. Kaji by telling him. Dr. Akage was so worried about you she called me and asked for my help. We are all concerned for you. Pale light pooled around her, and the light from car headlights twinkled in her tears. She pressed her eyes tightly shut, listening to Rei's soft breathing. She heard a car door creak open, and the soft sounds of footsteps. She opened her as Kaji knelt down beside her. He touched her shoulder and ran his fingers through her hair, and winced when he saw her feet. Asuka, he whispered, we're going to take you home now. Is that okay? She nodded vigorously. Kaji tensed as another car rounded the corner and pulled up behind him, and reached around to the back of his waistband until Misato emerged from the car and ran over, barefoot herself. Together they helped Asuka stand, and Asuka leaned on Rei's shoulder as she limped over to Misato's car. Rei helped her sit down. I'm sorry I hit you, Asuka sniffed. Do not be concerned, said Rei. I will take my vengeance at a later time. Asuka stared at her. That was a joke. Oh. Come on, said Misato, touching her shoulder. We need to get home, and fast. They're looking for me, said Kaji, crouching by Misato's window. I'll run a distraction for you. Looking for you, said Misato. Why? I sort of beat the shit out of Yoshida. He was in my way. Huh, said Misato. Thank you. Anytime, said Kaji. They stared at each other for a moment. Asuka watched them, turning in the seat to lean into the headrest, and closed her eyes. Despite the sting of her feet and the drawing fatigue in her muscles and the pounding pain in her head, sleep fell on her almost instantly, and she dreamed that Misato took Kaji by the collar and gave him a chaste kiss on the lips. Ritsuko remained with Shinji while Fuyatsuki rushed down the stairs as Misato returned, parking right in front of the door. He held the door for her as she walked the girl up, her feet covered in a pair of bloody socks. She stopped at the door, blinking in confusion at Fuyatsuki. He could see she'd been crying, probably harder than she had since her mother died. She looked at him. What are you doing here? We'll talk upstairs, he said, pulling the door closed behind him. He looked around the parking lot again, and then followed the pair into the elevator. The girl said nothing as they walked from the elevator and into the apartment, until she saw Shinji lying on the floor. She broke down, crushing herself against Misato, so shaky that the woman had to hold her up until they almost fell onto the couch. Fuyatsuki closed the door, and locked it. He walked to the couch, glanced out the window, and saw the first raindrops hitting the balcony. The bloody mark on the door smeared. What do we do now? Said Misato. Should I call in and tell them we found her? Akage stood up. How did they know she was missing? Neither of us called it. Her eyes went wide. She ran to the couch, yanked Asuka's hair clips free, and ran to the balcony door. Before Asuka could stop her, Akage wound up and threw them out into the air, and slammed the door shut. She stood there, panting. That son of a bitch, she growled, beating her fist against the wall. Why did you do that? Said Misato. They're bugged, the fucking things are bugged. Do you have any more? Asuka shook her head. That was my spare set. Don't wear them unless you're piloting, said Akage, dropping down by Shinji's side. She worked a thermometer into his mouth, pushed the button, and waited. A tense silence fell over the room. Akage pulled it free, checked it, and breathed out, hard, as she fell onto her back. Her eyes drifted closed. Normal, she said. 98.6. Fuyatsuki put his hand on the couch to stop from falling. His knees felt like jelly. He sat down on the arm and breathed deeply, and looked to the ceiling to whisper a silent thanks. Misato carefully detached herself from Asuka, letting her fall sideways against the back of the couch, and prodded the doctor with her foot. Ritz, wake up, said Misato. Wake up. Go away, Akage moaned, I need sleep. Sighing, Misato stood up, grabbed Akage by the shoulders, and started dragging her out of the living room. You can sleep in my room. I need to patch Asuka up. Why don't you get some rest yourself, Captain? said Fuyatsuki. I still remember first aid. As Katsuragi dragged the semi-conscious doctor into her bedroom, Fuyatsuki found the first aid kit they'd used to bandage Shinji's wounds, and moved to kneel before the girl, taking her ankles gently to stretch out her legs. Go ahead and lie down, he said, taking out a roll of bandages, some sterile pads, and antimicrobial wipes. I'll fix you right up. Asuka put her head on the arm of the couch. Fuyatsuki spotted Shinji's glasses, picked them up, and handed them to her. She held them by the earpieces, turning them around and studying them, but said nothing. He pulled the socks off her feet and winced when he saw the bleeding. She had a few bad cuts, but nothing that would require stitches, thankfully. She was mostly blistered and raw from running around barefoot. She winced as he started cleaning the cuts. Do you know where he got those? She shook her head. They belonged to his mother. She looked at him, but said nothing. Do you know why he wears a costume? She didn't answer him, but folded the glasses and rested them on her chest. With the cuts clean, he started putting on the bandages, with the sterile pads first. She continued to wince at his touch, biting her lip as he worked. You think he was hiding himself from you, I know, said Fuyatsuki, puttering over her wounds. But he wasn't. He was hiding from everyone else. Huh. She said, and he smiled quietly to himself. Well, he said, why do you wear your nerve clips when you're not piloting? So people know I'm a pilot, she said, absently. So why does he wear the suit? She shrugged. He wants people to know who he is. I guess. Maybe, said Fuyatsuki, but I think there's more to it than that. Can you imagine being totally alone? Yes, she whispered. Then you must know how it would feel. I suppose he never told you where he comes from. She shook her head. We found a rocket in the Antarctic, around second impact. We struggled to open it for years, until one day Shinji's mother was working on it, and it opened for her. You see, it needed a pregnant female to activate it. What did it do to her? It changed her, and him. It grafted an alien genetic sequence into his DNA, made him a kind of hybrid. We were afraid, before he was born, that he would be some sort of monstrosity. You should have seen the look on his mother's face when she was handed a bright smiling baby boy, perfectly normal. So, said Asuka. If he's like everyone else, how is he alone? Because he isn't like everyone else. I don't think he even needs to sleep, or eat. He could do whatever he wanted, if it came to his mind. Do you know what other men would do with the sort of power he has? They'd make themselves princes. He risks his life to help people and doesn't even ask for anything in return. Do you know why he does that? She shook her head. So people will like him. He finished the last of her bandages, and placed his hands on his knees. If that's true, why does he take the suit off? He could be Superman all the time, if he wanted to. He doesn't have to live here, cook your meals, do your laundry. He does all of these things because he chooses to. Why do you think that is? He doesn't want to be alone, said Asuka. Fuyatsuki nodded. There are some things that for all his power, he doesn't have, that only you and Misato, his family, could give him. He kept his secret from you because he was afraid you'd look at him and you wouldn't see Shinji anymore. She turned away, rolling into the back of the couch. As he stood up, he rested a hand on your shoulder. It's okay to be upset with him, said Fuyatsuki, but remember what you were ready to say to him when you thought you might not be coming back. She looked over her shoulder at him. What? Misato said no one could hear dash. Fuyatsuki chuckled softly to himself. I didn't need to. The door buzzed, and Fuyatsuki got up, wearily. Asuka turned away from him, not in indignation or sadness, but simply to sleep. She closed her eyes and squirmed until she was comfortable, and he could swear she was snoring by the time he reached the buzzer. He pushed the button. Katsuragi! Yoshida growled, open the door. I'm coming up there. Fuyatsuki walked out of the apartment and closed the door behind him. He took the elevator, taking his time, and walked to the front door of the complex. He touched the button next to the speaker as Yoshida leaned on the door, fogging the glass with his breath. I don't know what's going on, old man, said Yoshida, but you had better open this door. I'm coming either way, and a tactical team is coming with me if I have to break the door down. Fuyatsuki smiled warmly. Why, Mr. Yoshida, I don't understand. Is there some kind of a problem? Don't play coy with me, said Yoshida. The second child is in there, and I want to know what the hell is going on. Yes, she's in there, said Fuyatsuki, she has been the entire time. I've just finished eating dinner with the captain and her friend Akagi. The Akari boy prepared a lovely supper in honor of our victory. Yoshida eyed him. Bullshit. The locator dash. What locator is that? Said Fuyatsuki. Yoshida eyed him. Fuyatsuki buzzed the door open and pushed his way out, letting it shut behind him. He looked around, or mimed it anyway, until he spotted the broken crimson remnants of the nerve clips Ritsuko had tossed out the window. He walked briskly to them, picked them up, and held them out for Yoshida to see. My, said Fuyatsuki, this must all be a misunderstanding. She must have dropped her clips out here. It looks like they broke. No doubt this caused the errant tracking signal you referred to. It's a shame we went to all this trouble, isn't it? Yoshida folded his arms. I suppose you'll be going now. Yoshida motioned for his men, and Fuyatsuki watched, satisfied, as they loaded up in their black vans. As they rumbled to the edge of the parking lot, Kaji appeared in his white lotus, and rolled down his window. He peered up at Yoshida. Meep meep, he shouted, and pulled into the lot. Kaji got out of the car and faced him. So, he said. So, said Fuyatsuki. You're the other one, said Kaji. I suppose I am. Everyone got home all right. Fuyatsuki nodded. It took Yoshida a while to track them back here. I wonder what happened. I'd say someone in a white lotus led them on a merry chase, said Kaji, putting a cigarette between his lips. Couldn't have been me, I've been home all night. I have a feeling the Magi system will corroborate everything you say, said Fuyatsuki. I guess we should be getting on, then, said Kaji. I'll keep an eye on them for a while. Fuyatsuki nodded. Kaji turned at the top of the steps. Where do we go from here? Fuyatsuki looked back at him over the door of his car. I think we should look into saving the world. Asuka awoke to discover that she had somehow moved from the couch to the floor, and that she had somehow been covered in a blanket, and that, somehow, Shinji was curled up against her. She watched him for a while, as he breathed in and out, slowly. The bruises around his eyes were gone. The sun was rising, and it turned everything in the room a deep red. He stirred in his sleep and she gently brushed the hair back from his eyes. She threw her arm over his neck, and touched her forehead to his, and let herself drift back to sleep. When she woke up again, he was watching her. Neither one of them spoke. I got your message, he said at last, but I think I broke my phone. She sighed. Are you mad at me? She nodded. Do you hate me? She didn't answer for a while, and then said, What are you, stupid? I'm sorry. He grunted a little as he sat up. Asuka sat up next to him, pulling the blanket over her chest, and put her head on his shoulder as he looked out the window. The sun was over the rooftops now, and gold pooled in all the places where glass or water would catch the light. Shinji looked down at his feet. I'm so sorry, he said. I tried to tell you but I was afraid, said Asuka. I know. She reached down beside her and picked up his glasses, unfolded them, and slipped him into his face. There, she said, that's better. I had a bad dream, he whispered. I was in a dark place, and I knew you were there but I couldn't find you. I called your name, but you wouldn't answer me. She ran her fingers through his hair and put her arms around him. There's more, he said. There was something chasing me. What was it? Aliens, he whispered, yellow aliens. Don't worry about that now, she said, I want you to tell me everything. He scrubbed his hands through his hair and lowered himself back to the floor. She curled herself against him, closing her eyes as she set her head to rest on his shoulder. He drew in a deep breath, lifting her effortlessly, and put his arm around her waist. There was a planet called Krypton, he said. Kaworu drummed his fingers along with the music. The fugue fascinated him, drew him in with its complexity as it turned back on itself. It surprised him that a Lilan could produce something so masterful with such limitations. He closed his eyes and leaned back into his seat and let the warmth of the sun spill over him. Already he could feel the tugging in his chest, the allure of his next brother rising from his resting place. His phone rang, and ruined it. He lifted the device and tapped in his access code, and waited for the encrypted connection to be made. It placed it on the table before him and the holographic image of Keel appeared above it, flickering and translucent. Kaworu lifted the remote control and silenced the stereo as Keel leaned forward on his desk, the mechanical contraption that held him upright whirring and grinding against itself. "My son." "Father," said Kaworu. "The path is in ruins. The children come unbidden, without regard to the proper signs." "Yes," said Kaworu, "I feel them, they grow restless. The alien frightens them. He does not belong here. Yet, all proceeds as I have foreseen. The second will break and she will bring about the desolation. Though the pain of death lies the glory of resurrection, and you, my son, will be the new god." "Yes," said Kaworu, touching his chin with a slender finger. "I have tasted her sorrow. That one's pain runs deep. As we intended. Her annoying mother made a most fortuitous sacrifice. I want her. All will be one with you, my son. Yours is the glory." Kaworu smiled. "I want her now. No, she must be broken first. The Angel of Haze will begin the downward spiral. She will survive anything if Akari is with her," said Kaworu, closing his eyes. "He must die." "Indeed," said Keel. "He will be struck down by the arm of God, and when he lies broken she will come to you willingly and embrace the sweet oblivion you bring. If he should survive it." Keel shrugged. "Kill him." "Nothing would please me more," said Kaworu. Chapter 13, I've heard there was a secret chord that David played and it pleased the Lord. Hikari felt a creeping tension in her shoulders as she rode the elevator to the Katsuragi apartment. She hadn't seen Asuka since before the last angel, the last angels, and the last she heard of her friend. She'd run away from home for some reason. One of her guardians was driving around looking for her, and there were nerve security people shaking people down for information. It came as something of a surprise when Asuka called her out of the blue and asked Hikari to join her for a shopping trip. She stepped out of the elevator and looked around, scanning for danger. Everything looked normal. They would have plenty of time. The city was swarming with high school students, as the school had been closed following the attack, and would reopen in a week when everything was moved over to the warehouse where classes would be held until it reopened. Shinji answered the door. He was dressed for school, or so it seemed, until Hikari realized he was wearing long sleeves, and a tie. With his hair combed, he looked rather gentlemanly. "Oh," he said, "Hi, Hikari." "Shinji," said Hikari. "Hi. Asuka invited me over." "I know," he gestured, "please, come in." Hikari followed him inside, slipping out of her shoes. "Is everything okay? With Asuka, I mean." "I'm fine," said Asuka, appearing from her bedroom. She was dressed to the nines in a sky-blue sundress that left her back exposed, makeup, the works, and she was wearing her hair differently. It dawned on Hikari after a moment, she didn't have her trademark hair clips in, and was just letting her hair flow free. She kept brushing it out of her eyes with the back of her hand. "Be careful," she said to Shinji, as they left. He followed them to the door. "Call me if you need me," he said, touching her shoulder. Asuka kissed him on the cheek. "I will." Hikari was shocked into silence until the elevator doors closed. "Oh my god," she breathed, "you kissed him." "Yeah," Asuka rolled her eyes. "I do that all the time." Hikari clapped her hands together in excitement, bouncing on her feet. "Wow. That's great. Is he your boyfriend now?" "Has been for a while," Asuka said absently, staring at her feet. "We started going out. Well, we don't really go out, but it started on the aircraft carrier." Hikari nodded. "That's wonderful. I'm so happy for you. He's quite a catch." Asuka smiled secret to herself. "Oh," she said, you have no idea. So, said Hikari, I was wondering about the other night. After the attack. Oh, said Asuka. Shinji was hurt. I got scared and I guess I ran away. Toji and Kinsuke were really worried about you. They called me up in a panic after they saw you outside the school. Asuka nodded. Yeah. I guess I should thank them for calling you. You told Kaji where I was. I was just trying to help, said Hikari. The elevator came to the first floor and the door opened. Asuka put her hand on the doors, to keep them from closing. Thank you, said Asuka. I really mean it, Hikari. I can be a really demanding person sometimes and, she drew in a breath, I'm really glad that you're my friend. I don't do enough to show you how much I appreciate you. Wow, said Hikari, I mean, thank you. Asuka smiled and nodded, and they headed out the door. As usual, a small crowd of security people kept their distance, forming a loose ring, chattering into their wrists. Hikari stopped noticing them after a while. Men in black were a common sight in the city. Where are we going, anyway? Said Hikari. The mall. I just wanted to shop a little and hang out. I need to get my hair done. It won't stay out of my eyes. That's cool. I should probably go with you. I'm going out with Toji tonight, and dash. Yes. Asuka squealed, elbowing her. Finally. Hikari blushed furiously. Yeah. It just, after the last attack it feels stupid worrying about stuff. Asuka nodded. Yeah, it does. Where's Shinji going? He's all dressed up. The second Impact Memorial, Asuka said, casting her eyes to the ground. Oh, said Hikari. Why is he going there? This is the anniversary of his mother's passing, said Asuka. Her memorial is there. He goes every year, I guess. That's really sad that his mom is gone, said Hikari. I lost my mom when I was little. I don't really remember her, but my dad and Kadama talk about her with each other sometimes. I feel left out. Asuka stopped in her tracks. What? Oh, I mean because I don't really remember her, and Nozomi was just a baby dash. Asuka choked up a little. I lost my mother, too. I was 8. Hikari looked at her feet. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Asuka shook her head. It's okay. I have to be strong for him. He needs my help. I need to pick up a few things. He's taking me out tonight, on a real date. Did he say where? She shook her head. No, it's a surprise, but I'm sure it'll be great. I hope so, said Hikari. I'm just going to a movie with Toji. Asuka nodded. I guess everybody is going out tonight, now that I think about it. Misato has some kind of a wedding she's going to with Kaji. Hikari coughed. Oh. I'm completely okay with that, said Asuka. They're adults, they can do what they want. I just hope Shinji will be okay without me. Said Hikari. I'm sure he will. He's really strong. Yeah, said Asuka, lowering her voice, but his father will be there, too. So, Shinji said to the stone, I have a girlfriend, mother. He was kneeling before the plain black marker, a slab of polished black stone carved with his mother's name, lined with dull silver, and under that a pair of dates. That was all that was left of her, that and the picture that Fuyatsuki kept in secret. Every other piece of evidence his mother ever existed, her writings, her accomplishments as a scholar and a professor, her speeches, all of it was gone, erased in totality, as if she never was. Outside of a small circle of people, this marker was the only evidence she ever existed. Her name is Asuka. You probably knew her, she is your friend's daughter. He touched the stone, sniffing quietly to himself. I'm trying, mother, but it keeps getting harder. She can't hear you. He looked over his shoulder. Gendo stood among the markers as if he was one of them, as cold and unmoving as the rest of the stones, marked out only his height. He had his hands in his pockets and one hand was on some kind of a box, something that Shinji couldn't see through. Slowly, Shinji stood up, leaving the flowers he brought pinned to the ground, and faced his father. The older man ignored him and stood in front of the grave, gazing down at it. Shinji didn't take his eyes off of him. Then why bother coming? To remind myself of where I have been, and what is at stake. Gendo didn't ask Shinji why he came. It's always about you, isn't it? Gendo gave him a withering look, and Shinji met him on his own terms, squaring himself up. He wasn't as tall as his father and probably never would be, but he would never let the old man see him back down. For all that, his father did not rise to his taunt. In our hearts, we live only for ourselves. We may believe the lie that we can understand others, but in the end, we are all alone. I'm not, said Shinji, and you don't have to be either. Gendo did look at him, now. I'm asking you to join me, father. Put the past behind us and work together. To what end? To stop Seal. To prevent whatever it is they're planning. Gendo smirked. There is nothing more dangerous than a young man with just enough knowledge to cause trouble for himself. One day you will learn that lesson, to your sorrow. I can stop it, I know I can. They can throw Evis and Angels and Kaworu and anything else at me, I'm not afraid. I'm going to try and I'm not going to stop trying until I win or I die. Your help might make the difference. Gendo's smirk faded. That's what they do, boy. That's how they win. You fight and you strive and you think you have them, you think you've figured it all out and they have no idea what you're planning, and then when you've completed your master stroke, you find out you were serving their ends all along. They'll kill you and they'll kill the girl if they need to, and they probably will anyway. You were foolish to confront me. I'll be sitting on the bridge the next time your little girlfriend is out there piloting the Evangelion. Shinji clenched his fists. Just remember one thing, father. If you hurt her, there's nowhere in the world you can hide from me, and you better hope you can get out whatever's in that box before I break every bone in your arm. Gendo leaned over him. You don't have it in you. If you did, you'd have done it already. Shinji sighed, cursing himself inwardly. He looked at the stone. The offer is always on the table. She wouldn't want us at each other's throats. There are many things she would or would not have wanted, Gendo said as he turned away. Many hopes, and many dreams. Now they are all as dead as she is, and there are only ghosts. No, said Shinji. There's one hope left. Shopping with Asuka was not an activity, it was an enterprise, an adventure. Hikari wore stout shoes knowing she'd be at the mall all day, but she didn't expect half of the stores to be closed. The larger stores were open, but many of the smaller shops were closed. Her favorite costume jewelry store and the place that sold the little plastic army men were boarded up, and some of the restaurants had closed. Things get bad and they run, Asuka scoffed, brushing her hair out of her eyes. I've heard lots of people talking about moving, said Hikari. They say it's getting too dangerous around here. I'm worried there won't be many people left when we go back to school. Asuka nodded absently. The mall itself was surprisingly deserted, with only a few clumps of people moving here and there, the stores mainly empty. Hikari followed Asuka's lead as they wandered in and out of department stores. She spotted something that interested her and quickened her pace, heading into the cool air of one of the stores. Hikari stopped. Asuka slowed. What is it? Skulking along the other side of the hallway was an unearthly pale girl with silvery blue hair, dressed in an oversized long coat and a man's head pulled down over her forehead, and a pair of dark aviator sunglasses. Hikari watched her for a moment. Is that Ayanami? Asuka nodded. What the hell is she doing? Hikari shrugged, and Asuka stormed across the hallway to confront her. Rei, what are you doing? Ayanami stopped, looked around, and tilted her head to the side. I am engaged in a covert operation. Said Hikari. What? I cannot explain now. Excuse me. Rei shuffled off, tugging on her hat. Asuka and Hikari stood there, watching her until she rounded a corner and headed for the food court. The girls turned to each other, shrugged, and headed back to the shop. Asuka weaved between the displays and racks of clothes until she came to a display in the evening wear section, a tall mannequin dressed in a red sequined dress, glittering in the light as if it was covered in rubies. It left one shoulder bare and the front was slit almost to the hip. Wow, said Hikari. That's pretty. It sure is, said Asuka. Wait here. Asuka disappeared, and a few minutes later, stalked across the floor in a copy of the dress. Hikari's jaw dropped. What do you think? You can't wear that. Hikari breathed. Asuka looked down at herself and did a slow turn, twisting her back. She grinned wickedly. That's exactly the reaction I was going for. Hikari stood, scandalized, while Asuka disappeared again, and returned with the dress in a bag. She kept staring at it while Asuka walked, the red sequins flashing in the harsh mall floodlights. Asuka moved with a purpose, taking long strides that forced Hikari to hurry to catch up. We, Asuka announced, are getting our hair done. Kensuke looked around the nearly empty food court, nervously running his fingers over the straps of his backpack, ready to bolt at a moment's notice. When he saw a pair of men in dark suits and sunglasses walking through the mall stop and look at him, he started to jump up and pull his pack on, until a slender hand forced him back down into his seat. It took him a minute to register the fact that the person in the coat, hat, and sunglasses that sat down opposite him at the cast iron table was a girl. On further examination, it was not just any girl. It was Rei. Ayanami. Kensuke whispered, "What are you doing here? Why are you dressed up like that? I instructed you to meet me here. I am dressed clandestinely." Said Kensuke. "I guess." "Wait, what? That was you? How did you access my phone?" "It does not matter," she said quickly, glancing around. "You must come with me." Kensuke shrugged into his backpack and followed her out of the food court. Instead of walking down the mail hall, she headed between a noodle stand and a loudly decorated burger restaurant, drawing bewildered stares from the operators of both. She glanced over her shoulder and pulled him by the wrist down a pair of plain access doors and down a dark hallway that smelled like dirty water and echoed with dripping sounds. Kensuke looked around, and felt his chin begin to quiver. Ayanami stopped at a security card reader. A tiny red light blinked like an angry eye, until she touched it with her finger, closed her eyes, and it beeped. The light turned green and the door popped open. She pulled the door open and pointed inside. "Is this your secret lair?" "No," said Ayanami, "it is the loading dock. Now move." "Oh," said Kensuke. The dock was quiet and dark, and one of the exterior doors was open. Ayanami led the way out into the parking lot, where she stopped, looked around, and grabbed Kensuke to keep him from moving. "Wait," she said, "we must avoid the cameras. Move when I move." "How dash?" She pulled him a few feet ahead, stopped, and did the same thing again, moving in a zigzag pattern across the empty parking lot. Eventually, she reached a path that led out onto the sidewalk and away from the mall. Kensuke rushed to keep up with her. "What's going on? How did you do that thing with the security? I didn't even see any cameras." "I cannot tell you," said Ayanami. "Follow me, and be quiet." By the time they reached the more dilapidated section of the city, the old part where the construction workers were housed when it was built, Kensuke's feet hurt. Rei took a seemingly random pathway, sometimes doubling back or going in different directions. He started to feel a bit nervous as more and more of the windows were broken or boarded up and the sound of a pile driver echoed in his ears. He rubbed his arms nervously. His backpack was heavy. She stopped at a seemingly random building, walked to the fire escape, and shrugged out of her coat, revealing a school uniform beneath. She handed Kensuke the hat and glasses, then jumped up, surprisingly high, to grab the last run of the fire escape. After she crawled up to the first level, she lowered the ladder for him. He huffed his way to the top, and she pulled the ladder back up, bundling the coat and hat and glasses behind the first iron staircase. Kensuke followed her up to the fourth floor, where she sat on an open window, swept her legs inside, and motioned for him to follow. He ended up in a small, dilapidated but obviously inhabited apartment, small and smelling oddly of disinfectant and, well, girl. He wandered into the bedroom, which was also the kitchen and laundry room, and turned in a slow circle. The entire wall was covered in papers, printouts, cutouts from old brown newspapers, notes and figures jotted on pieces of napkin and wrappers, and what he quickly realized was the inside of a disassembled tampon box. The entire labyrinth of papers was connected by strings of yarn, tracing seemingly random connections between them. As he started to read them, he saw that the strings were color-coded. Some of the articles were 80 years old, billionaire assassinated, one read, while another talked about a forensic scientist killed by a freak lightning strike. He put his bag on the floor and walked around in a slow circle, taking it in. "Do you see?" she whispered. "Yes," said Kinsuk, "yes, I see." She stood next to him. "There is something missing. Something that was meant to happen, but did not." "What do you mean?" "The landscape has taken the wrong direction," said Rei, looking around the room. "Events are misshapen. We are in chaotic terrain." Kinsuk shivered. There was something about it that unnerved him, like the idea was too big for his mind and he was struggling to force himself down pathways he couldn't take. Rei stared silently at the pattern until she turned to him. "You will call me Rei." "Okay," said Kinsuk. Did you bring the materials, as I asked?" He nodded vigorously, and hauled his backpack up onto her bed. Inside he had a thick sheaf of papers, neatly organized into bundles and folders. He started laying them out on the rumpled sheets and Rei picked them up one by one, scanning them. "I detected your intrusions into these systems," she said absently, looking over one of the reports he printed. "I ensured your anonymity was maintained. You must not do this again. I'm concerned for your safety." "Is it that bad? If your identity were connected with these intrusions, you would be killed." Kinsuk paled. His throat went dry. "Oh," he said, "shit." "Indeed," said Rei, spreading open the folders. "You did not risk your life without purpose. You have opened avenues of information for me that would not be safely accessible on my own." "I don't understand," said Kinsuk. "This is just a budget report. I don't even know what they're spending this money on, just that it's a lot." "I do," said Rei. "See here." She touched one of the spreadsheets he'd printed, underlining the lines for something called a key. "What's a key?" said Kinsuk. Rei leaned over the papers and her shirt fell away from her chest. Kinsuk blushed furiously, heart skipping, and turned away from her, adjusting his glasses for the sake of something to do with his hands. He coughed. "Did it work?" said Rei. What?" "I intentionally exposed my cleavage to you. This is called flirting. My research suggests that is highly effective to dash." Kinsuk sputtered, "Yeah, it worked, I didn't know you, She sat down next to him. "I cannot be your girlfriend, Kinsuk. I must make that clear." What are you dash?" She folded her hands in her lap and looked down. "It would not be fair to you. But I did not ask you to join me here for the sake of this information. I have enjoyed our chat sessions. I wanted to know, if you desire me." Kinsuk tried to talk, but his throat was so dry only sputtering croaking sounds came out. He swallowed against his sticky throat and stood up, rushed to her sink, and took in a handful of water, then watched his hand shake. Rei watched him, confused. "Have I offended you?" He coughed on the water. "No," he croaked. "I can't. I mean I don't, is this some kind of a joke?" "No," said Rei. "Sit down. Now." Warily, he sat down. She turned to face him, shifting slightly, and the way she twisted her body tightened her school uniform shirt across her chest. Kinsuk swallowed again, and he was shaking. She leaned closer to him and closed her eyes, putting her hand on his cheek to guide himself. He closed his eyes and leaned towards her, and his chest tightened. She had an earthy, human smell, no perfume, only a faint sweet odor of sweat and the soft heat of her breath on her lips before they touched his. At first they both pressed too hard, awkwardly, until he relaxed and they settled into a softer, gentler sort of embrace. It felt like forever until she pulled away. She looked at her feet again. "I would like to continue, but I will not." "Why?" said Kinsuk. "I don't understand. Are you in some kind of trouble? Look, Shinji knows Superman. He could ask him to save you." She smiled softly. "He has already saved me." "Then what's going on?" She rested her pale hand on his. Her skin was much warmer than he would have thought. One day the war with the angels will be over. You will find a warm and kind woman and you will be happy with her. Promise me this. Rei, said Kinsuk. You sound like you're dying or something. He looked around the room, saw the pill bottles. Are you sick? She took her hand away. One day soon, I must leave. I can no longer stay here. Where are you going? She shook her head. Someplace far away, but I will not forget you, or my friends. You have all made me understand. Understand what? I once believed that it was not possible for human beings to connect with one another. I was wrong. This doesn't make any sense, said Kinsuk. Why are you telling me this? She looked at him, and smiled softly. I like you. Kinsuk shifted, and stared out the window. I must ask you not to speak of this with anyone else. He nodded. I won't. Thank you, she whispered. I should walk you home, now. Hikari walked Asuka into the apartment building, and her head felt weird. Her new hairdo bounced with every step, and it felt wet and heavy. It would dry in time, but it still felt odd compared to her normal pigtails. After the stylist showed her the way her hair had been cut, she stared at it in amazement and poked at it with her fingertip. You look awesome, said Asuka. Hikari didn't know how to reply. Asuka looked unbelievable. Even in her simple blue dress, the way she'd had her hair done made her look not like a different person, but more herself, somehow. It was cut to shoulder length and flattened against her head, and shone like brushed copper. The trimmed locks around her face were cut and curled, and a thick strand of hair hung over her eye, swaying when she moved. Hikari followed her into the apartment, smiling at the cool air. Miss Misato always kept her air conditioning turned down to the bare minimum, and the apartment was like an icebox. Hikari gasped in surprise when Misato herself emerged from the bathroom. She had on a tight black gown that left her shoulders bare and seemed to be supported only by a band of braided fabric that was connected to a black choker around her throat. The dress left so much of her back exposed that she'd risk arrest if she bent over. She'd had her hair done, too. It was flat against her head, spilled over her shoulders, and was as dark as night and shined like polished obsidian. As she walked into the living room in her bare feet, she tugged on a pair of white opera gloves that went almost to her shoulders. Hi girls, she said, cheerily. How do I look? Is that a collar? Said Asuka. She made a tiny whip-cracking motion. Misato rolled her eyes. You look nice. I like the way you did your hair. Hang out here for a minute, said Asuka, turning to Hikari. I have to make a phone call. That left Hikari in the living room, with Misato. She shuffled awkwardly, holding her bag in front of her so that her arms were crossed over her chest. Misato watched her from the corner of her eye as she ran dark lipstick over her lips. She walked over to Hikari and looked down on her, thrusting out her chest. You're going out with that boy, aren't you? Shinji's friend, what's his name, Toji? That's right, Hikari said, her voice squeaking a little. Misato smiled softly. First date, huh? Hikari nodded. Misato stood next to her until they both faced in the same direction. Misato dipped a little, arched her back, and thrust her chest out. Here, she said, stand like this. Hikari imitated her, blushing furiously. She said. Don't let him intimidate you. Remember, boys are like spiders, they're more scared of you than you are of them. Hikari giggled. What are you going to wear? We're just going to a movie. Asuka made me buy this. Hikari held up the dress she'd bought, or rather, that Asuka had bought her. Misato nodded, touching her chin with her gloved hand. Asuka is many things, but unconscious of fashion she is not. That's a good pick, very conservative. It's you. Hikari smiled. Thank you. Asuka came out of her bedroom, dressed in a bathrobe. She hugged Hikari tightly. Thanks, she said again. Anytime, said Hikari. I made some calls. I got you a ride, said Asuka. I have to get ready for tonight. Misato arched an eyebrow, but said nothing as Asuka headed for the bathroom. I guess I should go, said Hikari. Thank you for letting me visit. Of course, said Miss Atto. Hikari sighed and headed out of the apartment. The elevator ride felt sort of lonely. She sighed, and headed down through the front door of the apartment complex, and her heart jumped up into her throat. In the parking lot was a long black limousine, and a pair of suited nerve agents, talking into their wrists. Oddly, one of them was a woman, in a black pantsuit. Over here, she called. Hikari walked over to the car. She said, I surrender. The agents grinned at her. We're Pilot Soryo's security detail, but she won't be going out tonight, so she asked us to take you and your friend wherever you want to go, instead. Oh, said Hikari. Thank you. No problem, said the female agent. She opened her coat, revealing the gun hanging on a holster inside. If he gets grabby, let me know. Thanks, said Hikari. Hyaga slumped in his chair, his feet thrown up over the top of his console. Propped on his lap he had open an American comic book. His head leaned back into his seat and his glasses had drooped down as he dozed off. Slowly, Aoba crept up behind him and slipped his glasses off. He leaned over the chair, aimed a flashlight up at his chin, and dropped the glasses on Hyaga's lap. Hyaga awoke with a start, sputtering. What the? Until he turned, saw Aoba, and jumped out of his seat, spilling his comic on the floor. What are you doing? I am the ghost of Christmas future, Aoba said, theatrically waving his hands. I come to bear you the message that you, Makoto Hyaga, will never get laid. Hyaga sighed and bent to scoop up the glasses. Yeah, well, I don't see you going to the reception, either. Aoba shrugged. Yeah, but somebody has to hold down the fort. All of humanity is at stake. We're heroes. Yeah, said Hyaga, slumping back into his seat. Real heroes. Aoba flopped back into his own seat. What's that? Hyaga glanced down at his comic. It's a comic book. A comic book, said Aoba. Yeah, it's like a manga, but they print them in color, and you read them backwards. Backwards? Said Aoba. Yeah, they read from left to right. That's really weird. What's it about? It's called Valkyrie. It's about a girl who finds a magic hammer. Like a magical girl anime. Kind of like that, I guess, said Hyaga, shrugging. It's not really the same. Isn't there a movie coming out? Yeah, but the book is always better. Gentlemen, said Sub-Commander Fuyatsuki, striding down the steps to the lower section of the bridge. Hyaga coughed and shoved his book under the console in a flutter of pages. Aoba killed the solitaire game he had on his screen and straightened up, pulling up a radar display which was, predictably, blank. They both stared down at their feet. I didn't hear an officer on deck. I run this operation military. They both stared at Fuyatsuki, jaws hanging open. Hyaga sputtered, I'm sorry sir, I dash. Fuyatsuki waved his hand. I'm joking. I thought I'd come down to see who was working this shift. Oh, said Aoba. It's just us, everyone else is at the wedding, I think. Alas, said Fuyatsuki, I wasn't invited. People in this country used to respect their elders. Well, said Hyaga, you are kind of stern. Ah, yes, said Fuyatsuki. You assume I'm boring just because I'm old. Let me tell you too something very important. I used to be hip, and with it, but then they changed what it was, and now what I thought was it isn't it anymore, and what is it is strange and confusing to me. When he saw the looks on their faces, Fuyatsuki laughed quietly to himself. You can go back to your comic books and solitaire, gentlemen. I think everything will be quiet tonight. As if on cue, a warning appeared on Hyaga's screen. All three men tensed. Hyaga slipped his headset on and adjusted himself in his seat. This is Nerve Tokyo 3. Who is this? Hyaga's brows furrowed in concentration. I see. Keep us updated. He slipped his headset off. It's nothing. The transport carrying Unit 3 ran into some kind of weird radio interference and they wanted to touch base with us. Ah, said Fuyatsuki, a wise precaution. Well, as you were, gentlemen. Kaji preferred to skip weddings, but receptions, he didn't mind. He was surprised at the turnout. It looked like half of Nerve was here. The convention hall, a spacious building that never found a place for itself in a pre-impact city, looked to be filled to bursting. The fact that he knew the bride and groom only by reputation didn't hamper him much. He parked the Lotus at the far end of the lot and slipped out, shrugging into his dinner jacket. Across the lot, he spied Ritsuko, Misato, and Maya Ibuki getting out of Ritsuko's boring little car. Misato was resplendent, but he was surprised by how conservative her dress was. It barely showed any skin, between the high neckline and the shawl she had around her shoulders that draped down her back, past her waist. Ritsuko, curiously, was the risque one, with a dark yellow gown that hugged her hips and showed a dangerous décolletage. Ibuki had on a pink gown that looked like she'd recycled her prom dress. Kaji deftly maneuvered between the cars to move behind them. It was quite a sight to see all three of them walking at once, especially from behind. As he closed in, Misato glanced over her shoulder. "I see you back there," she said wryly, pulling her long shawl up around her neck. Kaji trotted briefly to catch up with them. In her heels, Misato was almost as tall as he was. She'd laid it on thick. He didn't remember her looking that good in years, not since, well. He glanced at the other two and gave them brief nods. "So, you three are going stag, huh?" "Not exactly," Ritsuko said, smirking. She glanced at Maya, and the girl turned beet red. Kaji raised an eyebrow. "Huh? I could offer my services to walk you in. Parking lots like this are dangerous these days." Misato sighed and held out her elbow. Kaji's heart fluttered like a teenage boy when he slipped his arm through hers, and they started walking in step. They both slowed, and Ritsuko and Maya picked up their pace, pulling ahead. "Quit looking at their asses," Misato growled. "I'm a spy, not a robot. I wouldn't worry about it, anyway. I think Ritz is off the market." "You're part of the market, maybe. I never figured that." Misato rolled her eyes. "I was her roommate." "Oh, the stories I could tell." Kaji tugged at his collar. "I'd much rather see pictures." "Not on your life," said Misato. As they reached the front door, a doorman in a red velvet jacket took their invitations. Kaji maneuvered to the coat check station, handed over his jacket, and shrugged his shoulders. He felt a little ridiculous in suspenders, but the occasion suited them. Misato walked up to the coat check, took a ticket, and whirled the shawl from her shoulders, and handed it over to the girl. Kaji could practically feel the blood rushing out of the head of every man within visual range. Misato grinned fearfully, deliberately flexing her shoulders and twisting her back as she offered her hand. Kaji took it, and felt quite a few angry stares as they walked into the ballroom. "Should we head over to the bar?" Kaji whispered. Misato looked at the open bar, where the barman was theatrically preparing a mixed drinking before a gleaming assortment of bottles. "No," she said, "I'd rather not. Let's dance." Surprised, Kaji nodded, and let her guide him to the dance floor. Toji straightened his tie. He felt a mild sense of panic as he saw a black Nerve staff car pulling down the street towards his apartment block. In his left hand was a bouquet of flowers, crowned by the dandelion that Kunna had picked out to make sure his date would suitably impress. When the car pulled up, an agent in a black suit got out, ran to the back, and offered Hikari a hand as she stepped out onto the sidewalk. Toji blinked. He barely recognized her. Gone were her trademark pigtails, her hair elaborately cut and layered into a tight bob that, combined with the conservative and yet surprisingly tight black dress she wore, made her look, well, different. The exact word didn't spring to his mind. In fact, no words sprang to his mind. So they stood there, staring at each other for a moment. The agent leaned over. "Real smooth, kid." Toji shook himself out of his reverie and awkwardly shoved the flowers at her, holding his hands straight out. Hikari laughed softly to herself, took them, and smelled deeply, closing her eyes. Toji didn't know which one of them was blushing harder when she finally lowered them. "Thank you, they're lovely." Toji tried desperately to remember what he planned to say, "Shall we?" That sounded right. "Sure," said Hikari, nodding her towards the car. Toji jumped to help her get in, and then slid in himself. He'd never been in a car like this before. The seats felt more like a couch. He reached to pull the door shut, but the agent, smirking to himself, closed the door. Toji didn't know what to do with his hands, so he folded them in his lap. The inside of the car was bigger than any he'd ever ridden in, and the seats went all the way around. There was an actual refrigerator sitting in the middle of the cabin. The drivers were partitioned off by a sheet of opaque glass. Toji swallowed. So. Hikari smiled. So, movies, right? Yeah, how do I dash? Hikari pushed a button next to her seat, and the dark glass rolled down. Toji haltingly gave the directions, and the window slid back up. So this is a date, said Toji. We're dating. Yes, said Hikari. He felt himself panicking. What was he supposed to do? Was he supposed to say something? Huge as it was, the cabin felt monstrously small. So, he said. How are, things? I went out shopping with Asuka today, Hikari shrugged. What happened with that, anyway? Hikari looked out the window. I don't know. Shinji got hurt, I guess, and she ran away. Toji sighed. He was outside the shelter. He's always out risking himself somehow, and... He trailed off. They both turned to each other. Let's talk about something else, said Hikari. Shinji stood on the roof, watching the stars come out, as they worked their way one by one through the purple blanket of evening, like pinpricks. He'd already seen Asuka today, he'd already seen her that morning, but his heart was pounding, anyway. He left the note on the table while she was in the shower, and he waited, watching the sunset and the Milky Way unfold over his head. When the door leading up from the stairs opened, he turned around, and immediately felt underdressed in his slacks and tie. Asuka wore deep, richly red high heels and a sequined evening gown of brilliant crimson that glittered in the evening light. It hugged her hips and her thighs, her leg whispering through a long slit as she walked. It curved up over her left shoulder, leaving her right shoulder and arm exposed, and as he leaned slightly to the side, he could see that most of her back was exposed to the air, too. Her hair bounced and flowed as she moved, curling on itself in the gentle breeze, one heavy lock fallen over her right eye. As she approached, he brushed her hair away and folded it behind her ear. Wow, was all he managed. So, she said, you have a surprise for me up on the roof. He nodded, trying desperately to pull his wits back into his head. You might want to leave your shoes. She cocked her head to the side and raised her eyebrow, but she slipped out of her shoes and stood on the hot pavement. Ow, she said. Oh, he blurted, sorry, here. She made a soft sound as he put his arms around her waist and lifted her off the ground. She put her toes on the top of his shoes and leaned into him, wrapping her arms around his neck. He took a deep breath. Hold on, I said. He took off. He lifted gently from the roof, and she pressed to his side instinctively, shoving her head into his shoulder, her eyes wide with alarm. He held her more closely with one arm, and let the other hang free, only for her to grip him all the tighter. The apartment building fell away beneath them and the city unfolded, the lights winking on as it came alive for the night matching the twinkling lights in the sky. Wow, she whispered. Is this what it's like? No, said Shinji, this is what it's like. Asuka squealed, half in delight and half in terror, as he put his arms around her and took off, the city picking up speed beneath them. He slowed as he neared the edge, putting his feet out to land as he saw the overlook, where he'd shared his conversations with Fuyatsuki. He came in for a gentle, running landing, sliding his arms under Asuka's legs as he came to a stop, to more easily carry her. It's a picnic, said Asuka. He had a blanket laid out, and a basket, and in a bucket of ice, a bottle of what appeared to be champagne. Asuka blinked in surprise as he lowered her to the blanket, holding her side while she steadied herself. She walked to the basket and sat down, and Shinji joined her. From behind it, he pulled a bouquet of flowers and handed it to her. She took it, turning it in her hands. I've never seen these before, said Asuka. What are they? They're Gibraltar campions, said Shinji. They grow only the high cliffs of Gibraltar. Wow, she said, breathless. Did you, I picked them myself. He grinned. I got some more of those chocolates you liked, and I have some sparkling grape juice dash. I thought that was champagne, she said, eyeing the bottle. Well, I'm not old enough. I don't think anyone would card Superman, said Asuka, leaning over onto one elbow. She flicked the heavy mass of her hair over her shoulder. Well, I mean, I wouldn't do that. I can't get drunk. Have you tried? Well, no, but I'm pretty sure I can't. I don't technically need to eat. Huh, said Asuka. I didn't know that. For someone who doesn't actually need to eat, you're a hell of a cook. He shrugged. I get a lot of practice. So what's in the basket? Grinning, he opened it, and started laying out the spread. Pan-fried potatoes, sausages, pasta salad, cut fruit. Asuka sat up and looked it over hungrily, and then said, You didn't make anything you like. He shrugged. Anything I get to eat with you is something I like. Asuka actually blushed, and Shinji felt a rising elation flowing through him. She ate demurely, mostly sampling the food and touching her lips with her napkin. Shinji avoided the meat, picking at the potatoes and the pasta salad. These are really good, said Asuka. Where'd you get the potatoes? Idaho, said Shinji. She stared at him. If you were anyone else, I'd think you were making fun of me. He laughed, and she broke out laughing too, falling back onto her side. This is really nice. Thank you. Today has to be hard for you. Shinji sighed, shaking with the depth of it. It is. Asuka looked away. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have brought it up. It's okay, said Shinji, I just dash. This may sound silly, said Asuka, but I have this. Her voice tightened. I think they're watching us, somehow. I can feel it. Shinji blinked. I hope so. Me too. I want them to see this, she said, and then she kissed him. Now, take me home. I have something for you, too. Misato was dancing with Kaji, and she was fine with that. The band wasn't bad, the lights were low, and her head was on his shoulder. In heels she matched his height. His hand sliding up her bare back as they turned made her shiver. After a time, they were no longer dancing so much as embracing each other while standing up. It was getting late, and most of the other couples on the floor were doing the same thing. The bride and groom had already left, and the party was winding down. Katsuragi, Kaji whispered. Yeah. Let's say I told you everything. Laid it all out on the table. Do you think there would be a chance? I don't know, she said, thickly. I want there to be, but I don't know. What's changed? He took a deep breath. When you left, I thought it would be for the best. Not at first, but after a while, after I started taking my work. I thought it would be better if I left you out of it, because I didn't know how deep the rabbit hole goes. Misato nodded, but said nothing. That's changed. There's an end in sight, now. I think things might be different. How? I don't know, he sighed, looking at the slowly rotating light on the ceiling. Sometimes I wonder if there isn't someone watching out for us. Misato laughed bitterly. If they do, they did a poor job. I'd rather have skipped Second Impact, thank you. Mankind did that to themselves, he whispered, and someone else took mercy on us, and sent us Shinji. She sighed, and felt tears stinging the edges of her eyes. Yeah, she said, I guess you're right. So that's what changed, said Kaji. After I saw what he could do for myself, I guess. I guess you could say I believe a man can fly. Misato hugged him tighter. I think there's a chance. She could feel him smiling. That's good, because I am incredibly horny. Misato burst out laughing, and playfully punched his shoulder. Hee-why, Ritsuko slurred, appearing behind Misato. What's funny? She was practically dragging poor Maya behind her, although the latter didn't look the worse for wear. Misato had never seen her look so confident of her surroundings. Are you okay? Said Kaji. You better watch it, Ritsuko growled in mock anger, I think I've been drinking. Kaji snorted. Maya, take her keys. Done, said Maya. They both watched Ritsuko stumble away, half leaning on Maya, until they made it through the coat check and out the front door. Kaji snickered. They're totally going to do it. Misato blew her hair out of her eyes. Oh, shut up, you pervert. Oh, said Kaji, I'm the pervert now. Misato looked around. They were nearly alone. Let's get out of here, she said. Agreed, said Kaji. Asuka kicked out of her heels when they entered the apartment. She headed into the living room and knelt down before the television set, fiddling with Misato's entertainment system. Shinji diverted his attention between staring at the floor and sneaking glances at her undulating back and the waggle of her hips as she moved. She picked up the remote, hit the play button, and soft music played. Get over here, she said. Nervously, Shinji walked over to stand beside her. When I told Misato I don't dance, I lied, she admitted, putting one hand on his shoulder. When I studied for my bachelor's degree, I had to take 2 physical education classes. What did you take? Said Shinji. Badminton, and ballroom dancing. Shinji laughed. What? She demanded. It was an easy credit. I don't really know how to dance, said Shinji. She grabbed his arm and slipped it around his waist, and took his other hand in hers, twining their fingers together, and she leaned her head on his shoulder. She started to sway with the music, and he moved with her. There wasn't much to it, really. He didn't recognize the music, it was old, and in English, something about an earth angel. They taught you to dance like this? No, said Asuka, but I would only dance like this with you anyway. They didn't go far through the dark room, so there were no issues of navigation. It was mostly swaying in one another's arms. Eventually, Asuka slipped her hand free and put both arms around his waist, and he did the same as they leaned into each other, resting their heads on one another's shoulders. Shinji had never felt better in his life, even when he first realized he could fly. I'm still going to worry about you when you're out saving the world, she murmured. You are my world, said Shinji. She said. It's time for your surprise. I thought this was my surprise, he said. Asuka looked him in the eye and grinned devilishly. She slid one hand free and worked the zipper down the side of her dress, and with her free hand, worked it off her shoulder, so that it was barely hanging onto her. They stopped swaying as she looked him in the eye. Shinji swallowed, hard, trying to calm his beating heart. She took his hands and worked his fingers for him, gathering up 2 handfuls of red cloth in either one, around her waist. His heart jumped into his throat, as the dress slid down her arm just a little bit more. She leaned into him and in his ear whispered, "Pull." Misato let the wind blow through her hair. Kaji put the top down, and just drove for the sake of driving. It felt odd that they were both sober, doubly so Misato herself. The air was surprisingly cool, a freak cold front perhaps settling in. In any case, it was welcome. She closed her eyes and pulled her shawl around her shoulders. Kaji woke her with a sharp turn. She cried out in panic and for a moment, felt stark naked without her gun. It took her a moment to realize he'd only cut hard around a corner, hard enough to make her slide over and crash into him. He was laughing at her reaction to his childish maneuver, and yet she felt heat on her cheeks. "That's not funny," she shouted over the wind. "Where are we going?" "I don't know," Kaji shouted back. "I didn't want to say, your place or mine, but..." "Your place or mine?" "I don't know," said Misato. "I don't want to interrupt Asuka and Shinji on their little date." "Why would they be home?" "You know how they are," Misato shrugged. "She doesn't like public spectacles." "You think they'll be okay?" "Shinji's a perfect gentleman. He's not the one I'm worried about." Misato snorted. "They have to grow up sometime, you know." "They're growing up too fast," Kaji shouted. "It shouldn't have to be this way. After what we went through, you'd think we would try to change things for the kids." Misato watched him for a while. He stole glances at her but kept his eye on the road, and it was a good thing. He didn't drive directly to the apartment, but took a winding route through the city, and up into the hills. The roads here were twisty, and instinct guided her to cling to his arm, and she decided it was a good instinct and she should follow it. "Stop there," she shouted, pointing at a place by the side of the road. Kaji pulled up to the guardrail. Through the windshield, they had a view of the whole city, a glittering galaxy of lights through which yet more lights pulsed, moving along the streets in slow rhythm, stopping and starting with lights. The air was cool and smelled of trees and, curiously, of food. Misato sniffed the air. "That's weird," she muttered. Kaji shrugged, and put his arm around her as he killed the engine. "Remember what we used to do in the car?" said Kaji. "Don't push your luck," Misato said. Kaji laughed. For a while, neither one of them said anything. Misato was starting to drift off to sleep when she awoke with a start. Something flapped over their heads, making her sit up and reach for her gun again. Kaji ran his hand down her back reassuringly, and then it stopped being reassuring when he reached the bottom of her dress, and it became something else. She wriggled out of his grasp. "Stop that," she said, sharply. "I heard something." She pressed back into her seat as she saw it, a flapping shape that crossed their field of view, obscuring the moon for just a second. Misato hugged herself. "Oh, relax," said Kaji. "It's just a bat." Misato shivered. "Okay, I've had enough, take me home." Kaji sighed, and started the car. He took the road back into the city with equal verve, the car pitching and yawing as he took the turns. Misato had forgotten that driving could be fun, and doubly so when she wasn't in the driver's seat and could really feel the twists and turns. He took a circuitous route to the apartment, and when he pulled into the parking lot, Misato looked up and saw that her windows were dark, relieved. Kaji followed her up the stairs, and she was nearly shaking with excitement. She fumbled with her keys, and he made it worse by slipping up behind her and kissing the back of her neck. "Hurry up." The door slid open, and they stole inside, quickly depositing their shoes by the door. Misato pulled Kaji along by the wrist. She saw what appeared to be a sequined red dress pulled up near the couch, but Kaji didn't seem to see it and she said nothing. She slid her door open, and pushed him inside. He nearly tripped over a stack of car magazines, fumbling in the dark. "I see Mount Junk is still intact." "Shut up," she snapped, but quietly, and without heat in her voice. She pressed herself to him as she reached up over her shoulders, arching her back, and slowly undid the ribbon at her throat. Her dress went limp, and the pressure between them was then the only thing holding it up. She put her arms around his neck, and touched her forehead to his, standing on her toes. "There hasn't been anyone since you," she whispered. "Same," he said. "There's a bed in here somewhere." He grinned. "We'll find it." Hayaga was asleep again when Fuyatsuki walked loudly onto the lower section of the bridge. Aoba reached over and nudged his chair, and the bespectacled technician nearly fell out of it, and nearly fell over himself. "Calm down," Fuyatsuki said. "I thought since you couldn't attend the evening's festivities, I might do you a favor." In his right hand, gripped between his fingers, he held two short glasses. He put them on the console and then took the bottle of whiskey he held under his arms and poured them both 3 fingers. They looked at him in confusion as he held the bottle. "I'd rather not drink alone," he explained. Aoba and Hayaga took their glasses, and raised them. Fuyatsuki touched his bottle to their glasses, and as they drained them, he took a long pull, wincing from the smoky bite of the spirit. He shook his head a little, and poured them both another round. They raised their glasses again. "Shouldn't we toast something?" said Hayaga. "The bride, I guess," said Aoba. "No," said Fuyatsuki, touching his bottle to their glasses. "She's gotten enough toasts tonight. One more won't be missed. To absent friends." "I'll drink to that," said Hayaga. And they did. Chapter 14, Today is the time for goodbye. Misato stared down at the mountain of papers on her desk and took a long drink of foul-tasting canned coffee, from a can that had been sitting out on the desk since she last saw it. She flopped down in her chair, leaned back, and groaned. Shinji would be of no help, since the school had just finished transferring into the unused warehouse they would be using until the regular building was repaired or replaced, which would probably be never, since there was no budget for anything. Somehow, bizarrely, the entire installation's budget had been cut, despite the need to rearm the defensive positions, somehow repair the cavern wall where the Angel had tunneled through it, and perform a dozen minor repairs and upgrades all around the base. Somehow, as operations director, the problem of conjuring this funding from somewhere had fallen on her. Worst of all, she had 2 days to prepare for an activation test, and the commander had insisted, in light of how the previous tests had gone, that it be conducted in the open-air cage at the Matsushiro facility. Most of the equipment was already there, but she was constantly being pestered by everyone, to the drivers of the trucks moving the umbilical apparatus to a store owner whose cat was run over by a trailer bearing a heavy Evangelion locking pin. The Eva was already standing in the cage, locked down and covered with a tarp. When Ritsuko opened her door and barged right in, Misato both welcomed and resented the intrusion, until the scientist closed the door, bolted it, and then pulled Misato's beaten guest chair across the floor and pushed the back under the doorknob. She pulled a folder out from under her arm and passed it over the desk to Misato without speaking. "What's this?" "The Marduk Institute report identifying the 4th child," said Ritsuko. "4th child?" said Misato. "Why? Can't we just have Nagisa do it?" Ritsuko shook her head. "No. I asked Akari that same question and the answer was categorically negative. On top of that, he insisted I unfreeze Unit 2 and move it back to the cage immediately. I have the techs down there doing it now." Misato looked at the folder with apprehension. She knew that all of the kids in the pilot's class were candidates, whatever that meant. It always seemed a little suspicious to her that the institute only seemed to identify a child precisely when they needed one, and they never bothered to notify them about Kaworu at all. His paperwork showed up a week before he did, out of the blue, the same as any other interdepartmental mail. She opened the folder, and her eyes went wide. "This has got to be a mistake," said Misato. Ritsuko shook her head. She leaned closer. "Not here," she mouthed. Misato bit her lip as she read the name at the top of the page again, as if it would change to grant her wishes, but it was there plainly, as unforgiving as if it were etched in stone. Designated 4th child. Hikari Horiki. "I have a bad feeling about this." Ritsuko nodded. "So do I. I had an idea." "Yeah. I think it might be a good idea for Asuka to skip school that morning." Misato sighed, and nodded. "I'll have the others on standby, too. I'll leave a written order that Unit 2 is not to be deployed without direct authorization from me." "Good luck," said Ritsuko, rising. "He'll just ignore you. I have to go. I have to go down to the school and bring this girl into the office and tell her she's being drafted to pilot that thing." The sense of normalcy was of great comfort as Hikari took attendance on her clipboard and bustled around the room. It wasn't a room, per se, but a partitioned section of warehouse floor marked off with carpeted room dividers, the kind commonly used in offices. There was a rolling blackboard, the kind that flipped around, up at the front, and only enough desks for the number of students they had, which was around 10. There were no windows to view trees outside, and there would be no gym classes. The schedule was shortened accordingly, as an emergency provision, although no one seemed to mind. She couldn't help but smile. They were subtle about it, or thought they were subtle, but Shinji and Asuka were clinging to each other like wet grass. Nothing that violated the school's rules about public displays of affection, of course. Hikari wouldn't have that, but they walked in step now, rather than Shinji following 3 steps behind, and their hands would brush against each other. They sat next to one another, and Shinji craned his neck to look at something on Asuka's screen. In the end, though, Shinji and Asuka could have had a full make-out session on the floor for all that Hikari could pay attention. She was distracted by Toji, constantly nervously glancing at her and looking away whenever she returned his gaze. She'd already agreed to go out with him again, but it didn't seem to calm his nerves any. Kensuke looked more downcast than usual. He hadn't even bothered opening his computer and was just leaning on his hand, glancing every once in a while at Rei, who seemed bewildered without her favorite tree to stare at. The display she earned when she called for the class to stand, bow, and sit was meager. Only 2 others had shown up, outside their little group, and she had to tick off the absences of the others. Word would probably come down today or tomorrow that they'd withdrawn, and their families were moving away. Tokyo 3 had never felt like a bustling place to her, but it was emptier now than ever, and she felt nervous walking to school, if only a little. The first teacher started up with the same boring, rambling lecture about the post-impact wars, somehow managing to pick up where he left off, which was simple since he never seemed to get anywhere near a point. Hikari flipped up her laptop lid and logged into the chat, only to be surprised by how slow it was. It made sense, given how few students were present that day. She leaned on her hand and looked up at the lights hanging high overhead on the open ceiling and tried not to fall asleep. It took her a minute to realize that even the teacher had gone silent. She glanced down at the computer's clock. 2 hours had passed, and she must have nodded off. She sat up, and saw a woman in a lab coat and a nerve badge that she'd never seen before standing in the entrance to the classroom, a folder tucked under one arm. A quick glance over her shoulder, and she could see that Asuka recognized her. "I'm here for Hikari Horiki," the woman said, quietly. Trembling, Hikari stood up, and pressed down the lid of her laptop. She glanced back at Asuka, and saw the color had drained from the other girl's face. Shinji was glancing around nervously, and even Rei took notice, sitting up from where she was fiddling with her computer. Hikari gave them a weak wave and followed the woman out into the hall, which was basically a space between the partitioned rooms. The high ceilings and tight quarters between the wall partitions made the space feel huge and confined at the same time. "Do you know who I am?" Hikari shook her head. "My name is Ritsuko." "It's okay, you're not in trouble." Hikari relaxed a little, but there was something in the way she said it that suggested it wasn't quite true, a faint tick of her eyebrow. They walked together until they turned into the small area the school had turned into an impromptu office. Hikari felt a twinge in her neck when she saw that it was empty, everyone had cleared out. Ritsuko put her folder down on the table and motioned for Hikari to sit down beside her. "Do you know what the Marduk Institute is?" "No, ma'am," said Hikari. She glanced at the badge she wore. Doctor." Ritsuko slid the folder across the table to her. "The Institute is a group of scientists who examine potential candidates for the Evangelion program. You have been chosen as the best potential pilot for Evangelion Unit 3. Hikari tried to say something, but nothing came out. She was at once seized by excitement and fear, her stomach doing flips as it tried to climb up into her throat and freeze into a ball all at once. Ritsuko frowned, and touched her hand. "You don't have to do this." "I don't." Ritsuko shook her head. "We can find someone else." "You don't have to." "Do you know who would take my place?" "No," said Ritsuko. "They don't tell me until a pilot is chosen." "I don't know what to tell you." Hikari opened the folder, running her fingers along the pages of the heavy papers inside. It was a contract. The signature lines were on the front page. Her father had already signed at the bottom, and dated, the ink smeared slightly where his hand had passed across it. She stared at the blank signature line and just felt cold. "So if I don't do it," she said, "you'll get someone else." Ritsuko nodded. "Someone like me? What do you mean?" "Another kid." Ritsuko sighed. "Yes. Only children can pilot the Evis." "I'm sorry." Hikari picked the pen up off the table and held it in her hand. The smooth black plastic didn't have an answer. She put her hand on the paper and let the tip of the pen just hover there for a moment, while she thought about it. "What are all these papers?" "Terms of the contract. You'll be given a..." Ritsuko's voice caught a little, "a full scholarship, transfer to any school, and a salary." Hikari touched the pen to the paper. "I don't know what to do." "It's dangerous," said Ritsuko. "I'm not going to lie to you about the risks. If you sign those papers you'll be required to pilot the Evangelion in an activation test in 2 days. So far, we've had 2 major emergencies during these types of tests." Hikari hesitated. It was as if the woman was trying to convince her not to sign. "But if I don't do it, someone else will have to." "Yes," said Ritsuko. "Unfortunately." Hikari sighed, and then she signed the paper. Her signature was off-kilter and shaky, and she didn't so much put the pen down as drop it. She folded her hands on the table and twined her fingers together to stop them from shaking. "I'll do it," she said, quietly. Ritsuko stared at the signature. "Are you sure? You can still change your mind." Hikari looked at her feet. "I'm not going to change my mind." Ritsuko folded the papers back up and took them. "I'm the head of Project E, Hikari. I'm going to oversee the activation personally. I'll take care of you, I promise. Can I go back to class, now? I'm afraid not. I have to take you with me. We have a lot of work to do. Asuka ran so fast, Shinji nearly forgot to pretend he was having trouble keeping up. She jumped the turnstile that led into the Geofront entrance, and the guard at the gate gave him that look as he did the same, but waved them on with a sort of bemused indifference. It wasn't the first time either of them had ignored the nonsensical security measures. In those moments of supreme clarity that came only during times of stress, he wondered what the hell the turnstiles were actually for. "Slow down," he called, already knowing it was pointless. She didn't stop until she was in the tram car, panting. Shinji didn't bother faking fatigue anymore, but sat down beside her as she flopped in the seat. She finally managed to get enough breath to speak. "I will not calm down," she said sharply, crossing her arms. "Akage just kidnapped my best friend." The ride down into the Geofront was long and tense. Asuka held her head up, but he could tell she was upset in 100 subtle ways, from the way she wrung her hands to the way the toes on her left foot curled and uncurled. When the tram car stopped, she jumped up and stalked out onto the platform, and he rushed to follow. The second security check waved them on, and they were in the cold corridors of Nerve headquarters. Shinji followed her to Ritsuko's lab, only to find it unoccupied. A technician in the hallway said that Ritsuko was down in the cages, so Asuka headed there. Shinji touched her arm, she nodded, and he headed for Misato's office. He stopped at the door and knocked, and headed inside. She was poring over some paperwork, checking off boxes with a pen, and looked immensely tired. When she looked up and saw him, she dropped her pen. "I'm sorry," was the first thing she said. "It's not my decision." Shinji pinched his nose and adjusted his glasses. "Whose is it?" Misato shook her head slightly, and a chill ran down his spine. He looked around the room, not at the walls but through them, and saw his suspicions were well founded. There wasn't a listening device. There were 3 listening devices, but no cameras, thankfully. He touched his finger to his lips, and then to his ear, and pointed them out. Misato blinked in surprise. "I thought there was one," she mouthed. Shinji shrugged. She nodded. "Ultimately, it's her decision. I don't know how pilot candidates are chosen, it's above my pay grade." She took a random sheet of paper and scrawled a note on it. "I want you to be there." He nodded vigorously. Hikari was still fumbling with the thing they called a plug suit. The one they'd given her was black, and it seemed surprisingly bulky. She shrugged it into it, pulled it up around her neck, and it just hugged there limp, like a empty bag, the sleeves dangling loosely over her arms. She had to struggle to keep it upright. She felt exposed, which made sense given that she was naked underneath of it. She almost jumped out of the suit when Asuka stormed into the locker room. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Putting on this plug suit," said Hikari. "The one they gave me is too big, I think I need a new one." Asuka sighed deeply and rubbed at her temples. "Change out of that. We're leaving." "What? You're not going to be a pilot?" "I forbid it." "Huh," said Hikari. "You can't do that." "Yes, I can," said Asuka. "I don't want you to pilot, it's too dangerous." "I made my decision," said Hikari. Asuka didn't seem impressed. "This is ridiculous, we already have a spare pilot." "No, we don't," said Ritsuko. The older woman looked tired, Hikari saw, even more so than she did that morning. Asuka rounded on her, planting her fists on her hips. "What do you mean? Get Nagisa off his worthless ass and put him in that thing." "That's not an option," said Ritsuko, her voice tight. "The commander has expressly forbidden it. He's grounded." Asuka huffed, but shrank back. "Hikari," said Ritsuko, "I don't want to rush you, but we need to get you into the test plug. I want you to be clear on the process before we perform any actual tests." Hikari nodded, watched Ritsuko leave, and sighed. How does this work?" Asuka looked vacant as she gathered the sleeves of the suit up around Hikari's wrists, then held up her left arm. "There's a switch here, on the wrist. Press it to compress the suit." Hikari touched the button. There was a hiss and a rush of air blowing up out of the neck of the suit over her face, rushing up her nose. It made her want to sneeze. The material shifted and moved on its own, slapping tightly against her body. She felt it cinch up between her legs and around her back and over her chest and yelped. She stared down at herself in disbelief. "I can't wear this." "Wait here," said Asuka. A moment later, she returned with a robe. "Oh," said Hikari, "they didn't say there were robes." "They don't give you one," Asuka said absently, "this one is mine." "Oh," said Hikari, shrugging into the robe. She pulled the fuzzy collar tightly around her neck. "Thank you." "No problem," Asuka said absently. "Are you mad at me?" Asuka blinked. "No," she said. "Come on, I'll walk you over to the test plug." "I don't like this suit," Hikari mused, shuffling along in her borrowed robe. "Are they always like this?" "Yeah," said Asuka. "It's like a wetsuit, there's some survival and monitoring junk in the chest, a lot of boring science stuff. Be thankful, the original plan was for us to go naked." Hikari's eyes widened. "I'm kidding," said Asuka. "I'm used to it. I've been wearing one of those since I was 9. "Wow," said Hikari. "I never really thought about it before. This place is kind of scary." Hikari continued on, and Asuka grabbed her shoulder. They stood at the end of a much larger space. Asuka moved next to her, and put her hands on both shoulders. "Hold on," she said. "You need to prepare yourself. It gets to some people, seeing them up close." Hikari blinked, and they walked on. When she stepped out into the vast open air of the cage, she gasped. There was a cloud along the ceiling, a thin wisp of mist that hung around the lights, fuzzing them. The space was dominated by huge alcoves, only 2 of them were occupied. She could see the purple and green armor of Unit 1 poking out of one of them, but when she walked further along the walkway, dangling high above a seemingly infinite sea of red liquid that smelled like blood, she recoiled from it. She'd seen them at a distance before, in pictures, but up close, it was so wrong, like the angles of the armor didn't quite match up, and she felt like it was watching her. Its eyes were hidden behind 2 huge lenses, and seeing herself reflected in them, it felt like it was focusing on her no matter where she stood. Asuka took her by the hand and pulled her along, and Hikari relaxed a little. Until it moved. A groaning sound filled the huge space, spilling across the walls and returning as an echo. The Eva's head swung ever so slightly, and Hikari strangled a cry in her throat, clasping her hand over her mouth. Asuka hugged her tightly. "It's okay," she said, surprisingly gently, at least for her. "A temperature differential in the neck makes it do that sometimes. It's just a machine, I promise." Hikari nodded and walked on, stumbling a little. Her legs felt heavy. She wanted to ask Asuka the question, but she didn't dare, for fear of the answer. If it was just a machine, why was it breathing? Misato was running on coffee and about 3 hours of sleep in 2 days. She probably shouldn't have been driving, but then, there were people who would have said that of her regardless. She wished that Shinji was old enough and then snickered at the absurdity of it. Why would he bother driving? He'd probably never go through the trouble of getting a license. He was sitting in the passenger's seat, for once. Asuka was back at Nerve, along with Rei, and Misato shuddered to think of him, Kaworu. She hunched forward over the wheel like an old woman and stared at the road. Shinji looked up the slope at the testing facility. It was a huge operation, essentially an Evangelion cage built into a hillside, along with the entire massive infrastructure that required. There was a whole series of power transformers for the umbilical system and 1,000 other wires, connecting the systems at the remote site back to the monitoring systems at headquarters, all dangling from towers that swayed in the wind. The road leading into the facility sloped steeply upwards, and Misato took off her ID badge and set it on the dashboard, and then turned up the air conditioning. "Are you cold?" she asked. Shinji looked at her blankly. "Oh, right. Must be nice." He shrugged. "You're worried," she said, mostly because talking helped keep her from nodding off and driving down the hillside. "I can tell you're worried." He must have been, since he didn't reply to her. "Listen to me," she said, dumbly. I sound like an old lady. You'd think I was your mother. He did look at her then. I wish you were, he said, quietly. Misato blinked. She said, I dash the road. He shouted, yanking the wheel. The car swerved and the tires squealed. As she worked the wheel back and forth to even the car out. There were some stairs as she pulled up to the security checks, a pair of booths with armed guards standing. Instead of the standard scissor bar, there was a heavy set of iron columns that sank into the ground when they buzzed her in. She waved when she drove through, then risked leaning back in her seat. Somehow, there was traffic, winding the rest of the way up the mountain. She pulled the car in behind the others, and yawned deeply. Do you think anyone would notice if I, Shinji gestured upwards with his hands. Misato sighed. Bad idea. He shrugged. She reached over and tugged at his collar. After his old suit was destroyed, he made a new one. Ritsuko gave him the plug suit material and he dyed it himself, turning it a rich blue, and sewed the emblem on and added a thin pair of red boots made of the same stuff and what Misato insisted on calling red underpants. One change he made this time was cutting the sleeves short enough that he could wear it under his regular school uniform, with only a tiny bit of blue poking out around his neck if he didn't button his top button. No one is going to be looking at me, he said absently. You're worried, Misato insisted again. Remember what happened to REI, and then the incident with Unit 2, said Shinji, avoiding Kawura's name. Well, we fixed that, said Misato. Unit 2 is up and running, apparently. It sounded half-hearted, she knew it. Shinji looked at her, and she saw a cloud in his eyes. They advanced a few yards. Misato was tempted to put the car in park. Whatcha thinkin'? I was just thinking about something, said Shinji. Something about the Evis. It doesn't matter. Misato eyed him for a while, and then focused on her driving, such as it was. Fuyatsuki took a drink, the last swig of whiskey in his bottle, as a point of fact, to calm his jangled nerves. Something about the activation test set him on edge. He had a sneaking suspicion about why Unit 2 would have rejected Kawura so violently, and if his suspicions were correct, the girl would have no problem piloting Unit 3. Still, a bit of worry was a healthy thing to have at nerve, as was the gun he had tucked in his pocket, concealed by his jacket. He kept his hand on that gun as he walked out of his office. He didn't have anywhere to go, exactly. The one perk his position had was the lack of any actual duties to perform, save when some actual work, usually something profoundly boring and innocuous, found its way to Gendo and had to be delegated. At times like this, when there was something on the horizon that bothered him, he would rise and let his feet carry him where they willed. It was a technique he often used when he was still a professor. A difficult page from a paper he was working on or a disagreement with a colleague or the frustration of a belligerent student would evaporate after a few hours of aimless walking as his mind drifted and he could see new possibilities. One day all the new possibilities went away, but the habit remained. He ended up standing in the elevator with a very nervous Maya Ibuki. "Lieutenant," said Fuyatsuki. "Sir," said Ibuki, looking absently at her feet. "You seem distracted. Is there a problem?" "No, sir." "Well, there is, but dash." "Well," said Fuyatsuki. "I'm nervous, sir." Fuyatsuki nodded, and bobbed on his feet. "Why would you be nervous?" "Dr. Akagi isn't here," said Maya. "If something goes wrong, I'm on my own. I'm sure you'll do fine. She is very confident in your abilities. Your performance reviews are all glowing." "Thank you, sir," said Maya, before she scurried through an open elevator door. Fuyatsuki considered following her, thought about touring the bridge, and decided against it. He would be seeing it later, as the authority in the room while the installation went on standby during the test. It would involve a great deal of standing silently until nothing happened, before he went home for the evening. He let the elevator continue on, until the doors opened. Into the elevator stepped Kawura Nagisa. Fuyatsuki stiffened. He'd only heard rumors and innuendos, never seen the boy in person. His crimson eyes flashed, and he stood in an easy manner, leaning on the wall, staring at nothing. Every few seconds, his eyes flicked to Fuyatsuki and back to the wall. He pushed the button for the cage levels. I'm told you've been returned to active status, said Fuyatsuki. That is correct. I see, said Fuyatsuki. Well, hopefully we won't need your services today, eh? Hopefully, said the boy, smiling secretly to himself. Excuse me. The doors opened. Fuyatsuki let him leave and then stood there for a moment, before he walked out onto the cage level himself. He veered away from where Unit 2 now stood and headed for Unit 1's cage. Some small part of him hoped that the alleged temperature differential would produce a movement from the huge machine as he entered the vast space, but it was as still as a stone and silent as the grave. It stared down at him with dull black lenses that took everything in, and he stared back, fancying that if he stared hard enough, he could see Yui's face somewhere within. He leaned on the railing and watched the Evangelion for a while. He felt a presence to his left. The girl leaned on the railing beside him, and didn't speak. She was dressed in her plug suit under a white terry cloth robe, and looked both eager and apprehensive. He could hear the creak of her gloves as she gripped the railing tightly, as if she feared falling, or else it was the neck of someone for whom she held a special distaste. Fuyatsuki straightened. Everything will be fine, said Fuyatsuki. Every time we have an activation test, an angel shows up, she girl observed, leaning on her hand. True, said Fuyatsuki. You're worried for your friend. She didn't answer him. After a while she said, thank you. For what? She stood up, but didn't look in his direction. What you said? You were right. I was being stupid. You weren't being stupid, said Fuyatsuki. You were being anything but stupid. I just hope everything works out for the two of you. She nodded. He looked at her. Her profile was familiar, and she hadn't put the clips in her hair yet, and so it hung down around her face in loose waves, the same way that Kyoko wore it. He leaned on the railing until she turned slightly as she noticed his attention. What? Has anyone ever told you how much you look like your mother? She froze, then slowly turned away from him. Maybe, she said. Did you know her? Well, said Fuyatsuki. She worked here for several years before she relocated your family to the Berlin facility. She designed many of the systems the Evangelions used. I still remember the first time I met her. She was in coveralls, her hair tied up in a bun, and covered in so much grease she had to use a mop to get it all off. She crawled out of Unit 1's knee joint and offered to shake my hand. I declined. Asuka smirked. Tell me more. She was good friends and bitter rivals with Shinji's mother. They always worked to outdo each other, to be the first to solve this or that problem. They'd get into screaming arguments and then go out drinking with each other while Gendo and your father sulked at home. He saw her smirking, and went on. You know, they drafted me to watch you now and then. Huh. He nodded. They were both such busy women, and loved their children deeply, but there was so much to be done. He took a deep breath. Someone had the idea that because I was a college professor once, I was basically the same as a teacher and would be good with children. I can't really see that. I had the same objection, but there I was, watching you and Shinji roll around in a playpen. He said the words as if they belonged to a foreign tongue. I don't remember that. You were too young. You don't remember living in Japan when you were younger, do you? I left before I learned how to read, Asuka shrugged. I grew up speaking German. So, you wouldn't remember the spider. She leaned on the railing. What spider? A fairly large hairy eight-legged gentleman once crawled into said playpen while I was asleep. Shinji was terrified of it. Did you kill it? No, you did. You picked up a toy truck and beat it to death. The poor thing was dead for 5 minutes while you were pounding on it. She laughed, and there was something refreshing in it. He's not afraid of spiders anymore. No, said Fuyatsuki, I suppose he wouldn't be. The both laughed at that. I should go, he said. You'll be wanting to prepare for synchronization, soon. The test will begin shortly. I'm sure everything will be fine. I hope so, she said, absently. Hikari was alone in the small changing room that, paradoxically, doubled as an elevator, carrying her up to Unit 3. She thought it was odd that Ritsuko actually asked her what color she wanted her plug suit, and that she got what she requested. Now that she looked at it, holding it up in front of her, she regretted just saying yellow. Her hands were shaking when she threw it over the bench and started to undress, slipping out of her school uniform. It was cold in the elevator, and she shivered as she pulled the suit on, bringing it up around her shoulders. She wondered how Asuka managed with her long hair. This time, she managed to find the button but still yelped when the suit compressed around herself. Lying on the bench were a pair of nerve clips, heavy round ones with tiny triangles of metal protruding from the top, like antennae. When she pulled her hair back and slipped them in, she looked at herself in the mirror and, absurdly, her first thought was that it made her look like a catgirl. The phone rang. She picked it up and put it to her, minding the cord. A cord phone was a weird thing to begin with. Hello? Do I have to say over? No, Hikari, said Miss Atto. I just wanted to see how you're doing. Fine, I guess, Hikari said, glumly. I can still go to school, right? I mean when I'm not piloting. Of course, said Miss Atto. Asuka does, and so does REI. I won't have time to be class representative anymore, though. I know, said Miss Atto, I'm sorry about that. We can put you on standby status, maybe. That's okay, said Hikari. I wouldn't want to inconvenience anyone. You won't. You remember what to do. Hikari nodded, remembered she was on the phone and said, yes, I remember. She hung up, and the elevator slowed, then came to a stop. When it opened, a blast of wind hit her, and she instinctively grabbed the guardrails. The gantry that led to the entry plug hung over the vast space of the open-air cage, and though it was mostly shielded, a strong breeze swept across it. She closed her eyes, held the railings, and walked slowly, one foot in front of another, until she reached the stairs. She climbed them carefully, gripping the railings for dear life, until she could grab the edge of the plug hatch and drop in. Her feet slipped a little on the curved inside of the plug, but she kept her balance. I can't believe I'm really doing this, she said, to no one in particular. Once she was in the seat, she pulled the control yoke down until it clicked, locking her legs into the stirrups. She took a deep breath, waited, and tried to relax as the plug rang with the hollow sound of LCL flowing in around her. It was cold and the cold bit her through the suit immediately, and it got worse when it touched her face. They were quick about the process, though, and it quickly warmed enough to be comfortable. She opened her eyes, wincing at the expecting sting from water, but felt nothing. Finally, as her lungs started to burn, she had to breath out. She blew a great cloud of bubbles, then leaned back, fought her gag reflex, and breathed in. She managed to only cough a little as the fluid flooded her lungs. It felt heavy and sticky, like she had a cold, and she didn't like it very much. She jumped when Miss Atto started talking and the sound came from inside her head, the woman's image superimposed on the world in front of her again. It was a purely mental projection. We're starting synchronization. It'll be just like we practiced, okay? Stay calm. Hikari nodded. It still felt too weird to talk. She leaned back and tried not to move as she felt the curiously itchy sensation of something sliding up her back and tingling at the base of her neck and on the top of her head, where the clips were. It was like someone was pulling on them. The next phase started, the flash of colors on the inside of the plug, strands of hue floating on the LCL itself as her visual processes adjusted to a second set of inputs. The last stage was the strangest, the sudden doubling, as she felt alien sensations in her arms and legs. She could feel herself restrained by bolts running into her arms and legs, but she could still move. Ritsuko spoke with the most profound sense of relief. Hikari, you have achieved successful synchronization. All of our boards are green, and you have completed the third stage connection with a synchronization ratio of 23%. You're not combat ready yet, but that's fairly impressive for a first time. Hikari smiled with relief. Wow, she finally managed, confused by the thickness of her own voice. Thank you. Wait, Ritsuko shouted, cutting her off. There's something wrong. Shut it down. Shut it down. A lance of ice shot through the base of her skull, and Hikari screamed. It all happened at once. Hikari's scream, high and gurgling from the LCL, rang through the small control room of the Matsushiro facility. Unit 3 rose up on its heels, tore free of the cage locks, pulling the mounts along with them, and threw back its head. It struggled against the empty air, then reached up and began tearing at its own helmet. It ripped a section of armor plating loose, threw its head back once more, and through a bleeding mouth filled with jagged red teeth, it roared. "What the hell is going on?" Misato shouted, turning to Ritsuko. "It's not the Eva." Ritsuko screamed, "There's a blue pattern. There's an angel in dash." Unit 3 lashed out, grabbing a section of the superstructure of the cage, and threw it. Shinji watched it tumble through the air in slow motion. He moved forward, his limbs moving with lightning speed through the air as everything else moved with languid slowness, as he unleashed the full power of his nervous system. He had but to pay attention to the world, and it slowed down. He took Misato first, scooped her up by her waist, spun around, and yanked Ritsuko's chair away from the console. She fell from it, reaching for empty air, her cry of alarm drawn out into a slow bellow. He put his arm under her shoulders, pushed both women together as hard as he dared, and flexed his back to shield them as much as he could. The debris hit the entire sloping wall of the crater where the facility had been built and scraped the control room from the earth like a weed. He felt it crashing against his back and pushed against it, lifting off from the ground. He lighted on the rim. The rest of the control structure was hanging by thin threads of steel, like a spider web of sliver hanging on the inside of the hollow mountain. He lowered the two women to the ground and let himself focus on them. The world resumed normal speed. "Are you hurt?" "I don't think so," said Misato. "Oh God, Hikari dash." "I'll get her," said Shinji. "Call it in, get some medics out here." "I have to go, those people down there are dead if I don't get them off those platforms." "Go," Ritsuko shouted, "I have my phone, go." The debris had started the process, shredding open the back of his shirt. His cape fell free and flapped in the wind. He grabbed the rest and just tore it off, shirt and pants and shoes and all, and when he reached up to take off his glasses, they came away too easy. One of the earpieces had sheared off, and the lenses were cracked. He dropped them to the ground beside Misato and dove into the crater. He didn't have much time, and he knew it. He went under the first platform, thought about lifting it to the rim of the crater, but if he did, the rest would fall away into the open space. Instead, he pushed it back into place, the metal squealing, and focused his gaze on the places where the metal had torn into shining ribbons. It sizzled with a heat patina, then turned red hot and pressed back together. He rose into the view of the technicians on the platform. "I don't know how long that's going to hold," he shouted, "get out while you can." They nodded, tossed down their hard hats, and ran for the escape ladders. He did the same thing, platform, as rapidly as he dared. He had to be quick, but he couldn't abandon these people to die. He looked over his shoulder, and saw Unit 3 crest the rim of the crater, scrabbling over it like an animal. The Evangelion reached the limit of the shortened testing umbilical, ripped it from its back, and sniffed it like a beast before tossing it back down. Then, it sank down into a crouch and leapt out, landing in the fields on the other side with a great spray of debris and mud. There were 5 more platforms. He held the last one, the lowest one, while the technicians evacuated it. When the last of them were safe he let go, and the entire structure groaned, shrieked, and twisted down into the bottom of the crater, folding in on itself. He bobbed in the air, took a deep breath, and headed for Unit 3. The EVAs had been deployed. All 3 of them. Fuyatsuki was sweating. He stood behind Gendo, and watched his superior tense as the 3 EVAs reached the surface and began moving forward in a loose formation, Unit 1 taking point, arms held out like a wrestler. He could see the faces of the 3 pilots on the screen. Kaworu looked almost happy, his lips curling into a near smile, excitement in his eyes. Rei was less serene than usual, her eyes darting back and forth. Asuka was fury incarnate, her face frozen in a grimace of pure rage. "Okay," she said, "this is a search and rescue operation. Nagisa, you're on backup. Keep your ass out of this until I order you in. Rei, you're with me. I'm going to restrain it, I want you to retrieve the entry plug." "Understood," said Rei. "I don't take orders from you," said Kaworu. "You do if you want to keep your gonads," Asuka shouted, rounding on the space in her vision where she must have seen his image. Now shut the hell up until I give you permission to talk, freak. Kawara seemed, if anything, amused. Fuyatsuki let himself hope a little. Asuka and Rei were a team, they knew each other's fighting styles and movements. Even in her absence, Katsuragi's influence could be felt. They might make it out of this alive, and pull the new pilot free. If they could get her plugged to safety, she would survive. If they couldn't, Gendo would have him write the letter. As if he knew Fuyatsuki thought about him, Gendo lowered his hands from his mouth, and sat up. Pilot Soryu, you are not in command here. I am. Your mission is to destroy the designated target. The designated target still has a pilot in it, Asuka said angrily, we have to get her out. Gendo's face was a mask. She is expendable. Unit 3 is lost to us. You will terminate it. No, Asuka said sharply. Fuyatsuki felt his fists clench involuntarily as the ebon form of Unit 3 appeared at the edge of the camera system's sight. It scrabbled like an animal, almost spider-like, limbs bending at impossible angles. It hissed and snaked around the three Evis. I'm going in, said Asuka. Pilot Soryu, said Gendo. You will dash. Asuka ignored him and charged, his voice drowned out by her screaming. Shigeru Aoba straightened in his seat. Sir, I have a small object on radar, I think it's Superman dash. Irrelevant, said Gendo. Be silent. Fuyatsuki moved closer to him. Akari, there is still a chance we could dash. Gendo silenced him with a look. Unit 1 advanced on the rogue Eva, crouched, and charged. Unit 3 danced back, avoiding her grasp, but was not so clever as it thought, as Unit 0 shoulder checked it, knocking it off balance. Unit 1 struck Unit 3 in its midsection as it stood up, then grabbed its forearms, dragging it in a lazy circle as it twisted. The rogue unit's mouth worked and spewed horrid sounds, ancient cries of hate from another world. It lanced forward, snapping at Unit 1 like an animal. Rei moved around beside it, then behind it, and roughly grabbed the Evangelion by the neck. She struggled with the armor plating. It came away in strips, held to the Eva's body by a sort of glue, long thin strands of a luminous blue material. She was grunting with effort. I cannot reach the plug, she said, scraping at the mass of the substance. Unit 3 snarled, its head spun around 180 degrees, and it bit Unit 0 in the face, gory red jaws cracking down on the white faceplate. Rei screamed, dropped the control yoke, and scrabbled at her face, writhing in her seat. Asuka looked over to her side, tensed, and bit her lip as she wrestled free, grabbed Unit 0, and shoved her back, out of the creature's grasp. Rei's lost her optics, Maya Ibuki said, almost absently. She can't see. Rei, Asuka said sharply, grunting as she twisted against Unit 3, get out of here, fall back. Do you hear me? Fall back. I cannot, said Rei, I will compensate. No, it's too dangerous, you dash. Unit 3's arm shot out and took Unit 0 by the wrist as it shouldered Unit 1 away. It pulled Rei around, slammed her to the ground, and bit into her wrist. Rei yelped in pain, grabbing at her arm, and twisted sharply in her seat, wriggling out of the control yoke. Thick blue foam was dribbling down Unit 0's forearm plating, mingled with the Eva's rich red blood. Gendo tensed. Rei rolled, pulled her arm free with a shout, and stumbled backwards, clutching her own arm against her chest as she held the Eva's at length, stumbling away from the battle. Rei, get out of here, Asuka shouted, slamming into Unit 3. Blow the connections on Unit 0's left arm, said Gendo. But sir, said Maya, Rei is still synced, she'll feel it if I dash. Do it, Gendo snarled, rising to his feet. Maya shook as she typed in the commands. The explosive bolts blew at once, and Unit 0's one arm dangled for a moment from bits of stretched-out flesh, bone, and cables until it fell free, hitting the earth with a dull thud. Screaming, Rei fell backwards, the Eva carving a rent in the hillside beneath it. Pilot Soryu, Gendo said, insistently, you must destroy it. Now. Asuka dodged the Eva's snapping jaws, scraping her fingers uselessly against its back. Unit 3's fingers erupted in long claws, gleaming silvery in the sun, and lashed out. 3 razor-sharp blades pierced through Unit 1's thigh and out the other side, coated in red. Asuka gurgled in pain, her lip bleeding from the force with which she bit down on it. She set her jaw and redoubled her efforts, pulling the offending claws free, struggling with the enemy's hands. In reply, Unit 3's shoulder pylons burst apart, and 2 long limbs of slippery gray flesh grew forth from the joints, and the hands locked around Unit 1's throat. Asuka was shoved back in her seat, and deep impressions formed around her neck from the synchronization. Through all of this, Kaworu stood, and did nothing. "Pilot Soryu," said Gendo. "It will kill you unless you destroy it. Kill it. Now." "Commander Akari," Asuka croaked, "go fuck yourself." "Enough," said Gendo, face reddening with fury. "Nagisa, end it." Kaworu sprang into action, charging across the open ground. He shoved Unit 1 out of the way and brought Unit 2's knee up in a fierce kick that caught the rogue Eva in the face, sending it toppling backwards. He drew both of the progressive knives from the pylons at his shoulders and ducked under the multi-limbed swing of his enemy, cutting deep rents in Unit 3's midsection, spilling fountains of red gore. "Akari," Fuyatsuki breathed, "for the love of God dash." Asuka's scream was incoherent, wordless, a gale of fury as she charged. She got Unit 1 on its feet and thundered towards the battle even as Nagisa pressed Unit 3 further and further back, dodging its strokes and landing blows of its own, savagely wounding it. The rogue Eva fell to one knee, wailing in pain. "Ibuki," Gendo said calmly. "Desynchronize the second child." Maya spun in her seat. "Sir, what?" "She'll be helpless, she dash. She's useless. Do it. Now." Maya trembled. Fuyatsuki could see the indecision on her face. Her mouth worked silently. He, Kozo Fuyatsuki, was letting this happen. "Belay that," he said. Gendo rounded on him. "Shut up." Breaking into a sprint, Gendo slid down the ladder to the lower level before Fuyatsuki could stop him, ran to Ibuki's console, and roughly shoved her out of her seat. She landed with a cry, and the 2 technicians next to her stood up, only to freeze when Akari's gaze fell on them. He typed the commands in himself. Unit 1 slumped forward, nearly falling from its own momentum. Asuka started screaming. "What are you doing? Turn it back on. Turn it back on." He had to get her out. Shinji slammed into Unit 3's back, and the impact broke the hard shell of blue whatever the hell it was that had formed over the entry plug, mostly exposed from REI's efforts. He dodged a hammer blow from Unit 2 and realized, to his horror, that Kaworu was stabbing the progressive knives in his hands into Unit 3's back. He was trying to hit the plug. He clawed against the blue sludge with his hands, and when that didn't work, he blasted it with the heat of his vision, unleashing the full fury of it. It steamed and blackened, and he was able to get enough of a grasp on it to tear it away in a great sheet, twisting his whole body. He turned just in time to see Unit 2 bringing a knife down at him. He turned, put his feet against the Eva's back, and caught the blade. It slid between his hands, the point inches from his face, the heat waves washing from the progressive vibrations over his forehead, and sweat beaded there. He turned, and with an almost animal shriek, the blade skimmed over the Evangelion's back. He turned and he rammed his fists into Unit 3's back. He could see the plug, he could almost touch it, he was almost there. He yanked on the emergency release, but it was useless, seized up. He had no choice. He risked his heat vision again, melting the armor plates that jutted out of Unit 3's back to slag. He almost fell when Kaworu pinned it to the ground. The entry plug rang like a bell, and he heard the twisting and grinding of bending metal. The surface curved inwards as the whole structure started to twist. Tears streaming from his eyes, he ripped it open with his bare hands, and wriggled inside. Hikari lay twisted and unmoving in the control seat, and it was the only thing keeping the metal from crushing her. The blue sludge, like a lichen, was crawling towards her, but hadn't touched her yet. Her arms hung free at her sides, but her legs... "Oh," he moaned, "oh God." Hikari's left leg was pinned between the ruins of the control yoke, grinding as the plug grew smaller and smaller, crushing around them. He did the only thing he could. He tore the whole seat free and pinned himself between it and the crushing sides of the plug, shielding herself with his body. He couldn't see any injuries to her neck or head, but he was sure her arm was broken, too. Her breathing was shallow, so he ripped the collar of her plug suit open to free her up a little, and she coughed too dark LCL over her chin. He did his best to cradle her arm as he curled her against himself in a tight ball. Unit 2's fist rose over his head. Hikari's leg wasn't going to be coming loose. The shadow of an angry fist darkened his tiny screaming world. He pushed up. He put his back against the plug and he held her and he pushed, and a great segment of it tore free, falling into space as he lifted up with her. He held her to his chest and felt her heartbeat. He rose up and up as Unit 2's fists came down, pounding on the stricken Eva, almost a beast itself. Kaworu tore into it savagely, and great gouts of gore and flesh fountained into the air and slammed back to earth, bouncing languidly as they landed, rubbery. He had to get Hikari out, he had to get her safe. Then, Unit 2's arm shot out, and its fist closed around them. Shinji bellowed in fury. He held Hikari against him, her shattered leg dangling against his own as Unit 2's crimson fingers closed around him like a vice. He shook as he struggled to keep the fingers apart without hurting Hikari or dropping her. He didn't have a choice. "I'm sorry," he whispered. The world turned red hot. Unit 2's hand fell away, tumbling into space, the smoking stump cauterized, charred black. Unit 2 retreated from him, and when he saw the medics far below, he headed towards them. Misato ran, Ritsuko struggling not to keep up, but to pass her, arms pumping furiously at her sides. Some small part of her mind noted that it had been a long, long time since she'd seen Ritsuko cry. They reached the ambulance together, skidding on their shoes to stop. Ritsuko had to grab Misato to keep her from bowling over. They were loading Hikari into the back of the ambulance, her tiny broken form covered in a white sheet. Her face ashen, an oxygen tube under her nose. Shinji was on his knees, his head on the pavement, his hands clutching his head, screaming incoherently into the ground. As the ambulance pulled away, he reared up and slammed his fist into the asphalt so hard it cracked in a series of concentric circles, almost spilling Misato from her feet. She sobbed and ran to him as he stood up, brushing his cape aside to throw her arms around him. "It's not fair." He screamed at the sky, "It's not fair." "Wait." Ritsuko shouted at the ambulance, waving her arms. "I'm a doctor, open the doors. Open the doors." The ambulance slowed, but didn't stop, as the medics threw the doors open and Ritsuko yanked herself inside, dropping a shoe in the process. She slid in beside Hikari and started taking her vitals as the door closed. Shinji fell into Misato's arms, weeping bitterly. "It's not fair," he said over and over, "I'm Superman and I couldn't save her." Misato hugged him so hard it hurt, and she wondered if he could even feel it. All she could do was repeat, "She'll be okay," again and again against his furious sobs, but it rang hollow. Misato didn't need to know medicine to know that leg was gone. Hikari would never walk on her own legs again. It felt like forever until he caught his breath and pulled away from her, scrubbing at his face with his hands, but he couldn't hide his reddened eyes, or the raw skin around his nose. Every other breath was a deep sniff. Misato let him stand, and then pulled back. "I have to go," said Shinji. "Get to Asuka. Call Kaji." "What are you doing to do?" "What I should have done already." Misato turned and ran, flagging down a Humvee. Fuyatsuki could feel it, could feel the change in air pressure before it happened, and he ducked to the side, moving to the edge of the bridge. The center of the ceiling caved in with a great crash, heavy chunks of masonry and wires falling straight into Gendo's desk, smashing it to kindling in a matter of seconds. Shinji descended from the opening, his cape trailing out behind him, his costume scuffed and covered in oil and what was probably dried blood. His eyes were coals, steaming as his tears vaporized. Gendo calmly walked up to the upper level to meet him. "You're coming with me," Shinji said quietly. "And where do you propose that I would be going?" "I'm taking you the United Nations. You're going to answer for your crimes. No more games, no more spies. It's over." Shinji paled. He wobbled on his feet a little, and suddenly looked deeply confused. "You know," said Gendo, "you made an excellent point at the memorial. I didn't bother with the box." From his pocket, Gendo drew a luminous green crystal, the size of a tennis ball. It bathed the room in a sickly green glow, and when it washed over Shinji, it hit him like a physical force. He stumbled backwards over the debris, crawling away from the green glow. He coughed, hard, obviously pained. Gendo ignored it and walked forward, holding the rock out in front of him. I don't think I'll be going anywhere. You really thought you were invincible, didn't you? There are no heroes, boy. Not in this world. An animal fury flowed up Fuyatsuki's legs, tightened in his chest, and curled his hands into fists. He cried out as he charged across the platform and barreled into Gendo, pushing him away from Shinji. Gendo held onto the rock for dear life, twisting, and Fuyatsuki drew back and punched him, hard. His lip bleeding, Gendo turned, and the rock tumbled out of his hand, thumping like a heavy piece of glass as it slid across the platform. Fuyatsuki shoved his arm under Gendo's neck and pushed him back against the railing. You son of a bitch, Fuyatsuki roared, kicking his leg under Gendo's, forcing him over the rail. Yes, Gendo croaked, and shot him. The gun was in his belly, aimed up into his chest. He never heard the one that got him. Fuyatsuki slumped back, hit the rail, and slid down onto his side, clutching at the wound in his gut. Dark red blood sluiced between his fingers, and a creeping cold flowed through him as he tried to draw a struggling, ice-hot breath that wouldn't come no matter how hard he pulled. He watched as Gendo calmly picked up the rock and strode out of the room, as easy as you please. Shinji crawled over to him, still slightly green, and sweating. Tears flowed freely from his eyes and patted on the smooth black floor as he lifted Fuyatsuki up, pulling him into his lap. It had to be his imagination, but he felt soft fingers touch his cheeks and slide around his head, and smelled a familiar perfume, drowning out the iron stink of his own blood. Yui, blessed Yui, bright and ethereal and too pure for the world, leaned into his vision, and touched her lips to his. A single tear rolled down her cheek to his. Be not afraid, she said. He whispered her name. Then, he died. Chapter 15, When the Man Comes Around. Misato walked onto the bridge in a daze. It felt as if the floor was moving, undulating beneath her feet. Her fingers slid open and her phone clattered to the floor. Shinji was lying against the forward console on the upper level, the limp body of Kozo Fuyatsuki spread across his lap. Blood coated his stomach and legs and pooled around him where he sat as he feebly tried to hold it into the old man. Shivering sobs racked his body. Somebody get a medic. Maya screamed. Misato shook herself out of it and stormed forward, moving around the pile of debris. Aoba, get a medical team in here, now. Hayaga, I want the pilots brought in immediately, and separately, do you understand? Yes ma'am, Hayaga said, shaking, as he turned to his console. I want Kaworu Nagisa detained and confined to his quarters. Recovering Unit 2 is priority, I want it in the cage and locked down with a restrictor plug as soon as possible. Where the hell is the commander? He's not answering our calls, said Aoba. He doesn't seem to be on base. Goro Yoshida stormed into the command center, gun in hand. Who's in command here? I am, said Misato, rounding on him. Bullshit, said Yoshida. I'm taking command. He motioned a pair of agents to move alongside him, but they froze as Shinji slowly stood up, carrying Fuyatsuki's limp body in his arms. Which one of you, said Shinji, wants to test that theory? Yoshida held his ground while his subordinates backed away. Get out of my way. Hayaga stood up. Captain, they're having trouble with Asuka. She's demanding to be taken to the infirmary. Do it, said Misato, give her a full escort and get her there, now. Yoshida stepped out of the way as a crew of medics ran into the control room, carrying a stretcher. Shinji lowered Fuyatsuki's body onto it, and tried to life it before one of the technicians stopped him with a hand on his shoulder. Misato realized what they were doing and rushed to his side, trying to push him back, but it was like pressing her hands against a brick wall. He just wouldn't move. When Shinji heard time of death, he sank into her so hard it nearly bowled her off her feet, sobbing like a child. Yoshida, Misato said quietly as she stroked Shinji's hair. This is a crime scene. Clear it off and get the investigative division in here. You don't give me orders dash. The hell I don't, Misato snapped. The chain of command falls to me. Do your job or I'll find someone who will. She put her arms under Shinji's shoulders and tugged him back to his feet. He moved with her, shaking, until they were outside. When they stepped out into the hallway, he pulled away from her and slumped against the wall. "Come on," she whispered, "get up." He shook his head and just sat there, and if he didn't want to go she had no chance of moving him. "Shinji, come on. I need you. Asuka needs you. Hikari needs you. What good am if I can't save one person?" Misato sank to her knees and grabbed his cheeks, turning his head to face her. Gingerly, she brushed the tears away with her thumbs. He stared at her, maybe through her, his eyes distant and unfocused, his breathing labored, every exhalation gasping into a small sob. "Listen to me," she said, very calmly, as if she were speaking to a small child. "You can't do this. Not here, not now. Fuyatsuki wouldn't want you to curl up and just give up. Everyone in that room, maybe everyone in the world, is alive today because of you and the things that you've done. Are you going to give up on that now?" "It's my fault," he rasped, turning away from her. "If I'd been faster, and smarter, I dash." "Damn it," she shook him, "listen to yourself. You can't let these people see you like this. You're more than a pair of fists. Look around and look at the way people look at you. You've given these people hope." She started to choke up, blinking away her own tears. "Think about how things were before you got here, how Asuka used to be, how I used to be. You're a hero." He looked at her. "You're my hero," she said. Slowly, but steadily, he stood up. He straightened, pressing his shoulders back, shaking even as he did. He drew in a breath, swallowed, and with his fingers wiped the tears out of his eyes. "I have to get to the hospital. I need to see that everyone is okay." "You can't go like this," said Misato. "You're the blood. I need to get the suit washed. I might need it later. Let's go to the locker room." She pulled his arm over her shoulders and walked with him, walked away from the carnage in the control room and the shouting technicians carrying out her orders. She walked him into the elevator and he slumped against the wall. Misato pushed the button. "Let's stop at home, first," said Misato, lowering her voice. "These people need you, not," she pointed at his chest, "him." Shinji sighed. "And these people need you. You're in charge here, Misato. I'll take care of everything else." "I feel so useless," Ritsuko murmured. There she was, medical doctor, engineer, head of Project E, one of her pilots lying half dead in an operating room, and she was sitting outside in the hallway with everyone else. Asuka was sitting near her in a mismatched outfit that Kaji had cobbled together from whatever she had lying out at home before he picked her up. The man himself was seated opposite her, leaning on his knees, watching Asuka from the corner of his eye. He'd gotten her a blanket somewhere and she was curled up next to him, staring vacantly into nothing. "Why's that?" he said. "I'm a doctor. I should be in there helping them." "How long has it been since you've been in surgery?" "Not since I was a resident. I never practiced medicine except as part of the program." "You'd just get in the way." "Trust in the staff here, they're some of the best in the world." Ritsuko snorted. "Of course they are. I hired them." Kaji turned to the doors. There was a set of double doors at the end of the hallway, and she saw movement on the other side. Through the round glass windows set high in the doors she could see a small crowd of people. She stood up and ran to the doors and pulled them open. An orderly was shooing away a group of people, the Hikari family, a boy Ritsuko didn't recognize, and Shinji. Ritsuko pulled out her identification badge. "Let them in." The orderly stepped out of the way and they rushed past her. The father, a heavy-set man in his 50s, had a sort of dull, uncomprehending look on his face. The older sister, Ritsuko couldn't remember her name, scowled at Ritsuko even as she held the younger sister, all of 6 years old, in her arms. The child pawed at her shoulder and stared around in confusion, obviously mystified all of this. The boy she remembered from the school, the tall one who always wore a tracksuit. Toji Suzuhara. The psych profile mentioned Hikari's attachment to him, as though it were some sort of disease. "Please," said Ritsuko, "please, come in, she's in the operating theater now. We're waiting for word." The doors flapped shut behind them as she entered. There weren't enough seats, even with the younger sister sitting on the elder's lap, so Ritsuko and Shinji ended up standing. Shinji paced back and forth, red with fury, and Ritsuko had to press her nails into her palms to remind herself not to comfort him too strongly, not to make it too obvious. Asuka didn't say anything to anyone, she just shivered in her seat, between Kaji and the older sister. Kadama, that was her name. With her free hand, Kadama touched Asuka's hair, stroking it as though she were a child. Shinji told us what happened, she said softly. We know it's not your fault. You did everything you could. But it wasn't enough, Asuka said, hoarsely. Nozomi, sit here, the girl said, resting her sister next to Asuka. Ritsuko smiled a little when the child crawled onto Asuka's lap and hugged her. Asuka, in a very un-Asuka-like way, hugged her fiercely, turning her head so that no one could see that she was tearing up. Her smile faded when Kadama, a tall slip of a thing who still had freckles and looked like a taller version of her younger sister, pressed her face into Ritsuko's. What the hell is wrong with you people? She demanded, poking Ritsuko in the chest. Ritsuko looked away. Only children born after second impact can pilot Evangelions. It's the way it is. There isn't anything you can do. Anything but this. We already lost my mother. My father will die if we lose Hikari. What am I going to tell my little sister? Ritsuko choked up, turning away. I tried to convince her not to sign. I didn't want her to do it. I don't choose the candidates, I dash. Oh, Kadama said sharply, stepping closer to her. So it's not your fault, right? She signed the papers, and you were just following orders. Your father signed too, Ritsuko said, dumbly, I dash. Of course he did. Kadama shouted. He works for Nerve. You would have fired him if he didn't. That's not true, I dash. Kadama, Asuka said softly. What? She snapped, and then oh. Asuka, I didn't mean dash. I tried to make her stop, Asuka said absently, hugging Nozomi to her shoulder. I insisted she leave, I told her to quit. I ordered her to quit. It's not your fault, Kadama said again, it isn't, it dash. You know what she told me? Said Asuka. She said she had to, because she didn't want someone else to take her place. Of course she would, said Kadama. She would do that. She started to break down, turning and cupping her eyes over her face. She's a hero, Asuka said absently. The operating room doors opened. A doctor walked out in full regalia, and pulled down his face mask. We have her stabilized, he said to no one in particular. It's a miracle. If Superman hadn't carried her to the ambulance so quickly, she would have died. Shinji looked visibly relieved, sliding against the wall, but she could see his eyes trembling. They were all silent, waiting for the bad news. I'm sorry, there's no gentle way to put this dash. Just tell us, Hikari's father said, flatly. We had to amputate her right leg below the knee joint. The damage was too severe, the bones in her calf and foot were crushed to powder. I'm afraid there's more. We're working on her arm now. I'm not sure we'll be able to save it, she has a serious spiral fracture. Her left eye has also been damaged. There was some severe internal bleeding, and her retina detached. I can't tell you if we're going to be forced to perform an enucleation, but she'll be blind in that eye regardless. What's an enucleation? Said Kadama. I'm sorry, it means we'd remove the eye completely. It's going to be a few hours. We'll keep you posted. The surgeon turned and walked back inside, staring at the floor. Kadama shook with a bitter sob. Ritsuko slumped against the wall, sliding down until she sat on the floor, hugging her knees. She hadn't spent a great deal of time with Hikari, but the girl made a ready impression. She was so serious, so mature, and so energetic. So full of life, even when she was riding up the elevator to confront the terror of piloting an Evangelion. Ritsuko stared blankly at the operating room doors and cursed herself bitterly, wishing there was some way she could give the girl a new leg, save her arm somehow, restore her sight. All her medical knowledge was useless, she couldn't restore a limb. Kaji's phone buzzed. He took it from his pocket, checked it, and palmed it. He looked at Shinji. It's Katsuragi. She wants us back at headquarters. It's about your father. Goro Yashida led the mission personally. To say that he may not have liked Katsuragi was an understatement. He found the woman more and more loathsome at every juncture, although he did admit she had gotten herself together in the short time he'd known her, quit acting like such an irresponsible slob. Yet, she had no respect for the institution that she served. Yashida did, however, and she was indeed the acting commander. He emphasized the acting in his mind and his superior, and so he was obliged to obey her order to arrest the Nagisa boy. He took 2 of his best men and headed out to meet him as the recovery crew rode him back into the facility. The boy stepped out of the heavy recovery van, still dressed in his plug suit. He drank in his surroundings in those huge red eyes of his, and Yashida shivered in spite of himself. There was something wrong with the boy, that he didn't dispute. Katsuragi may have been right about this one. The commander had done the right thing, but the viciousness with which he'd attacked a machine piloted by another human being, who was in no way responsible for the attack, was admittedly disturbing. Yashida sighed, and did his duty. "Pilot Nagisa," he said, "I am under orders to escort you to your quarters and confine you there." The boy cocked his head to the side, and smiled a viper smile. "I'm afraid that is unacceptable." Yashida sighed. "Cuff him." The boy looked at the 2 men on either side of him, and the 2 men with Yashida, considered them for a moment, and then unmade them. He did something, some sort of gesture with his hand, and flashes of orange light scythed through their bodies, dividing them in clean slices that tumbled to the floor and, when they hit, simply exploded in great pools of thick, reddish liquid. Yashida drew his gun, but the boy was so fast, he was just there, all at once, right in his face. "What did you do?" "That was the sacred light of my soul, which no one may enter." He touched Yashida's forehead with one gloved finger. "Your soul, on the other hand, is an open book." It all came to him at once. The crushing pain in his chest when he returned home after the first blasts to find that he had no home, the years of fruitless searching, of rumors, of finding the right name attached to the wrong woman, of the day he finally accepted that they were both gone, that he'd gone to work one morning and the world ended, and when it started up again his most precious people were all gone. It rampaged through his mind, not as a memory, but as though he was there. He could smell the sea foam and hear the first gunshot and feel the flash from the blast over old Tokyo searing his mind, and he was in all of those places, all of those times, at once. He sank to his knees, blubbering like a child, and his gun clattered out of his hand. "Unlike these others," said the boy, "you will prove useful. You will do exactly as I say." He leaned down and whispered in Yashida's ear. "I can give them back to you." Shinji found Misato, changed into a fresh uniform, standing outside his father's office. He felt apprehension building, weighing on him as a lump formed in his throat. He supposed he'd have to do this eventually, or someone would. He had an inkling of why he was there, even before Kaji asked that very question. "I want to make sure there are no surprises in there for us," said Misato. "We have to go in." Shinji nodded. The doors were locked, so he ripped the lock out of the doors and tossed it over his shoulder, where it scrabbled across the floor with a loud scraping sound. He pushed them aside, folding them against the interior door, and walked in, or appeared to. He was in fact hovering a millimeter over the floor, not touching it. He didn't immediately see any invisible trip lines or lasers or anything, so he scanned the room as he moved through it, and found to his surprise that the walls were simply walls. He settled on the floor and did a slow walk around the desk, carefully studying it. The only thing out of the ordinary was a thick binder lying on the desk. Normally, he kept his desk spotlessly clean and free of any of the normal debris of administration. It would occur to any rational person to ask what he actually did in there all the time. He nodded, and Misato and Kaji walked in, the latter nonchalantly touching the gun he had tucked in his waistband anyway. Shinji touched the binder. A simple legend had been written, in marker, on the front. It read, "The Truth." Written beneath it was a series of numbers. Kaji looked at the number. "What is that?" "My birthday," said Shinji, lifting the cover. Kaji tensed. "If it was rigged to explode, I'd smell it," Shinji said absently. He traced his finger across the page, turning the binder to look at the paper sideways. It was technical schematic, a drawing of some kind of vehicle. Something tingled at the back of his mind, some strange instinct. It looked like a rocket, and the main thing it carried was some kind of computer. There were no fuel tanks. It looked like it, somehow, derived its thrust and power from a central storage compartment, containing a fuel source. From the dimensions, the rock would be a fist-sized, maybe slightly larger. The rocket itself wouldn't be much larger than a person. He sank down into his father's seat. "Do you know what this is?" Kaji shook his head. Misato bit her lip. "It's the rocket," she said, "the rocket that made you." Kaji touched the page and closed his eyes. "I had no idea. The box, I stole it from them and brought it here. I thought it had something to do with a power source for the Evis." Shinji stared at the plans for the rocket. "You didn't know. It's not your fault." "What is the rock?" said Misato. "Some sort of Kryptonian mineral, presumably," said Kaji, "some unknown element that they used for a power source." "That must be what he meant," said Shinji. "Who?" said Misato. Shinji sat up. "When I touched the crystal that gave me a vision of my Kryptonian father, he said that his people were dying a slow death from sterility. That must be why. The radiation from that rock affected them, affected us." "That makes sense," said Kaji. "Deadly in large doses, but if they were to, say, pollute the atmosphere with it." "They're not so different from us after all," said Misato. "So it's a piece of Krypton." "Kryptonite," said Kaji. Shinji turned the page. There were more detailed plans of the interior of the rocket, focusing on the propulsion system, and the computer itself. It incorporated, unknown apparently cloned nervous tissue, and a series of clear, quartz-like crystals that appeared to be an optical data storage system, like the optical cubes that were envisioned as a storage system in the late 1990s. He tapped the page with his finger. Cloned nervous tissue. Cloned. There was something else. Buried in the heart of the computer system was a preserved sample of pure Kryptonian tissue, itself a cloned, generalized sample, containing the entire Kryptonian genetic code. How could they have known that? In a panic, Shinji rapidly flipped through the pages, scanning them faster than Misato and Kaji could keep up, until he slammed the binder shut and slid back from the desk, gripping the sides of his head. They knew that because they extracted it, and experimented on it. "No," Shinji whispered. "No, they can't." "What?" Misato demanded. "What is it?" "They spent years pulling it apart, trying to make another me. It didn't work." "Well," said Kaji, "that's good, isn't it?" "No," said Shinji. "It's worse. They stopped trying to create a Kryptonian human hybrid, and started working on a Kryptonian Evangelion hybrid instead." Kaji paled. "The solar collector." At the German branch they had a massive solar collector, designed to focus solar energy into a big room. That must be what it was for. His phone rang, and he yanked it from his pocket and turned to answer it. He listened briefly, and turned around, even paler than before. "We have a problem." "What?" "Yoshida called the United Nations. He told them Fuyatsuki killed Gendo and was killed during a coup attempt, and Katsuragi has taken over and plans to use the Evangelions to overthrow the government. They're on their way to arrest everyone right now." "Get back to the hospital," said Misato, running for the door. "They'll try to arrest Ritsuko." She left the words to hang in the air unspoken. "I'll go with you," said Shinji, rising. "No," said Kaji. "I have something better you can do." Asuka looked up to see Kaji push through the doors, shoving a hospital orderly out of the way. He grabbed Akage somewhat roughly by the arms and pulled her to her feet. She was mumbling to herself, something about nerve connections, and he had to shake her to get her attention. She shook her head, as if clearing the cobwebs from waking up. "We have to go," he said, "now." "Asuka, you too." Asuka blinked and stood up, gently lowering Nozomi onto Kadama's lap. "What's going on?" "I don't have time to explain. We're leaving." Asuka swallowed, and rushed to his side as he half-dragged Akage along with him, not the way he came but deeper into the hospital. He stopped at every intersection of hallways to look around, then ushered her on. Asuka followed behind him, increasingly feeling something crawling up her spine. "I want to get out of here," she said. "I hate hospitals." It seemed the further they went, the colder it became. Asuka shivered and rubbed at her arms. Gurneys, oxygen tanks, and medical equipment lurked around every corner, covered in tubes and screens. She heard the faint sounds of beeping and nurses' shoes scuffing the floor, and the murmuring of doctors, and a lump formed in her throat. "Asuka," said Kaji, "I need you to hold it together. I don't want to get in a firefight here, we need to get out." "Firefight? But you don't have dash." Kaji casually flipped up the back of his shirt, revealing a heavy automatic pistol tucked there. "Oh," said Asuka. "What's going on? Why are we hiding?" He pressed against the wall and looked at her. "Asuka, Kozo Fuyatsuki is dead. Gendo is missing. The United Nations think Misato and Fuyatsuki meant to take over NERV and use the EVIS to overthrow the government." He sighed. "Apparently, Kaworu used Unit 2 to stop us." "That little bastard," Asuka snarled, "I'll kill him, I swear." "Save it for later," said Kaji. He went on until he found a service elevator, hit the button, and looked around nervously until the doors opened. Asuka practically clung to his back as they moved inside, and he hit the button for the ground floor. He leaned Ritsuko against the wall and waved his hand in front of her face, but she just stared, glancing at him feebly. Why did it have to be children? Kaji looked at Asuka and shook his head. The elevator stopped on the ground floor, and the doors parted. 3 men in full tactical gear, bulletproof vests and blue helmets marked UN in white letters, pointed submachine guns into the elevator. "You're under arrest," the leader said. He thumbed the button on a microphone at his shoulder. "I have Kaji and Akagi here. The pilot is with them, securing her now." "Gentlemen," said Kaji, edging forward with his hands up, "this is all a misunderstanding. I'm a special inspector for the UN, just let me dash." "Quiet," the leader snapped, "you're working with them. Put your hands behind your back." Kaji's hands moved slowly downwards. "Wait," the leader said, motioning to the man by his side. "Pat him down." Kaji sighed as the soldier moved to his side and started frisking him, and froze as he touched something on Kaji's side. "What the hell?" "It's my shaving kit," said Kaji. Then, he moved. He was so fast, he grabbed the soldier's forearms, twisted somehow in an undulating, snaky way, and slammed him head first into the wall. His helmet took most of the impact, but left him stunned enough for Kaji to jab into his throat with his fingers and toss him into the one in the middle who gave the orders, knocking them both of their feet. The third one started to raise his gun, and then froze. Having yanked it out of his belt, Asuka pointed Kaji's pistol right at the soldier's face. "Drop it." "I'd do what she says," said Kaji. "She has cramps." Slowly, the agent lowered his gun to the floor and slid the sling off his shoulder. Kaji scooped it up, checked the chamber and the safety, and motioned for Asuka to follow him, grabbing Ritsuko by the arm with his free hand. Together they kept the 3 men covered until they were around the corner. "You should give that back," said Kaji, "you don't know how to use dash." Asuka tipped the slide back to check the chamber, thumbed the hammer back and put on the safety, and pointed the gun at the ground with her finger alongside the trigger guard in the ready position. "Okay," said Kaji, "you can just keep that for a while." "Where are we going?" "The car," said Kaji. "Your car only has 2 seats," said Asuka. "Not that car." He stopped, checked the halls, and proceeded. Down here, things were more dank, the walls bare concrete rather than white paint and tile floors, the lights harsh yellow sodium bulbs rather than the clean white fluorescence of the upper layers. He motioned her forward, all the while pulling Akagi along with him. Finally, they reached daylight streaming through square windows in a pair of heavy doors. Kaji stopped, peered through the windows, and gently edged the door open before he slung the machine gun and moved out into the light, motioning for her to follow. She took Akagi around the waist. There was a goddamn tank in the parking lot. A heavy assault vehicle on 6 wheels, marked with the NERV emblem, hunched and angular, was lying in wait by the back door of the hospital. Asuka smirked. Where did you get that? I borrowed it. He ran to the back, hit a switch, and the entire rear end of the vehicle unfolded in a ramp. Asuka moved inside, supporting Akagi as she did, and Kaji came in behind her, closing the ramp. The inside was surprisingly cramped. There was a place for someone to stand and operate the armored turret on the top, a few small, hard, cramped seats, and a pair of seats for a driver and passenger up front. Asuka helped lower Akagi into one of the seats. She moved passively, not resisting but not helping. What's wrong with her? Kaji shook his head. I don't know. Come on. He slid into the driver's seat and turned a key. It looked like any other car key, which in some tiny way, amused her. She handed his gun back to him and he stuck it under his hip, then worked the big gear lever and started the vehicle rolling forward. It bounced and jounced and shook her from side to side. Kaji looked at her from the corner of his eye. What? You're holding together really well. I'm proud of you. In spite of everything, just a little, Asuka smiled. Fortunately, accessing the United Nations was somewhat convenient. The original meeting place of the world's international governing body, at the time a far more toothless entity than what it would later become, was destroyed when New York City was inundated during the immediate aftermath of Second Impact. Given the importance of Japan in the New World Order, when a new formal headquarters for the organization is built in 2005, it was located in the new capital at Tokyo too. Shinji lighted on the front steps of the building, much to the surprise of the guards, his cape flapping in the wind behind him as he marched up to the front doors. Inside, there was a security check. Everyone in the lobby stopped and stared at him. Dutifully, he walked through the rope line leading up to the metal detectors, and waited for the stunned-looking middle-aged woman sitting on the other side to motion him through. He stopped on the other side. I'd ask you to empty your pockets, but... Sorry, he shrugged. All I have is this. He held up the thumb drive Kaji had given him. You'll need a visitor badge. She wrote Superman on the sticker in magic marker, then spread it onto his chest with her hands. It started peeling off his suit almost immediately. The plug suit material did not react well to adhesives. I think everyone will know who you are, she said, absently. The General Assembly is currently in session. Could you point me in the right direction? Just go around the corner there and to your left, it's the big door with the guards outside. He nodded. Thank you. He earned more stares as he walked through the building. Beyond the check station, almost no one was Japanese. As they all stopped to watch him walk by, he remembered Miss Ato's words in the hallway and squared himself up. The guards at the door, it was indeed quite large, as the security guard told him, stared at him with open mouths. I have business with the assembly, he said. Go right in, the guard on the left replied, watching him as he pushed the door open and walked through. He found himself at the highest level of an large amphitheater. Marble steps ran down to a dais where the Secretary General was speaking. Flags hung down either wall, and in between were rows of hundreds of delegates and their translators. On the far wall, there was a map of the Earth, centered on the Arctic, picked out in white against a blue field. The speaker's podium looked tiny underneath it. Shinji cleared his throat. When the Secretary General saw him, she froze, and dropped her pen. Shinji scratched the back of his head. His voice rang out across the hall. Excuse me. The Secretary General leaned forward. He'd seen her on television before, and he knew that Miss Ato knew her, or at least had met her a few times. He remembered seeing her at the Jet Alone disaster. He was pinning all of his hopes on these people listening to him, and so he felt some apprehension, a tightening in his guts as she leaned forward to the microphone. You'll need a sponsor to speak to the assembly. The hall was dead silent for a moment, until in a rustle of papers and a flapping of pant legs and robes, every single person in the room stood up. Shinji smiled in spite of himself and jogged down the steps, feeling all the eyes in the room, the eyes of the world, watching him. Television cameras swiveled to watch his approach. There was a collective gasp as he lifted off the floor, flew over the podium, and lighted beside the Secretary General. May I? She stepped to the side and motioned him to the podium. He adjusted the microphone and tapped it with his finger, and winced at the booming bass from the speakers behind him. The delegates took their seats, and he waited patiently, knowing they'd need to translate his words. "Ladies and gentlemen," he said, "I have an urgent request to make. As I speak, United Nations peacekeepers and Japanese Home Defense Forces are advancing on NERV headquarters under Tokyo 3. I'm here to ask that they be recalled." The Secretary General moved to his side, and leaned to the microphone. "We were just discussing that as you came in." Shinji nodded, and looked down at his feet to gather his breath. "I understand that you may not believe me. There are a lot of rumors going around about who I am and where I come from. There's too much to explain now, but I'm not a special project, some sort of NERV experiment, or an angel." He paused, trying to think of how to put it best. "I come from a world called Krypton. You're an alien." The Secretary General blurted, staring at him with wide eyes. "Not exactly. My mother was human. I was born with these abilities, these gifts, but they don't belong to me. They belong to everyone else." He didn't know what to expect from that. He waited, wondering if the silence was from shock or disbelief, until the assembly broke out in thunderous applause. He raised his hands to quiet them. "I need you to listen to me, before innocent people get hurt. Some of what you've heard is true. Kozo Fuyatsuki, the second in command of NERV, is dead. He did not die in the midst of a coup attempt. Today, during a scheduled test of the newest Evangelion, an angel attacked and took over the EVA, trapping the pilot. 2 of the other pilots attempted to rescue her, acting against Commander Akari's orders. Commander Akari responded to this by disabling one EVA and shutting the others down. They were forced to watch as Unit 2 destroyed the rogue Evangelion, nearly killing the pilot. I managed to save her, but she is in critical condition in NERV's infirmary as we speak. Her leg has already been amputated and she may lose her arm, and she is blind in one eye." He waited, drawing his breath. The room was eerily silent. Like all of the Evangelion pilots, she is 16. He looked down at the podium for a moment, and breathed. "Fuyatsuki died bravely, trying to step in and give us a chance to save this innocent girl," he choked up as he said it, "who did nothing wrong, and chose to pilot an Evangelion to spare someone else the same risk." He looked at the Secretary General. "I'm asking you to please listen to reason. The leadership of NERV is either dead or in hiding, and the people in charge there now are no threat to anyone. If we can just talk this out, I'm sure we can solve this without anyone else being hurt today." He turned to the Secretary General, but she was already on the phone. "There's more," he said. "This may be difficult to believe, but I have evidence, gathered by a United Nations Special Inspector covertly working within NERV, that there exists a criminal conspiracy. He froze. He heard it first, before any of the delegates did, the terrible winding groan as the evacuation sirens started, followed a moment later by their droning wail. He put the thumb drive on the podium, turned, and headed for the door. Misato stood on the lower section of the bridge, watching in horror as the Magi plotted the movements of the new blue pattern. It had simply appeared in low orbit and was rapidly approaching from the south. She had to wait to see a visual. In the meantime, she had to get some kind of a defense organized. Worst of all, she was alone. Ritsuko was wherever Kaji and Asuka were, and there was no one backing her up, only the thin veneer of authority she held by assuming command in the chaos. She took a deep breath. "What's the UN doing?" "They're on the phone now," said Hyaga. "It's the Secretary General." "Patch it through to one of the headsets," said Misato, plucking one from the console. "This is Captain Kisaragi. This is Secretary General Nakashima. Captain, you've been granted a reprieve. Superman made a personal appeal on your behalf, and in light of the impending attack, we thought it best to deal with the issue of chain of command at NERV at a later time, hopefully without any violence." "Yes, ma'am," said Misato. "I need your help." "That's very brazen of you. I'm not surprised." "What is it?" "2 of the shelters were destroyed in the last attack. If your people could help get the civilians out of the fighting, we'd appreciate it." "That, I think we can do. Good luck, Captain." The line went dead, and Misato put the headset back on the console. She looked around. Maya was sitting there in shock, staring blankly at her console. Hyaga and Aoba didn't look any better. The whole room was quiet. She cleared her throat. Okay, she said, listen up. I need situational awareness here. Where are the EVAs and what is their status? Unit 1 is offline and current sitting where the commander deactivated it, said Hayaga. Unit 0 is lying on its side a kilometer away. The arm was detached in the battle and has been quarantined to deal with a possible infection of angelic matter. Unit 2 is being moved into the cage now. Where's Nagisa? He was supposed to be confined to his quarters, but we haven't heard back from the security detail yet. Misato groaned. Great. I want him found, and I want him in that EVA. Maya paled when she looked at Misato. Are you sure? We dash. I don't have a choice. We need to get an EVA into the fight and find out what we're dealing with here. Where are the others? REI is being brought back now. Asuka was at the hospital, but Kaji picked her and Dr. Akagi up, said Hayaga. The security at the hospital said there was some sort of fight, someone tried to arrest them. Captain, said Aoba. The angel is entering visual range. The view on the main screen switched to a grainy, shaky camera view from one of the surveillance cameras in the hills. It showed what at first appeared to be a massive oncoming storm cloud, coal-blanked and angry with flickers of lightning. Misato hugged herself, then shook her head. She had to be professional and in command. What is that? It's from entering the atmosphere, said Aoba. It's slowing down. The cloud roiled forward, thinning and curling on itself, as if rising from a fire. Something moved within it, pushing forward from the cloud bank as it slowed. The vapors parted, flickering with lancing bolts of lightning that arced between the clouds and the ground as it advanced. The camera shook and fuzzed, and for a moment, she feared it would go dead. The creature emerged from the cloud all at once, thin streams of vapor drifting back from its body. It was gigantic. Get me an analysis, said Misato. All right, said Maya, typing. She swallowed. The Magi estimate its mass at approximately 3 times that of an Evangelion. The angel has not raised an field. Good, said Misato, absently. Plot a firing solution. For which batteries? Said Hayaga. All of them. She could see it, now. It was as big as the sky. It resembled a limbless torso, huge and muscular, covered in a heavy, gleaming black carapace. The red core, huge and luminous, was visible in its lower body, ringed by bony structures that looked almost like teeth. Wrapped around its lowest extremities were ribbons of fleshy material, looped over themselves and clenched like a huge fist. It had no head, but set between its shoulders was an immense bony mask, frozen in a perpetual scream with drooping eyes and a grimacing mouth. It seemed to see the camera. Something flashed within its eye sockets, and the feed went to static. I need visuals, said Misato, as calm as she could muster. Get it back up. Do it now. Hayaga and Aoba typed frantically. A series of new views appeared, showing it from multiple angles as it approached the city and became visible on a number of cameras. It came within range of the first batteries, unfolding from the armored skyscrapers that ringed the city. The central sections had not yet finished sinking into the ground, and she could see movement. Captain, said Hayaga, REI is back to Unit 0. We're initiating the field startup procedures now. I still don't have a location on Nagisa. Do we have firing solutions? Yes, ma'am. Is its field up? No. Open fire, said Misato. Hit it with everything. Shinai had to duck as a missile sailed past his head. He turned in the air and came to a stop, watching the projectiles streak in on plumes of smoke, their contrails linking together as they drew in on the angel, guided in by the computer systems. He expected to see the flowering of hexagonal atfields, but the missiles kept on, fired their afterburners, and slammed into the angel. One by one they exploded on impact, the explosions turning the world from sunset to high noon, until they was nothing but a cloud of airbursts and flames all around the creature. He held his breath for a moment, until the angel advanced through the explosions, parting them with the same ease with which it parted the air. It moved with agonizing slowness, until the second wave of missiles hit. It came to a stop, vanishing under the weight of fire for a moment as the secondary defenses opened up on it, artillery and machine gun fire from automated positions all around the city. It ignored it all, gliding forward slowly, and he felt it, a sort of buzz on the back of his hands, a tingling on his scalp that made his hair stand on end. A great soundless beam of pure heat swept out from the Angel's sunken eye sockets and simply unmade the defenses. The missile batteries exploded with great whumps, while the armored panels just melted, instantly slagged, curling over and flowing away like butter flash melted by a fire. All around him, he heard screaming. The evacuation wasn't going fast enough. Where the Angel's beam touched the ground, there was nothing but fire and smoke. He took a deep breath and dove down into it, looking for survivors. There didn't appear to be anyone in the Angel's path, but the fires were spreading rapidly, licking flames jumping from the hulk of one ruined build into the windows of another. He had to get the fires out, before they spread. He spread his arms as wide as he could, closed his eyes, and with all his might, brought his hands together. The shockwave pushed him back, and spread out over the ground, smashing the burned wreck of the buildings out of its path. The fires winked out, rolling back in a great wave that sent the smoke rolling up into the air, towards the Angel. It ignored him, moving inexorably forward, and he could feel it charging itself up for another blast. He looked over his shoulder. There was a column of UN armored personnel carriers, and cars, and trucks, and people on bicycles fleeing from the approaching creature. He could almost feel hunger radiating from it, a sort of malevolence that he'd never felt from the Angels before. He had only a second before it fired. He jumped, and he flew, and he put himself in between the beam and its targets. He could hear it now. It sounded like 1,000 screams, a horrifying shriek of unending fury that shook his bones and made his teeth rattle in his skull. The beam struck him full on, shoved him back through the air, and burned his cape to cinders in a flash. He put his hands out and divided it, screaming soundless into the oncoming fury, until it simply ended and he tumbled backwards in the air, spinning wildly out of control. He clipped the corner of a tall building and landed in the street with a crash, rolling head over heels until he crashed through a brick wall and came to rest in the ruins of a florist's shop. With a groan, he jumped to his feet, ran back out into the street, and took off. It worked. He diverted the beam away from the fleeing people. The Angel seemed to need time to charge itself up, so he charged it, flying hard and fast, and grabbed a hold of its face mask, twisting it with his entire body. He pulled the creature off track and it turned, but it took the absolute limit of his effort, and he could feel it slipping loose from his grasp. He grunted and pulled, rearing back, and felt like he was going to tear his arms out of their sockets. The Angel jerked out of his grasp and continued on, brushing him aside. "Unit 0 is online," said Hyaga. REI's image appeared on the screen. She looked haggard, her eyes rimmed with fatigue, and she was holding her arm against her body as though it was broken, although Miss Atto knew she was only feeling sympathetic pain from the EVA. It hurt to watch anyway, though, as REI leaned forward, grabbed one of the butterfly controls, and pulled it down over her lap. "Orders," REI grunted. "Get to the launch chute," said Miss Atto. "We're going to have to stage a defense inside the geofront. Do not engage the Angel." REI shook her head. "There are still people trapped on the surface. We're working on getting them out," said Miss Atto, "and Superman is fighting it, trying to slow it down. It's too big, REI. We need to come up with some kind of a plan." REI nodded, albeit weakly, and the tracking blip for her EVA started to move across the map. Miss Atto sighed, and pinched the bridge of her nose. She looked up at the map, and saw the icons for the defensive positions gradually turning into red flashing marks as the Angel took them out, one by one. On the screen, she could barely make out Shinji zipping around it in a figure-8 pattern. It looked like he was trying to distract it. Twice, twin beams of furious red head lanced out from him and struck the creature, but it simply ignored him, as if he was a fly buzzing around it. "Captain," said Hyaga, "I've got Kaji on the radio." "Give me your headset," she said quickly, crushing the speaker to her ear. "Kaji? Where are you?" "We're in an APC." "What the hell is going on? Where did you get an APC? Why does everyone keep asking me that? What do we do? What's happening?" Miss Atto looked up at the screen. "There's an Angel, and it's kicking our ass. I have REI headed down to the geofront through the launch tube. We can't find Nagisa and Unit 2 is still in the cage. Is Asuka with you?" Yeah, she's here. Get her to Unit 1. We'll do a field startup. Go now. Roger. Kaji out. She handed the headset back. What's happening with the evacuation? The UN troops have most of the exposed populace out of the city, said Hayaga. The shelters are starting to report in. We're at 70% now. Misato nodded and studied the map. The Angel didn't seem to be in any particular hurry, gradually working its way towards the center of the city. It was simply shooting at anything that moved, and now that most of the fleeing citizens were out of its immediate area of attention, it had picked up speed again and was moving towards downtown. Maya, said Misato. Get the Magi to tell me how long an Eva's Atfield is going to hold up against that thing's blasts. 30 seconds, said REI, absently. Maya blinked and stared at her console. That's right, how dash. It's complicated, said REI. Captain, said Hayaga. Look. The Angel rose up. It lifted, and it turned, facing itself down, towards the center of the city. It continued to rise, gradually positioning itself into a central position, ignoring the torrent of missiles and artillery shells bursting around it, not even bothering with its protective field. A cold ball formed in Misato's stomach, and a wave of understanding washed over her. Everybody, hold on to something, she said, surprised at the lack of tension in her own voice. This is going to be bad. The APC bucked wildly as it crested the gentle curve that carried it out of the GA front and onto the surface. Kaji's jaw dropped as he turned in his seat to take in the devastation. Large sections of the city were on fire, and the central cluster of defensive skyscrapers stood bowed and melted, like candles left out next to an open flame. The Angel, a great immense thing that seemed too big to hang in the sky was red, from the sunset and from the flames, as if there were two suns, one in the west and the other pooled in the southern sections of the city, sinking into the earth. Asuka sat up. I don't see him. Kaji tensed. His knuckles went white. The emergency egress port he'd chosen was outside the city limits, away from the Angel, and in the right direction he could see, in the far distance, Unit 1's hulking form, hunched over and darkened in the oncoming twilight, lit from below by lights set up by the recovery crews, now fled. He turned towards it and gunned the APC's massive diesel engine, weaving the lumbering vehicle around an abandoned car on the narrow road. Kaji glanced at the monitor in the dashboard. It was the only way he could see behind them. The Angel was glowing, gathering force around itself, and it made the monitor fuzz. He gripped the wheel so hard it creaked, and shouted, "Belt in. Now." Asuka tugged her safety harness on and clipped it down between her legs as Kaji did the same. Hold on. The monitor fuzzed. The world went white, and the shockwave lifted the rear end of the APC and slammed it back down again. The vehicle bounced twice, swinging wildly from side to side as Kaji wrestled to keep it on the road. The wheels shrieked and the world spun until he finally managed to straighten them out, dropped the shifter into a lower gear, and powered forward, gritting his teeth. Though all of this, Asuka curled up in her seat, covering her eyes, and Ritsuko simply stared dumbly ahead, sitting limp in the seat where Asuka had strapped her. Ritsuko. Kaji shouted. Wake up, I need you. She didn't reply. Asuka turned around. Damn it. Wake up. She shook her head, as if from waking. What's wrong? We're going to need your help, said Kaji. We need to get Asuka in the entry plug and do a field launch on Unit 1. I think we might be on our own. Oh, said Ritsuko, absently. She sat back and looked up slightly, in thought. There's an internal backup LCL reservoir you'll have to use. Talk me through it, said Kaji. Not you, said Ritsuko. Asuka. It has to be done from inside the plug. I'm listening, said Asuka, turning around the seat. Tell me what to do. The ground rolled under Misato's feet. She fell against the console, and Hayaga jumped up to keep her from hitting her head on the side. Maya rolled out of her chair and crashed into Misato, and Aoba held onto his own console for dear life, curling his arms around it. The lights overhead swayed wildly, and the view on the monitors went out. The lights all shut off at once with a heavy thump, leaving the entire room bathed in darkness. One by one, the lights flickered on, with a heavy buzzing sound. Misato crawled up onto her feet, helping Maya back into her seat at the same time. Hayaga started typing frantically. Misato leaned on his shoulder and brushed the hair out of her face. Get me some kind of a visual, something. Where's REI? I am here, said REI. Misato's jaw dropped. She made a small, strangled sound. A gaping hole had been blown in the center of the city, and from it, dangling by hydraulics and the ruins of its raising and lowering system, was one of the central towers. It tore free with a great grinding moan and fell lazily through space, turning slightly as it did. When it hit the floor of the geofront, it threw up a great cloud of gray soot and dust that rolled over the landscape like fog. The only sound was the hollow moaning of pieces of the city swaying back and forth at the edge of the great gaping rent. Though the opening, black against the darkening sky but for a grimacing skull, came the angel. It moved slowly, ponderously, coming to a hover above the floor of the geofront. REI, said Misato, get to the arms tower and get the positron rifle. We have to try to do some kind of damage to it. I have a plan, said REI. What the hell is she doing? Unit 0 was bounding across the geofront floor, taking long, loping strides. Tucked under its one good arm was a missile, nearly as long as the EVA was tall. It took Misato a moment to realize what she was carrying: a standard N2-tipped cruise missile, a short-range tactical platform carrying a 20-kiloton non-nuclear antimatter explosive. REI was going to charge the angel, set it off. REI! Misato screamed, leaning over the console as if she could close the gap between them. Put that down. With respect, Captain. No. Unit 0 drew closer to the angel, leaping over a heavy section of cable left over from the ongoing repairs to the geofront infrastructure, bounded over a cluster of trees, and stopped dead in its tracks. The angel's outfield unfolded, and a second series of alerts went off. Maya's jaw dropped. This is incredible, the field is massive. I've never seen anything like this. The angel's outfield crackled into the visible spectrum immediately, expanding so tall and so wide it divided the entire cavernous space of the geofront, centered on pushing REI back. She grunted, leaned into it, and Unit 0 mimicked the motion. She turned the missile aside and shouldered into the outfield, pushing desperately against it, and started sliding back. She's bringing up her own field, said Maya. She's drawing too much power. She's going to fry the conversion circuits. REI! Misato shouted, fall back, damn it. I am sorry, said REI. I must refuse. She set off the bomb. The angel's field rippled, crushing back on itself from the blast. A white sphere formed around REI, and the shockwave came a moment later, blasting her backwards and shoving the angel back, so that it bobbed in the air. Scorched and limping, Unit 0 stumbled back and fell to one knee, collapsing under its own weight. The rolling shockwave tore the leaves and needles from the trees and sent the smaller outbuildings and support structures tumbling into chunks of debris. The lights swayed, and the camera view fuzzed. A small mushroom cloud rose up from the point of detonation, swirling against the roof of the cavern like a ghost. Look, said Hayaga. Misato saw him, too. Shinji rocked down through the opening in the top of the cavern, a tiny blue streak, and started circling the outside perimeter of the geofront. Misato watched in confusion for a moment until she saw that he was beginning to pick up speed with every turn. A white plume of compressed air formed around him and flushed outwards, followed a moment later by the thunderous sound of the sonic boom chasing him around the cavern. The angel turned slightly, as if it were trying to follow him with its gaze. He kept going, faster and faster, building speed, until a pocket of superheated air formed behind him, glowing like a lightning bug in the dusk. Misato could no longer see him, he was going so fast, when he changed direction and headed directly for the angel. When he hit the outfield, there was a sound, a great rumbling thrum like a plucked bowstring, and the field shattered, collapsing in on itself as he passed through it. It folded around him, like a hanging sheet struck by a thrown rock, and then shattered with an agonizing, almost human scream that drove Misato's hands to her ears. He hit the angel so hard in its belly that it sent out a second rippling shockwave, rolling over the treetops and pushing ripples along the surface of the lake, rocking the uprooted trees and chunks of debris that floated there. The angel rocked back slightly, as if caught in a breeze. Shinji was nowhere to be seen. Unit 0 was moving, servos grinding, struggling and shaking even to turn over. REI lifted a feeble arm, swiping pointlessly at the angel as it approached. It stopped, turned, and bobbed in the air as energy gathered around it. It blasted Unit 0 from the earth, opening up a great crater underneath her, rolling the EVA onto its belly. REI screamed, and the signal from Unit 0 cut off completely. The angel turned. It drew its strength, aimed itself at the headquarters pyramid, and fired. With a twisting snap of punished metal, an overhead light came loose and crashed down into the upper deck, then rolled over the side into the great yawning void below. The screens all flickered, and the main screen went out, first to snow, and then to black. She heard screaming and shouting, and one of the heavy banks of servers on the Magi level blew out in a shower of sparks, flames licking up the side wall until a pair of techs got up and turned a fire extinguisher on it. Maya, grab your portable unit. We're evacuating. Everybody out. But dash. Don't argue with me. Sound the dash. The main screen, or at least the far wall on which it was projected, caved in a great crash of falling masonry and whipping wires. Something came through the opening as the wall well away, hit the console in front of her, rolled up over it, and hit the wall of the upper deck so hard it bent the metal with a shearing, twisting scream. Shinji! Misato screamed, running to his side. He lay face down, groaning. He pushed himself up on his hands and knees, and Misato cursed herself for using his real name. He started to stand up, wobbling, until Misato got her arm under him. Hyaga rushed to her side and helped him up under his other arm, until he was on his feet. He shook them off and stood, brushing the dust and soot from his face, and turned, in horror. The angel's gigantic face pressed through the wall, so huge it could have swallowed them all in one great gulp. Misato screamed involuntarily, and Shinji dumbly, pointlessly pulled her and Hyaga behind him, spreading his arms as if he could shield him from the blast. Something twinkled in the angel's eyes, and Misato closed her own, knowing that it was over. Unit 1 came through the wall and punched it in the face. The EVA pushed into the command center, towering over them all even as it hunched over, the umbilical from the cage dragging behind it. Misato stared in numb shock as Unit 1 grabbed the angel by its great bony visage and forced it backwards with both hands, Asuka's scream of fury made into a primal roar by the EVA's external speakers. The entire deck groaned as she dragged the creature back, away from the bridge, towards the cages, battering down the walls as it went. The launch button. Asuka's tiny voice came through Maya's portable console, somebody press the launch button. Maya typed the command, and the floor shook with the power of the hydraulic rams launching EVA and Angel back out into the GA front. Come on, Misato shouted, everybody outside. She turned to Shinji, but he was gone. Asuka felt only hate. It boiled from her center, pounded like a drum in her heart, and flowed through her veins like fire. When they hit the surface together, she rolled over on the angel, dragging it along with her. She picked it up, dragging its entire huge mass with Unit 1's bare hands, and slammed it into the ground, grinding it into the earth and digging a deep trench in the earth. She mounted it and began beating it with her fists, pounding on the core, until bone-like teeth reached up and snapped closed around it. Asuka emptied her lungs in a furious scream. No, it won't be that easy, you bastard. She wedged her fingers under the bone, yanked her arms back, and snapped them free. The angel shrieked in fury and in pain, and bucked underneath her, but she kept her grip and began pounding on it. Her fury was such that she would have bitten it, had she been able. She reared up and mashed Unit 1's horn into the angel's middle, ripping and tearing at its flesh, shouting wordlessly in fury. It blasted her. She got her arm up in time, but the force of the blast rolled Unit 1 up and back, and her stomach pressed into her spine and rolled, trying to force her to vomit as the entire EVA turned, end over end. She came to rest after sliding along the ground, uprooting trees, and scouring away the fields of grass. She grunted and rolled back up, holding the arm in front of her face. It was useless now, the joints melted and fused, so that her hand was a shapeless club. Her own arm was burning, streamers of pain running up her wrist and elbow every time she moved, but she ignored it and used the EVA's good hand to push herself back up. The bottom part of the angel unfolded. Thin streamers of metallic flesh unfurled with a great flapping sound and curled around the angel. A length of it whipped out, viper quick, and before she realized what happened, her useless club arm was sheared away the shoulder and fell free. When the pain hit, she screamed, grabbing at her shoulder, helplessly trying to remember that her own arm was still there. The rest of the tentacles whipped out and crushed her back into the ground. A pair of them wrapped around Unit 1's waist, and a second pair scythed under the armor, prying at it. Pain gurgled out of her throat, and she grabbed at her midsection, aflame with agony, and curled in the seat. She saw him. Shinji landed right on the angel's core, ripped one of its tooth armor pieces free, and began jamming the jagged, pointed end into the angel's core. He pounded it again and again, and she managed to draw in a heavy breath of oxygenated liquid as the pressure around her middle released, and the Eva was able to move slightly. Its entire form ground against her, and every willed impulse drew a new map of pain across her limbs. She was bleeding. It was fogging the LCL in front of her face. One of the angel's arms lashed around Shinji, crushing around him so that he could not move. She willed the Eva to rise, slamming the control yoke forward and back, screaming, as the angel lifted him in front of its face. It almost seemed to see her. There was a twinkling light in its eyes, the beam lanced out, and the end of its own tentacle was blasted away into nothingness. So was Shinji. Asuka screamed, she screamed and yanked on the controls so hard she thought she would tear them off. The LCL bubbled in front of her face, and her eyes burned with tears, her sight so blurred she could no longer see the angel. She could summon no sound but anguished, gurgling cries that were half shriek and half sob, and she bucked wildly against the seat, willing the Eva to move, her own pain forgotten. Something happened. She felt it again, that strange double beat in her chest, and then again, and again, and again and again and again, and she heard, as it were, a noise of thunder. Misato ran from the service entrance, stopping for the barest instance to turn and see the ruins of the pyramid, blasted off like a melted bar of soap, cratered, and still smoking, and walked backwards for a few steps until she turned around just in time to see something tiny lifted in the arms of the angel, lifted before its face and blasted into oblivion, and she knew exactly what it was. Misato screamed, and she fell to her knees. She barely heard Maya. Something's happening. Unit 1 arose from its position of repose, one-armed, quivering. Something moved under the armor plates, somehow, pushing against them, and the shoulder pylons shuddered. There was a terrible, feral red glow in the Eva's eyes, an incandescent fury that bathed the entire cavern in a false sunset. Unit 1 hurled its head back, and with a great, clattering sound, the mouthguard tore open, revealing the stubby teeth beneath. It leaned back and it roared, an ancient sound from an alien world, full of anguish and hate, and the angel heard it, for it quivered, as in fear. She, whether it was Asuka or the Eva itself, Misato did not know, swept her one good arm around, wrapped the angel's fleshy appendages around it, and yanked. When the two connected, a might shockwave rang out, like a ringing bell. The angel, wailing in torment, blasted itself free, leaving hanging strands of its own flesh hanging from Unit 1's arm. The evil looked at it, curled it into its hands, and ate it. As it swallowed the angelic flesh, tearing at it in great sloshing bites, the angry stump of its lost arm bubbled and burst forth with new grey flesh, ashen and dead-looking, erupting around fresh gleaming bones, gangly fibers of nervous tissue weaving themselves through it. Maya turned from her portable console and wretched, a heavy splat of vomit falling on the broken concrete beside her. Hyaga moved to steady her, but his gaze was on the Eva. Rising, snarling like a beast, the Eva moved on all fours, scrabbling spider-like across the Gia front. The angel reared up and fired a blast, and Misato winced. The energy spilled harmlessly across the Eva's field, crackling out into space. Misato rushed to Maya's side. The girl swiped at her mouth and coughed. She stared at her screen and mumbled to herself. "Impossible," she said, "it's impossible." "What?" Misato shouted over the raging din of the battle. "What's happening? This isn't a normal berserker state." Maya shouted back. "The cable has been severed, the Eva is powering itself." Misato looked up just in time to see the Eva fold its arms over its chest. It took hold of its shoulder pylons, wrapping the armored fingers of one hand and the long, spindly claws of the other around them, and pulled. The entire machine, the entire beast shuddered, grunting and snuffing like an enraged animal. In a single great motion, the pylons came free, crashing to the ground, and furious energy arced around the Eva's shoulders and head. "Oh my god," Maya shouted, "she's destroyed the control harness. The Eva is loose." "What?" said Misato, "what the hell does that mean?" "The beast inside the machine is free." Unit 1 bellowed and charged the angel, shrugging off another blast as if it were a stiff wind. It dragged the creature closer by its own arms until it was on top of it, forcing it to the ground, and raked its body with long, thin claws that now sprouted obscenely from both hands, drawing long, bleeding furrows in its enemy's flesh, scything through the armor as if it were paper. Unit 1 reared back, snarled, and plunged down, shoving both of its hands and its mouth into the angel's core. When it came back up, long tendrils of livid red flesh hung down from its jaws. Like a dog tearing at a hunk of meat, it threw its head from side to side, working the flesh into its jaws as it chewed. It ate and ate, tearing at the angel's body until the core was gone, and then deeper inside for good measure, carving out a great rent in its center. It pulled the mask free, cracked it in half, and licked the inside, swallowing a mouthful of yellow ichor. It stopped, and it turned, still hunched over its prey. For a terrible moment, Misato thought that it was looking at them, until she turned over her shoulder. Unit 2 had launched. Asuka floated in a strange place. She smelled the soft smell of blue roses, and felt warm arms around her body. A face at once familiar and distant was pressed close to hers, warm air shared between their breaths. She had beautiful green eyes, and rich chestnut hair, and she looked like Rei, and she looked like Shinji. "Who are you?" said Asuka. The woman hugged her closer. "It's all right that you don't remember me," she whispered, "I remember you." "Who are you?" Asuka repeated. "You know who I am," the woman whispered in her ear, giving her a soft, motherly kiss on the cheek. "Yes," said Asuka. "I know you, Aunt Yui." "You have given me a very special gift," said Yui. "What is it?" said Asuka. "To see my son," she said, though the eyes of the girl who loves him. Asuka felt warm, and she felt safe, and she snuggled against her. She started to cry. "He's gone," said Asuka. "I couldn't save him. It killed him." "No," said Yui, "no, beautiful child. He's not dead. He can't be dead." "How do you know?" "Because," Yui whispered. "He's Superman. He can do anything." Asuka smiled. "I think you're right. I have something for you," she said, "something very special, a gift only I can give you." "What is it?" "You'll see," she said, "in time." Yui tensed abruptly, crushing Asuka to her chest. She felt small and childlike, protected. "No," she shouted, "no, you can't take her, I won't let you." Asuka turned her head very slowly, already knowing what she would see. Kaworu stood there, grinning, his red eyes luminous with some ancient thought, his teeth blood and sharp. His sight made her shiver, but there was more, and she could not look away. Beside her, a woman knelt, pale of skin but for the red marks around her throat where the extension cord tightened, her cerulean blue eyes, blue as though they were stolen from the sky, pleading. "Asuka, please," Kyoko croaked, "he's hurting me." Asuka shoved Yui away, charging towards Kaworu, screaming in fury. "Asuka!" Yui shouted, "No. Don't." Kaworu caught her by the chin, and drew her face close to his. "Oh my," he murmured, "you're mine now, and I have such sights to show you." Check the description for the links to the author.